Chapter 451. Visions with no other choice to make, John had activated his Asura transformation art. With his advancements in the art, the physical change to his body had become more pronounced than before. Blood-red runes covered his entire body, glowing from within like hot embers within a fire. 2 horns that were thin, sharp, and straight jutted a few inches out of the top of his head, making him look even more menacing. The horns themselves were black at the base and gradually melded into a blood-red color at the tip, making them look even more menacing. Not only that, but his aura itself had become completely different than before. His aura before was firm and unflinching, like a warrior defying all that came at it. Now, however, it was like a demon god had arrived before them, wanting nothing more than to slay each and every one of them. The disciples watching this all unfold shuddered upon feeling this aura, and some even began to flee as they had no idea what was going on. The only thing they could clearly tell was that if they got on the wrong end of John at the moment, they would be completely at his mercy. Only the disciples of the Yuan Continent remained mostly calm, as they had seen this power of John's before. However, their heartbeats all increased nonetheless, as seeing and feeling it was still more than frightening. It was like a natural instinct kicking in, urging them to flee for their lives. Iris, who was at the very center of this aura and was feeling its effects the most, found herself almost unable to move. The aura emanating from John was not only sinister beyond belief, but also pressed down on her with incredible power. It clearly wasn't a domain being used, but the force of the aura itself that was restricting her movements, shocking her greatly. Without warning, John's body flashed towards Iris at incredible speeds. Her eyes went wide as both her natural eyes and her astral eye picked up on John's movements, and her body began to move to dodge his attack. Bang! Iris's eyes went wide as John's hand firmly gripped around her neck before she could react to his movements. Although she could see his movements, her body was not nearly fast enough to keep up with John's speed at the moment. Iris grit her teeth in pain as she struggled against John's hand, but was unable to make it move even slightly. Boom! A powerful kick from her right leg, which was infused with a unique energy, slammed against John's unguarded waist, the power of the kick shaking the nearby land. Her eyes went wide once more as the attack landed successfully, but John didn't even flinch slightly at its power. It was as if the attack was beneath him, no more a nuisance than a fly landing on his body. "Give me a good reason not to kill you now," John said to her, his voice cold. Iris remained silent for a moment while struggling against John's grip on her neck. Her breathing ragged as John was gripping her neck quite tightly. "I would tell you if you let me speak." Iris struggled to get these words out as John's grip was too tight. John's face remained calm as he suddenly let go of her neck, causing Iris to fall down onto the ground on her knees. In his current form, nothing Iris attempted to do could work, and so John felt no hesitation against his current action. He wanted a good reason for her actions, or he may truly kill her on the spot. Dealing with the fallout of his actions was something he was willing to deal with later. Iris breathed several ragged breaths while rubbing her aching neck, before she gazed up at John with a mixed expression. "You really are quite heavy-handed," Iris said to John, her pained expression slowly turning into a small smile. "But that's exactly the type of attitude and resolve I would expect of the one I plan to follow." John frowned upon hearing her words, as she constantly seemed to be speaking in riddles. He was just about to tell her to speak clearly, when Iris stood up and slowly moved her outstretched pointer finger towards John's forehead. John's frown lingered on his face as he watched her actions, but felt no ill intent from it and allowed her to do what she was trying to do. Her pointer finger tapped against John's forehead, and John suddenly saw his vision change. Different scenes started blurring by in his mind, visions of people he had never met, battles, asuras, demons, golden-armored gods, and death. He felt his heartbeat steadily increase as the visions continued to fly by. The scenes also included himself, although his face was blurred. However, his Asura aura was unmistakable. the scenes in his mind lasted for a short while, before his vision once again returned to normal. John had never felt anything like this before, and the closest experience he had was that one strange dream he had the day after he started cultivating. The dream that appeared to be a vision instead of a dream of the past or the future. However, he was clearly able to tell that he was part of all of these visions, being stared at as if from another's point of view. John's gaze locked onto Iris once again as his heartbeat slowed down, regaining his former calm. "What the hell was that?" John asked, his voice still cold due to his transformation art. "I'll tell you after this trial, but these are all visions I have seen myself. Each vision has one commonality, you." John remained silent as he heard this reply from Iris, while he tried to figure out what was going on. "I have two sets of visions," Iris spoke up once again. "One with you in them and one without you in them. Let's just say the one with you in them is much better for me, which is why I needed to confirm that you were truly the one in the visions. I wasn't actually going to kill any of your sect members. I just needed you to show your true power to confirm that you were the one in the visions, and this was the only way I knew how to do that. Now that I have confirmed it's you, here you go, master." Iris once again took the bag of identification badges from her waist and raised it before John for him to take. John's hand swiped out swiftly, taking the bag, but was surprised that there was no trickery from Iris this time around. His aura suddenly faded, returning his body back to normal, as the Asura transformation art was quite taxing on his body. John tied the bag to his waist before his gaze shifted back to Iris, who was smiling happily at John as if nothing had just happened. Another headache has showed up. Bang! His leg suddenly swept out, smashing into Iris's waist before she could react, which sent her flying backwards down the mountainside. Regardless of her intentions, she had still pissed him off. Chapter 452. The trial ends. The divine Martial Continent's Heavenly Lightning Sect, also known as the True Heavenly Lightning Sect, was a sprawling paradise beyond the imaginations of anyone who had never seen it before. Especially those from the remote lands, far removed from the divine Martial Continent. To them, the Heavenly Lightning Sect was the grandest place they had ever seen before. In the very center of the Heavenly Lightning Sect was a massive brick courtyard, several miles wide and long-rested. Before the courtyard was an enormous building, quite similar in design to the Heavenly Lightning Palace. This too was known as the Heavenly Lightning Palace and was one of the most important buildings in the entire sect. In the area behind the Heavenly Lightning Palace was the floating landmass on top, which rested the Grand Palace. Despite the palace being smaller than the Heavenly Lightning Palace, it was no less grand. Opposite the Heavenly Lightning Palace on the other side of the courtyard, wide roads stretched off into the distance, each lined completely with buildings. The buildings were made from incredible materials, and each gave off a grand aura themselves. The sect sprawled for dozens of miles in each direction around the Heavenly Lightning Palace and the floating landmass, and was filled with hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Currently, the courtyard was buzzing with activity as thousands of cultivators moved about in all directions to complete their daily duties. The Heavenly Lightning Palace was the administrative hub for the sect, and it alone had thousands entering and exiting every hour. Standing in the courtyard before the Heavenly Lightning Sect was a group of 6 cultivators who had all just arrived here around the same time. In this group, Lillian stared at the 2 palaces for a moment, taking in the sight, as this was her first time visiting the True Heavenly Lightning Sect as well. The branch sect leaders, who were the other 5 members of the group, all noticed Lillian's gaze at the magnificent buildings. A small, almost mocking smile appeared on the face of branch leader Whisperwind, who couldn't help but speak up. "I suppose this is your first time visiting this sect," Whisperwind said to Lillian. "You look just like a newborn fawn, experiencing the world for the first time." While her words could be insinuated as youthful innocence, all could tell that they were mocking the lack of experience Lillian had. Lillian's gaze shifted from the Heavenly Lightning Palace to branch sect leader Whisperwind. Her gaze was the epitome of calmness, as if she considered words from Whisperwind to be beneath her notice. Whisperwind's face quickly turned into a scowl at Lillian's reaction and was just about to reply when another spoke up. I believe it's about time that they arrive, the branch leader with the scar on his face said to the group, which squashed any further discussion on the previous topic. At the same time, around a dozen elders of the sect landed in the courtyard and stood together in a group nearby the group of branch leaders. The two groups glanced at each other and gave each other nods of greeting before their gazes shifted forward as thousands of flashes of light caught their attention. Time to see if that brat lived up to his words, or I'm going to give him a severe beating for losing me all that money, Lillian mused internally while she stared at the flashes of light. In the valley, where the incredible battles had taken place between John, Aaron, and Iris, roughly 100 cultivators stood in a group. The group consisted almost entirely of the disciples from the Yuan Continent branch, which had gathered around John after the completion of his fights. Standing in the center of the group, John's divine sense continued to shift through the two bags on his waist, both of which were filled to the brim with identification badges. His divine sense locked onto one badge, and he reached in to pull it out. His gaze shifted to a certain part of the group of youths before him, and he tossed out the badge to one of the youths. The youth, a girl who had been an inner disciple of the Yuan Continent branch sect, caught the badge with an elated smile on her face. "Thank you, John," the girl called out happily. John nodded his head, before his attention locked onto the bags once more. For the last 15 minutes, John had been going through his bags and returning the lost badges to those of his branch sect. Most badges in the entrance exam had been taken by Aaron or Iris, and so John was able to return the badges of those from his branch sect without impacting his #1 position in the trial. "That's all the badges belonging to our branch sect," John said to the group as his divine sense faded away. His words caused around 20 youths to become downcast, as they had not retrieved their badges yet. They had them taken by different youths, but were hoping that Aaron or Iris had then taken them from those youths. "Unfortunately, everyone else has scattered far away from here after my battle with Aaron and Iris, and we don't have enough time to retrieve them," John said to the badgeless group. "It's okay, John. We can't blame anyone other than ourselves for having our badges stolen," one of the youths spoke up. They couldn't fault John for their shortfalls in this trial. John nodded his head in approval at the youth's words, before replying to him and the group. Good. That is the attitude a cultivator should have. Aim at your weakness and learn from it. If you remain steadfast in your cultivation and keep this resolve in your hearts, I have no doubts you'll all become powerhouses of the Yuan Continent branch sect," John replied. His reply elevated the moods of those who did not have their badges, who all nodded their head at John. Although their journey to enter the divine martial continent sect was over, their cultivation journey was not. With their strength and talent, perhaps it was better to return to the Yuan Continent. In that place, they could thrive and become powerful elders, which was more than many of them could ever have dreamed of. "We'll do exactly as you say," one of the youths replied to John, his mood quickly recovering. "Right. When you one day return to the Yuan Continent, we'll show you just how far our resolve will carry us," another replied, their hearts set. "Good." John nodded his head in approval at their attitudes. Standing behind John was Iris, who stood there silently. After having been kicked violently by John down the mountain, she had quickly returned to John's side. John had tried to shoo her away, but regardless of his words, Iris only said that John was now her master that she was to follow. Despite repeated attempts from John to stop her from calling him master, Iris ignored each one, which led John to eventually give up out of frustration. Her gaze swayed over the group before John as she watched him inspire all of them, even those who seemed like they would be lost in their despair of failing the trial. She nodded her head in silent approval at John's actions, as they were the actions of a leader, not a ruler. If Aaron had been the one in this situation, he would have told everyone to piss off, keeping everything to himself. Upon seeing this, Iris's decision to follow John became even more firm. Suddenly, everyone who held their own identification badge felt the same spatial energy that had appeared at the start of the trial wrap around them. John's face turned firm, as well as slightly excited, as he let the energy wrap him up and take him away. The trial has finally ended. Well then, let's see what the true heavenly lightning sect is all about. Chapter 453, arriving at the sect courtyard, they're about to arrive. The scar-faced branch sect leader said out loud, as the group felt the slight trembles of spatial fluctuations begin to appear. A large smile appeared on branch sect leader Whisperwind's face, as the moment of Erin's triumph and her large monetary winnings were about to occur. Sect leader Whisperwind glanced sideways at Lillian, who was standing there with a calm expression on her face, as if the outcome of the exam was of no concern to her. Not even slightly nervous, Whisperwind chimed up, causing Lillian to glance at her. If I were you, I would at least be slightly nervous, mostly for the safety of your disciple. Although do not despair too much, with the rules confining him, Erin will at least leave your disciple in one piece. Whisperwind's words were a clear provocation towards Lillian, which caused Lillian to smile slightly as she finally decided to cut the woman down slightly. A mocking smile appeared on Lillian's face as she looked at Whisperwind. You know, your bitterness towards me is quite understandable. After all, I am already in the same cultivation realm as you despite being over 1,000 years younger. You reaching the Tao transformation at such a late age in your life caused you to waste your youthful appearance, causing you to now look like an old hag. Your jealousy and resentment is quite clear on that matter, which has caused you to be a vile bitch this entire time. Lillian's words caused the other branch sect leaders to suck in a cold breath of air, as they were not expecting her to reply with such vitriol. However, they could understand it, as Whisperwind had been quite mean to Lillian upon her arrival, without any provocation from the latter. However, it seemed as though Lillian finally had enough, and flung insults back at Whisperwind. Erin winning this event is the one thing you could hold over my head gloatingly, but I'm afraid that too won't go as you would expect it to. Lillian continued before Whisperwind could reply. What did you say? Whisperwind suddenly erupted in a rage as her power flared outwards. Her power spike caught the attention of the nearby cultivators, who glanced at her before going back to their business. Oh, do you want to fight? I'll happily oblige you if that's the case. I'm much better at fighting with fists than fighting with words, Lillian replied, but kept her aura withdrawn. However, Whisperwind recalled the terrifying power Lillian had revealed before the entrance exam, as well as the horrifying Tao of death that had emanated from her. Despite being tens of times older than Lillian, Whisperwind knew it was a fight she could not win. Whisperwind stared at Lillian for a moment with unmasked anger, before she flicked her head to the side with a sneer. Gee, we'll see just how wrong those words of yours are soon enough, won't we? Whisperwind replied, getting the last say in before ignoring Lillian. Lillian began to chuckle slightly at the temper tantrum thrown by Whisperwind, which only served to agitate her further. However, both parties ignored each other, while the other branch sect leaders stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Flash. Flashes of light broke the silence, as all the disciples who had passed the trial appeared in the courtyard before them at the same time. The branch sect leaders all gazed intently at the arriving group, as the results of this trial would decide whether they would receive a great sum of money or lose it. A small smirk appeared on Lillian's calm face as she saw John arrive unharmed, while his one foot was resting on the body of a barely conscious youth below him. The vision of all the disciples who had passed the trial blurred for a moment as they were transported a short distance. After what appeared to be a singular moment, light once again entered their visions as they arrived at their destination. John's vision swept about in all directions, as a frown slowly appeared on his face. A small group of curious cultivators, a dozen elders and the branch sect leaders had gathered around them. However, other than these few people, the rest of the thousands of cultivators and sect members in the background continued to walk about, uninterested in the group of youths that had just arrived. This is completely different than what happened back home. When that entrance exam ended, We were welcomed by the entire sect. However, this sect hardly seems to have noticed our arrival, as if we are of no consequence to them. The other disciples that had passed the trial all noticed this as well, and couldn't help but frown or become angry. The way they were being treated currently was as if the sect was saying they didn't care one way or the other about the new members of the sect. After his brief inspection of the situation, John sighed slightly and shook his head at the situation. I suppose it can't be helped, though. Almost all branch sect disciples become administrative aides for the sect. I'm sure it's incredibly rare for a branch disciple to make a name for themselves in this sect when compared to the geniuses who grew up here all their lives. John shook his head one more time before his gaze shifted over towards his master. Her smile entered his vision, and she gave him a small nod of approval as he had clearly kept his end of the deal. His gaze shifted over slightly and spotted branch leader Whisperwind staring at John's feet, her face becoming more and more red by the moment. Clearly, she was about to burst from anger. "This is for you," John said to Whisperwind as he suddenly kicked his foot outwards, launching the youth resting at his feet towards Whisperwind. Aaron, who was still barely conscious, flew through the air at great speeds towards Whisperwind, which raced forward to catch him. She caught him in her arms and inspected him briefly, before her angered gaze locked onto John. "What is the meaning of this, boy?" Whisperwind barked out angrily at John as she was barely able to contain his anger. "The meaning, isn't it clear?" John replied calmly. "You owe my master quite a bit of money now, don't you?" Chapter 454. The Grand Elder John's reply caused everyone watching, from the disciples to the branch sect leaders, to suck in a breath of cold air. Only Lillian, as well as the other Yuan Continent disciples, remained calm and even laughed lightly, as they were familiar with John's overbearing and brash persona. Whisperwind, who was already fuming from seeing her star disciple beaten into near unconsciousness, became even more angry as her face turned a darker shade of red. Her power began to flare as she was unable to control her emotions, before a light cough sounded out. Whisperwind glanced over to the source of the cough, and her power instantly faded as she bowed her head slightly. "Sorry, Grand Elder. I lost my calm for a moment," Whisperwind said, as the one who had just coughed was supposedly the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I wonder what type of rank that carries," John mused as he stared at the man who had just interrupted Whisperwind. Clearly, he was not happy with her antics, as she was showing callous disregard for the Heavenly Lightning sect by flaring her power before the Heavenly Lightning Palace. The Grand Elder appeared to be a middle-aged man who had a clean-shaven face and bald head. He appeared almost like a monk, and his calm expression only further added to that appearance. Unlike other sect members who wore robes of blue and white, the Grand Elder wore a golden robe, making him look quite grand. Standing behind the Grand Elder were 6 other elders, who wore the usual white and blue-colored robes of the sect. John couldn't tell what his cultivation was exactly, but he could vaguely tell that the man was around Thunderzen's level in strength. He's most likely also in the world expansion realm. While John couldn't say who was stronger, the man being around Thunderzen's level of power was a testament to his might. "Make sure it doesn't happen again," the Grand Elder replied calmly, before his gaze shifted to the group of recently arrived branch disciples. His gaze rested on John for a moment, and John could feel the Grand Elder's piercing gaze attempting to see through him, before it shifted to the other disciples. His gaze paused on a few other disciples as well that he found interesting, before he turned to the look at the branch sect leaders. "It appears you've brought us some incredibly promising youths this year," the Grand Elder said to the group, before gazing at Lillian directly. "Especially you. You and Thunderzen have far exceeded our expectations." "Thank you for your praise, Grand Elder," Lillian said, as she nodded her head slightly towards the Grand Elder as a sign of respect. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted back towards the group of disciples, and his hand outstretched towards the group. John, as well as the rest of the disciples, suddenly felt themselves wrapped up in the Grand Elder's power, and their bodies began to levitate a small distance off the ground. Startled cries echoed out from several disciples as they found themselves floating in a certain direction, unsure of what was going on. John remained calm as he felt this power move him about, and before long, he found himself moved just several yards away from the Grand Elder himself. His head turned to look behind him, and he found a long line of all the disciples formed behind him. The line was thousands of disciples long and stretched almost to the other side of the courtyard. All the branch sect leaders other than Lillian opened their eyes wide at what they saw. Directly behind John were the three strongest youths from the other branch sects, followed by Chase, Adam, Iris, and then a mix of disciples from all the branch sects. However, what shocked the branch sect leaders the most was that the Yuan Continent sect, the weakest branch every year, made up over 70% of the top 100 disciples. John smiled as he saw the line behind him, as he could immediately tell it was a ranking of the amount of badges they had. He had given both Chase and Adam quite a few badges to ensure a high ranking for them, as well as gave Iris some of her badges back, as she had supposedly sworn loyalty to him from here on out. "What is the meaning of this?" Whisperwind couldn't help but exclaim as she saw the rankings. She was already incredibly upset and wanted to vent her frustrations. The Yuan Continent is always the weakest by far. Clearly, they cheated somehow. As soon as Whisperwind said these words, the other branch sect leaders all winced slightly at the stupidity of her words. Whisperwind's expression quickly turned from anger to realization at what she had just said, but it was too late to take it back. The Grand Elder calmly gazed at Whisperwind, although there was a piercing menace behind eyes. "To dare claim a test administered by us elders would allow cheating," the Grand Elder said to Whisperwind. "Either you think us elders are corrupt or inept. Either way, your words have gone too far this time, branch sect leader Whisperwind, or should I say, Whisperwind." The Grand Elder's words were incredibly clear, as he had taken the branch sect leader off her title. Clearly, he was stripping her of the title of branch sect leader. "Grand Elder," Whisperwind called out, "I lost myself for a moment. Please forgive me." "I'll hear no more of this," the Grand Elder cut her off. "Return to your branch sect and inform branch vice sect leader Lighthand of his promotion to branch sect leader," the Grand Elder instructed Whisperwind. Whisperwind's face blanched, but she knew arguing would only worsen her situation. After a moment of hesitation, Whisperwind bowed her head towards the Grand Elder. "I will do as you say," Whisperwind replied before leaving without another word. Watching all this from the front of the line, John raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. This sect is far more no-nonsense than the Yuan Continent branch. I wonder if I'll be able to get away with as much as I did under Thunderzen's leadership. The Grand Elder watched Whisperwind fly away for a moment, before his calm gaze once again focused on the line of disciples before him. "Congratulations on successfully entering our Heavenly Lightning sect. The line you find yourself standing in is based on your performance in the trial. I will now inform you of what your placements mean regarding your entrance to this sect." Chapter 455, Entrance, Exam Placements. The disciples all held their breath upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, as their placements would most likely determine the future course of the lives. Those who were placed high up would be able to get the most cultivation resources, further separating themselves from those beneath them. Such was the way the cultivation world worked, and each disciple knew they had to strive for the top, lest they be left behind. The placements of this exam are as such. The bottom 75% are to be pseudo-outer disciples, while the next 20% are to be outer disciples, the Grand Elder stated without a blank expression. His words caused shock to fill many of the disciples, including John, who was surprised to see that most of the disciples couldn't even become true disciples of the sect. They would be pseudo-disciples, which meant they would still have to prove themselves worthy in the future in order to be promoted to true outer disciples. These disciples were all inner and core disciples from the branch sect, but here they were considered next to nothing. A sobering reality washed over those at the bottom of the list, as their hopes and aspirations of soaring though the sect came to a screeching halt. Without waiting for anyone to come to terms with the news, the Grand Elder continued talking. The remainder, except the number 1 placement, will become inner disciples, the Grand Elder revealed. John glanced behind him, at the roughly 5% of disciples that were to become inner disciples. The count was just over 100 disciples, and included Adam, Chase, and Iris. The most talented youths of the branch sects, the ones that stood supreme in their core and direct disciple positions, were no more than rank and file inner sect disciples in the main sect. Lastly, the first-place winner, the Grand Elder said as his eyes fell onto John and paused for a moment. John felt as if he were being seen right through from a single glance from the Grand Elder, which made him feel as though his truths were exposed. John noticed a slight change appear in the Grand Elder's eyes as he stared at him, which faded away after a brief moment. Interesting, the Grand Elder mused. Normally, you would become a core disciple, but I can tell there is so much more to you than meets the eye. The Grand Elder's words shocked everyone in the area who knew him, as words of praise were incredibly rare from him. Even those walking by in the background, hardly paying attention to the event, stopped for a moment to glance at John, who had been praised as unique by the Grand Elder. John raised an eyebrow at the Grand Elder's words, as it appeared he could tell that he was special, but not what exactly that specialness stemmed from. Even if he can't identify what is unique about me, just identifying that there are secrets on me from a single glance is quite terrifying. Just how strong is he? John couldn't help but muse as he stared back at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder mused over the matter for a moment before addressing him once more. In this case, I will make an exception. You will be given a chance to prove your worthiness to become a direct disciple of the sect, the Grand Elder said. The eyes of the disciples, branch sect leaders, and the others gathered in the area opened wide in shock at the Grand Elder's words. Such an exception had never been made before, and anyone who knew the Grand Elder would never imagine he would make such an exception. However, they knew what his special innate ability was and trusted his judgment when it came to things such as assessing talent. Their gazes fell onto John afterwards, incredibly curious as to what was so special about him to allow him to get such an offer. Even John raised his eyebrows in surprise at the Grand Elder's words and bowed his head slightly towards the elder in a sign of respect. "Thank you, Grand Elder, for this wonderful opportunity," John replied respectfully. "However, I'm afraid I must decline this offer. Please accept my apologies." "What?" Startled cries erupted amongst both the disciples and the ground gathered to watch the event, as they had never expected John to decline such an offer. "John, what the hell do you mean no?" Adam yelled up from behind John before his gaze shifted towards the Grand Elder. "If he doesn't want it, then I'll take it instead." "Silence," the Grand Elder calmly stated while waving his hand towards Adam. Adam felt a powerful energy wrap around his mouth, making it so that he was unable to speak anymore. The Grand Elder's calm gaze fell onto John once more. "May I ask why?" the Grand Elder replied to John, as even he was slightly surprised by John's response. "Sure, it's because I already have a master," John said as he pointed to Lillian, who stood a short distance away. "If I became a direct disciple, I would have to take a new master, right? In that case, I must humbly refuse." Although the start of his master-disciple relationship with Lillian had been brutal and rough, he now truly considered her as his master. She had aided him wholeheartedly with his family endeavors, ensured his safety in the Bloodfiend sect, and did so much more for him. As such, he felt it wrong to accept anyone else as his master. The Grand Elder stared at John for a moment, before an approving smile appeared on his normally stoic face. A fine attitude indeed. His gaze shifted towards Lillian, who was also surprised by John's actions. She had expected him to cut ties at the first moment. "You have a fine disciple under your tutelage," the Grand Elder said to Lillian. "Thank you, Grand Elder," Lillian replied respectfully. "If he refuses to part from your tutelage, then why don't you become an elder of this sect then? You have the cultivation required as well as the talent," the Grand Elder said to her, causing the eyes of all to once again open wide. Lillian remained silent for a moment, before she too shook her head sideways in respectful refusal. "I must decline," Lillian replied, as she was still the vice-sect leader of the Yuan Continent. "You can keep your vice-sect leadership while being an elder of this sect," the Grand Elder replied. Lillian paused her prepared voice of refusal, as that was truly her biggest choice for not becoming an elder of the main heavenly lightning sect. However, she was still on the fence, and the Grand Elder could tell she was. "Also, you will be rewarded with money and cultivation resources upon becoming an elder. Far more than you can imagine, and your rewards will also improve based on the performance of your disciple," the Grand Elder continued. His words cut right to the chase, as if he could see what truly motivated Lillian. "Wow, his vision truly is great, as he found my master's biggest weakness right away: money." Lillian's gaze turned heated upon hearing this, and she replied without hesitation. "Then I'm afraid I am unable to refuse your great offer, Grand Elder. I accept." "Good," the Grand Elder smiled upon hearing this, as Lillian truly was a rare talent that the sect would benefit having as an elder, let alone her disciple as well. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted back to John, who addressed John once more. "Then the matter of your concern has been solved. Should you prove your worthiness, you can become a direct disciple of your current master, while enjoying the resources the other direct disciples enjoy. What do you say?" John was surprised to see someone as lofty and powerful as the Grand Elder make so many concessions for him, but he figured there was a reason for the Grand Elder's actions. It was most likely that the Grand Elder saw some glimpse of his true talent or had been watching the entrance exam and saw his frightening combat prowess. Regardless of the reason, John no longer had a reason to refuse. "In that case, I no longer have a reason to refuse. I accept." Chapter 456. Innate eye talents. Envious gazes stared at John from the disciples behind him, while surprised gazes stared at him from the small crowd that had gathered. It was the first time something like this had happened, and they knew something special was going on if the Grand Elder had decided to make such an exception. He was a strict man who followed the laws of the sect closely, but for some reason he had decided to make an exception this time. "Good," the Grand Elder replied, his face still calm as if he had expected John to accept eventually. "In that case, I will proceed with the rest of the entrance ceremony." His gaze shifted upwards to look at the line of disciples behind John. "Those who were identified as pseudo-disciples, you will follow Elder Elio," the Grand Elder stated as an elder stepped forward from behind him to identify himself. Without pause, the Grand Elder continued the instructions, assigning each group an elder to follow, most likely to get them acquainted with the sect, as well as set up with housing. As the ceremony, if it could be called that, came to an end, the small crowd that had gathered began to disperse. John stood there patiently as he watched all the groups leave, as well as Lillian, who seemed to follow another elder to a different part of the sect. The group of inner disciples, which consisted of Adam, Chase, Iris, and more, started leaving as well behind another elder, leaving only John and the Grand Elder behind. "Girl, you stay here," the Grand Elder suddenly said, catching the attention of the group. Iris looked in both directions, seeing if the elder was speaking to anyone else, before she pointed to herself for confirmation. "Me?" Iris asked, and the Grand Elder nodded his head in confirmation. Iris walked over to John and the Grand Elder, while the rest of the newly designated inner disciples followed the elder away from the courtyard. Iris stood next to John as they both stared at the Grand Elder, curious as to why he had Iris stay behind. The Grand Elder stared intently at Iris for a short moment, before his eyes seemed to subtly change and his gaze became more profound. A surprised look appeared on Iris's face, as her eyes suddenly seemed to change slightly as well. The two of them stared at each other for a short while John stood there in silence, wondering what the hell was going on. You're like me," Iris suddenly said to the Grand Elder, who nodded his head in confirmation while a rare smile appeared on his face. "Indeed," the Grand Elder replied. We are both blessed with innate eye abilities, however. I cannot discern what type of eyes you have, only that they are even more profound than mine." A contemplative look appeared on the Grand Elder's face, before he once again gazed at Iris. "It's been hundreds of years since I last ran into someone with such profound innate eye talents. How would you like to become a disciple under my tutelage? You won't have the status of a direct disciple just yet, as your strength is not quite there yet, but your rewards will be far greater than that of an inner disciple." The Grand Elder's words shocked both Iris and John, who had never expected him to extend another great opportunity. "I accept," Iris replied without any hesitation. An offer to learn under the Grand Elder was an opportunity all could only dream of, and Iris did not have any reservations for such an arrangement. "Congratulations, Iris," John said to Iris. Although he had not known her for long, she had pledged her loyalty to John, and he saw no reason to doubt her based on the visions she had shown him. As such, he felt it only right to congratulate her at this moment. "Good," the Grand Elder said as his smile lingered on his face. "It appears as though we gained two magnificent treasures today. Both of you follow me." Without missing a beat, the Grand Elder turned on his heels and began walking through the courtyard of the sect at a leisurely pace, as if nothing could worry him. John and Iris both found it strange that someone so powerful would move so slowly, but they both kept their opinions to themselves as they followed the Grand Elder through the sect. Their path took them through many different parts of the sect, which was quite similar to the layout of the Heavenly Lightning sect on the Yuan Continent. The sect contained the typical business districts, trade hall districts, housing districts, and more. However, the main differences between the two was that these sections were much more profound in quality, size, and craftsmanship, and the cultivators roaming throughout were also much more powerful. In the Yuan Continent, it was quite rare to see Heaven Tribulation elders, and even more rare to see Tao Transformation elders. However, just from his single trip, John had seen thousands of Heaven Tribulation cultivations, and many Tao Transformation experts as well. The wide streets were buzzing with activity, as sect members and distant travelers walked about, while others rode on powerful beasts, some which John had never seen before. Dozens of crystal blue streams meandered throughout the sect, while ornate bridges climbed over them. Every inch of the sect was thriving with activity, which made it feel incredibly vibrant and alive. As they walked, the sect members would all stop and give the Grand Elder a slight head bow of respect, as his status was incredibly lofty within the sect. Afterwards, their curious gazes would shift to John and Iris, who were clearly being escorted by the Grand Elder. For them to receive such a privilege, they must be quite special. John and Iris followed behind the Elder for nearly an hour as they slowly meandered through the sect, their curious gazes drifting in all directions as they took in all the sights. Eventually, they arrived at a large gate, from which tall walls spread out in both directions. A powerful formation seemed to cover everything beyond the wall, and the Grand Elder pressed his hand against a certain part of the gate, which caused it to part slowly. As the gates began to part, the Grand Elder glanced sideways at John. "Your direct disciple trial lies just beyond these gates. All must take this trial to become a direct disciple. However, if you fail, your life may be at risk. Do you still accept it?" the Grand Elder asked. "Of course," John replied without hesitation. The gates slowly parted, and what existed within the walled area came into John's view. His eyes widened slightly at the sight, and he couldn't help but exclaim out loud at what he saw. That's it. Chapter 457, Divine Talent Steps, that's it," John asked, as he stared at what was contained in the walled-off section. The walled-off section was 200 yards in diameter, and the top of it was covered by an incredibly powerful formation. The floor of the walled-off section was made of hard bricks, and the only thing that existed in this area was a circular staircase. To the side of the staircase was a large black tablet with words etched into its surface. The staircase, which was pitch black, was roughly 50 yards across and was completely round. Each step circled around the entire staircase, which gradually tapered off towards the top. It looked almost like a small hill, and John couldn't see anything else within the area that would serve as a trial. "Do not underestimate this trial," the Grand Elder replied to John's question. "These stairs before you are far more profound than you could imagine." John gazed at the Grand Elder for a brief moment before looking back at the staircase before him. "Is that so?" John replied, half unconvinced. "What's so profound about it then?" He could feel a unique aura coming from the staircase, but was too far away to tell just how unique it was. As such, it was rather unimpressive from his current perspective. "Indeed, it is so," the Grand Elder replied. "In fact, this staircase you see before you is imbued with an incredible formation made by an ancient formation master, and can count as one of the most profound formations in this world." Seriously, both John and Iris couldn't help but ask, slightly doubting the Grand Elder's words. The Grand Elder paused for a moment as he stared at the stairs before them, before he started explaining the truth behind them once more. "These stairs are a talent testing formation, one that was created in the ancient era before the calamity," the Grand Elder explained. "While it is not the most profound of formations when it comes to combat prowess, it is part of the most profound talent testing formation to exist in this world." "Is that so?" John once again mumbled as he looked at the staircase, before his interest in the Grand Elder's words suddenly piqued up. "The calamity, what's that?" John couldn't help but ask. He had heard remnants of rumors regarding some sort of ancient calamity, but wanted to see if the Grand Elder knew more about it. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to word his answer. "The calamity was an invasion in the past, by foreign entities many hundreds of thousands of years ago," the Grand Elder began to explain. "When this world was at its very peak of existence, a foreign race invaded this world." "Foreign race?" John asked for more clarification. "We do not know much about what happened in the past, as most of the world, its history and legacy, was shattered in the calamity. We can only piece together bits and pieces of what had happened back then. But our best guess is that a foreign race of immensely powerful beings invaded this world, nearly destroying it. Only through the combined might of all the most powerful cultivators, as well as the ruler of the world at the time, did they just barely manage to fight off the invasion. However, the damage from that war broke this world and sent it back into a dark age. Only now are we barely clawing our way out of that dark age, with hopes of eventually reaching the level of power this world once knew." The Grand Elder fell into silence after explaining the calamity to John and Iris. John fell into a deep silence as he thought over everything. His thoughts shifted to the ancient city, the ancient battlefield outside its walls, as well as the bizarre creature and massive blood-red hand. "I wonder if all of that is related to the calamity," John mused internally. "It seems like there's a good chance it is." "This formation before you is one of the lingering remnants of that time," the Grand Elder suddenly stated, bringing John out of his deep thoughts. "If it's so valuable, why have other sects and powers not tried to steal it?" Iris asked. "That's because it's not the only one in existence," the Grand Elder turned to Iris and replied. "Not the only one? You mean there are other formations just like this out there?" she asked. "Yes," the Grand Elder replied. "There are 9 formation platforms just like this out in the world, and each formation platform is linked to the others. The other platforms are controlled by the other powers of the divine Martial Continent." "Other powers? What are the other powers, if you don't mind me asking?" John couldn't help but ask. His knowledge of the divine Martial Continent was very limited, and he wanted to know more about it. "I do not mind at all," the Grand Elder replied while smiling slightly. His attitude was incredibly amiable, like a passive monk who never angered. "I like this Grand Elder already. He has none of the usual haughtiness that those high in status and power usually have. He reminds me a lot of Thunderson. There are many different powers on the divine Martial Continent, but only those strong enough to stand at the top have one of the 9 divine talent steps. Those powers are the Honorable Alliance, the Forbidden Alliance, the Beast Race, the Fairy Race, the Monster Race, the Giant Race, the Barbarian Race. Of the last 2, one belongs to us. even though we are part of the Honorable Alliance, giving our Honorable Alliance 2 divine talent formations. As for the last one, it is unaccounted for, and we do not know which power holds it. The Grand Elder fell silent after explaining that all, giving John time to digest this information. Beast race, barbarian race, fairy race, monster race, giant race. This continent is incredible. The Yuan Continent only had humans, but the Divine Martial Continent contains so many other races. John felt his blood heat up as he thought of this, as there was still so much of this world he had yet to explore. I'm sure there are incredibly powerful fighters from those races. I can't wait to fight them all. Chapter 458, Talent Tablet. John felt his blood boil with excitement, as the thought of fighting against all the other races nearly sent him over the edge. I can't wait to fight against a giant barehanded. How fun will that be? After thinking about such things for a moment, he breathed out a deep breath as he calmed himself to focus on the task ahead of him. Fights against other races would come in the future, but his current goal was the talent testing steps before him. So, the different powers use these talent testing steps to test their youths? Iris asked the Grand Elder. Indeed, each power tests their most promising youths each year, and many use their placements to determine the amount of support they will give them. We ourselves weigh this test quite heavily, as it has identified our most heavenly of talents in the past, the Grand Elder explained. His gaze shifted to the side of the platform, which was where the large tablet rested. It was made of pitch-black stone and had a soft metallic sheen to its exterior. He began walking over to the tablet and was quickly followed behind by John and Iris. They arrived there shortly after, and both John and Iris gazed intently at the tablet as they started to read over it. The tablet seemed to be broken down into 10 different sections, each section several feet wide and tall. The bottom 9 sections were arranged in a 3x3 grid, while the 10th section spread across from one side to the other at the very top of the tablet. The sections were divided by straight lines that were carved into the tablet's surface, and each section was filled with words that Iris and John quickly read. These are names, Iris stated, and there's a number next to each name in ascending order. Indeed, the Grand Elder replied. This stone tablet is broken into 10 sections. The bottom 9 sections you see belong to the 9 different talent testing steps scattered across this continent. The number next to their name represents how many steps they ascended, and each talent testing step has a recording tablet just like this one. Each year the names recorded on this list are erased and replaced with the next year's participants, the Grand Elder explained. There is no testing age limit to this tablet, as it tests talent and not power, but almost all those who are on this list are 20 years of age or younger. Those who are older have already taken the test and see no reason to take it again as the result would not change, the Grand Elder continued. Both John and Iris stared at the tablet and continued reading the names. However, they did not recognize any of them, and many of the names from several of the tablets were quite strange, most likely belonging to those of the other races. Does this mean these tablets update themselves and are linked together? John couldn't help but ask. Correct, the Grand Elder replied. This is one of the reasons why these talent testing steps are so sought after. Not only do they identify which youths have the greatest talent, but it also reveals to the world just how talented they are. Many youths strive to have their names etched into these tablets as proof of their heavenly talent. John glanced at the Grand Elder as he revealed this, before quickly gazing back at the tablet. Why are some of the names on here so unique? Iris couldn't help but ask. Some of the names were not normal names, but instead were closer to cultivation names. That's because many of these youths keep their identity to themselves, either due to their race's policies or for their own safety. Some of the races, such as the fairies, prefer to avoid conflict, and having your name on here will only draw conflict from other geniuses looking to make a name for themselves. There are many reasons for it, but that's just one example. As such, they use aliases to keep their identities confidential, the Grand Elder replied. I guess that makes sense, Iris replied. It would be quite annoying to have to fend off other youths nonstop just because they want to make a name for themselves. While Iris and the Grand Elder were talking, John was looking at the names on the black tablet. He started mumbling the names, as well as the numbers next to them. Ryger Pridelan, 13. Zelos Stonefist, 14. Vargoth Ploggle, 13. Luth Chaster, 14. Quite unique names indeed. There were 10 names for each of the bottom 9 sections, for a total of 90 names. The number of steps ascended by each name was between 11 and 14 steps, except for 2 names. Amber Bloodrose, 15, and Asuros, 16. Who are these 2 youths? John couldn't help but ask. Both of them were separated from the rest of their peers. Ah, those 2, the Grand Elder replied with a slightly heavy voice, as if something was of concern. The first, Amber Bloodrose, is from the Forbidden Alliance, the Grand Elder explained. John raised his eyebrow upon hearing the Forbidden Alliance, as he had quite the history with them, but remained silent as he continued to listen to the Grand Elder. She is their most talented youth to appear in the past 1,000 years, and her talent is incredibly frightening. She is currently 18 years old and has never been beaten in combat according to the rumors surrounding her. Until she runs into me, John couldn't help but blurt out loud. Do not underestimate her, the Grand Elder scolded slightly. You might have confidence in your power, but that girl is beyond terrifying. Her killing arts are unparalleled, and most who face her die without even knowing how they died. Of all the talents to rise over the last hundreds of years, she is one of the most fearsome. You would be wise to run away if you ever run into her. John remained silent, as he knew the Grand Elder was only saying this to help him, but was still unconvinced. He had never run into someone who could contest against him evenly, and with his cultivation advantages, doubted such a thing would ever occur. What about Asuros? Iris asked with much curiosity. If Amber was so amazing, surely Asuros was as well. That we do not know, the Grand Elder replied. You don't know? John asked, before realizing the likely reason. Is he listed on the unaccounted for testing formation? Indeed, the Grand Elder replied. We do not know who owns the last tablet, but they do test talents every year. Their youths have been growing more and more powerful each year, and this year they have seemingly produced their finest talent yet. However, no one knows who this talent is or where they are located. As of right now, they are a complete mystery to this world. John frowned upon hearing this, as he would have liked to hear more about Asuros, but dropped any questions as he knew he would find no answers. His gaze shifted to the top of the tablet, where the last section was. On it were 10 names, each larger than the names in 9 sections below. He had noticed these names first, but decided to ask about them last. However, they were completely shocking, as their scores were unparalleled. The lowest of the names were at 17, with 5 of them at that rank. There were 4 at 18, and a singular one with 19. The Grand Elder noticed John's gaze, and a small smile appeared on his face, as he knew they would be asking about them. The names on the top section of this tablet have been here since before the calamity, the Grand Elder explained. They are the heroes from the ancient past, whose talent far surpassed the standards of today. Unlike the names of the 9 sections below, these names do not reset, but instead display the top 10 talents this world has ever seen for all time. Chapter 459. The first steps John's gaze turned heated as he heard the Grand Elder reveal this, as he was looking at the names of the most talented cultivators to ever walk the world. These names belonged to cultivators that inspired fear and awe back in the ancient times. Only the 9th place spot belongs to someone of our timeline, the Astral Emperor, the Grand Elder explained. Astral Emperor, does he still live? Iris asked, a tinge of excitement in her voice as she enjoyed learning about the world she lived in. Indeed he does. He's the Emperor of the Astral Empire, who is one of the strongest powers in this world, the Grand Elder replied. How strong is the Astral Empire compared to our Heavenly Lightning sect? Iris asked, enthusiasm again present in her voice. With the Astral Emperor at their helm, the Astral Empire is definitely stronger than our Heavenly Lightning sect, the Grand Elder replied without hiding anything. However, We too have powers we can rely on, such as the lightning dragon. Iris's eyes lit up upon hearing about the lightning dragon. Unlike John, her sect was closer to the divine Martial Continent, and the route much less dangerous. As such, they did not require the dragon's escort across the ocean, and so Iris had never seen the dragon before. "How strong is the dragon?" Iris asked, firing off question after question. "Strong enough to ensure our safety," the Grand Elder replied, not giving much detail regarding the dragon. Iris opened her mouth to ask another question, but John spoke up before she could. His gaze lingered at the very top of the tablet as he spoke to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, who was the Jade Dragon God Emperor?" John asked as he stared at the number 1 name on the list, who had a score of 19 steps. "Ah, him," the Grand Elder replied as he stared at the name at the top of the list. "He was from before Calamity, and the myths surrounding him are many. He was the emperor of the Jade Dragon Empire and was supposedly the most powerful cultivator in this world at the time of the Calamity. He played an enormous part in repelling the invading force and was one of the reasons this world still yet exists. However, details about him afterward the Calamity are scarce, and so no one knows what happened to him after those times," the Grand Elder explained. John stared at the name for some time, thinking about what type of man the Jade Dragon God Emperor was. Silence filled the area for a short while, before John turned to the Grand Elder with a confident and resolved look on his face. "Grand Elder, what about the 20th step? Has no one ever reached it?" John asked, although he already knew the answer based on the names and scores. "None have ever set foot on it, at least not while taking the test the way it is intended," the Grand Elder replied. "There is a rumor of some sort of reward for the one who reaches the 20th step, but obviously such a rumor has never been confirmed." The Grand Elder's response was mostly what John had been expecting. "Grand Elder, what score do I need to become a direct disciple?" John asked. 8 steps, the Grand Elder replied without hesitation. "And which section on this tablet belongs to our sect?" John asked. "The bottom right," the Grand Elder replied. John glanced at the bottom right section and read over the names and scores, which ranged from 10 to 12. "Only 12. Our Heavenly Lightning sect appears to have the lowest score out of all the top talents," John replied. "That it does," the Grand Elder replied, not upset at John speaking the truth. The other tablets belonged to entire races or alliances, while the Heavenly Lightning sect tablet was merely one sect. It was common for them to have the lowest scores out of all the sections. However, merely having one of the tablets for their use was an honor, and so they put up with such things as an afterthought. "What would happen if I were to score at the top of our sect, or even the top of all the powers?" John asked. "Then our Heavenly Lightning sect would support you with all our resources, naturally," the Grand Elder replied. John nodded his head at the Grand Elder's words, before he quickly glanced at the top section, which contained the names of the world's greatest cultivators through all time. "And what would happen if I were to place amongst the names at the top?" John asked. Iris's face lit up in slight surprise upon hearing John's question, while the Grand Elder raised an eyebrow as well. They were surprised to hear John consider such a thing a possibility, although neither truly believed he was capable of it. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment, not knowing whether to actually entertain John's question or not, but decided to do so after a short period. "Then we would throw the entire weight of the sect behind you and support you without question," the Grand Elder replied. "Good," John replied. "Then I'll keep you to those words." Without any delay, John turned and walked towards the talent testing steps, leaving the stunned Iris and Grand Elder behind. He's not serious, is he?" Iris asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment before shaking his head with uncertainty. Who can truly tell what others are thinking? Only time will reveal to us if his words carry any weight, or if he simply overestimates himself. With his unique eye talents, the Grand Elder could tell that John was a special talent. However, even he couldn't see through all John's truths, and so was uncertain of just how talented John was. John arrived before the talent testing steps and stood just one step away. He felt an incredibly profound energy emanate from the steps, which only grew stronger as he got closer to it. I'm not even on the steps yet, and I can tell this formation is incredible. It reminds me of the steps' trial in the ancient city, only far more profound. Without wasting any more time, John calmed his mind and stepped out. Bang! His right foot slammed onto the first step, shaking the area around the formation from the might of his step. John raised an eyebrow in surprise, as he had not expected the first step to be so violent. He felt an absolutely incredible amount of energy wrap his leg and force it down violently. A weaker cultivator would have had their leg shattered, unable to resist even slightly against the formation. No wonder only the most talented of youths are able to take this test. Youths who are inner disciples or below could seriously die taking this test. Bang! He stepped forward once again, bringing his other leg onto the second step, and his entire body into the area of the formation. An incredible energy instantly washed over him, which surged through every inch of his body and over his danshin. However, it ignored his body danshin and only focused on his essence danshin. So that's how it is, John mused internally as he started to figure out how the test worked. This talent test sure is brutal, if it were someone with a danshin of 4 compressions or less. I'm sure they would have had their danshin crushed instantly under this pressure. The more a danshin had been compressed, the harder it would be and the more energy it could store. This was a primary indicator of talent and was the main thing the talent steps were testing. Bang! John took another step forward as he stepped onto the third step. Upon doing so, he felt the pressure on his body and danshin increase again. Bang! His fourth step slammed down on the steps, shaking it from the force as he tested it. The level of pressure on his danshin, meridians, and body once again increased. He could feel an incredible energy squeeze down on his danshin as it tried to crush it, which he pressed back with his chi to resist. The cultivator's body constitution also made a difference, as only those with supreme body constitutions could move enough chi through it to resist the pressure. Those with weak meridians or suboptimal meridian pathways would fail the test, as the amount of chi used throughout the body to resist the pressure would be lessened. Not only that, but John could feel the pressure of the test seem to fight against his soul and perception, which he needed to quickly comprehend the nature of the energy and adjust to in order to resist it with maximum efficiency. The trial tested the comprehensive talent of the cultivator, considering all aspects which affected combat prowess talent. As such, if one was talented with cultivation and had optimal meridian pathways and perception talents, they could overcome their danshin weakness and ascend above their danshin limits. All the aspects that made up talent blended together to test the ultimate combat talent of the cultivators. Bang! Bang! His foot slammed onto the 5th and 6th step as he finally came to a halt and stayed there for several minutes as he felt the formation's pressure wash over him. While the steps do test other factors, the main factors of these steps test danshin compressions, natural meridian talent, and comprehension talent. Each step is a linear increase in pressure, starting from roughly 4 danshin compressions. Going from the 1st to the 6th step increased the pressure roughly 3 compressions worth. So, with this in mind, I'm currently at the limits of a 7 danshin compression cultivator. So going forward. John quickly did the simple math in his head, and a confident smile appeared on his face as he came to the truth of this test. The 20th step would be 14 danshin compressions. As long as the meridian pathways and natural comprehension talent keeps up, Chapter 460 Successive Steps. While John was ascending the talent testing steps, Iris and the Grand Elder were watching him intently, curious as to see just how far he could ascend. It appears he's reached his limit, Iris sighed as she looked at John on the trial. Both her and the Grand Elder had been completely shocked at his quick ascension rate to start, but lost confidence as John stood on the 6th step for several minutes without moving. The Grand Elder stared at John for a moment as well, but remained silent as his eyes shifted slightly in color. I'm not so sure about that, the Grand Elder replied, causing slight surprise to appear on Iris's face. He stopped, but doesn't appear to be struggling as the others usually show when they reach their limit. He must be trying to become accustomed to the testing protocols. He's quite level-headed. Is that so? Iris replied while staring at John. Based on her visions she had seen, she had truly decided to follow John. However, she had no idea just how high his talent was, but was looking forward to seeing just how high the one she followed could go. On the talent testing steps, John continued to stand there for several minutes as he worked out the nature of the tests, before a small smile appeared on his face. All 3 steps focus on the 3 things I identified, but each step focuses on one of those aspects a bit more than the others. The tests that focus on the Danshin compressions and meridian quality will be quite a breeze. The steps that emphasize comprehension talent will be a bit harder, but I have confidence in that as well. After all, even my master called me a monster when it came to comprehension talents. John's gaze shifted from the step he was on to the next one. The first step focused primarily on Danshin compressions, the second meridian, and the third comprehensions, then the fourth Danshin compressions again. With all that figured out, it's time to climb. Bang! John's foot slammed onto the 7th step as he comprehended the nature of the pressure, allowing him to press through it with ease. However, even if he didn't comprehend it, his Danshin compressions and meridian pathways were so monstrous that he would have been able to brute force his way through regardless. He took another step, Iris exclaimed happily as John finally moved again. I wonder how long it will take for him to take Anoth. Bang! Iris's words were cut off by the sound of another loud step as John ascended to the 8th step immediately after the previous step. Iris's face lit up in shock, and even the Grand Elder couldn't help but be a bit shocked by what he had seen. The 8th step was the threshold for becoming a direct disciple, and even the most talented disciples in the sect would start to show signs of wear by now. Bang! Without missing another beat, John stepped onto the 9th step, once again shocking Iris and the Grand Elder. After 3 quick steps in succession, John finally came to a brief halt as he arrived at the comprehension-focused step. My comprehension talent might be monstrous, but it's still foolish to think it can match the talent of my Danshin and body. John stopped his quick succession once again as he remained on the step for a short while. Both Iris and the Grand Elder couldn't help but breathe out a small sigh, mostly recovering from their shock. The Grand Elder's gaze locked onto John as his eyes seemed to change a bit. His gaze seemed to pierce through everything, which returned to normal after a while. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly at himself as he sighed once more. Even with my eyes, I cannot tell what secrets this boy's body holds, only that he is beyond special. You too, Iris said to the Grand Elder. When I use my special eyes to look at him, it's like it's being shrouded as if I'm staring through mist. When I do peer through that mist, it's like I'm being given a false image. I've never had anything happen like this before. What do you see, Grand Elder? The same as you, child, the Grand Elder said with a small sigh. I too have never seen anything like this in my thousands of years of existence. There is much more to this boy than meets the eye, the Grand Elder said as his head turned to look at Iris. But for you to already see what I see, your eye talents truly are remarkable. I cannot tell what type of eyes you have yet, and I can tell you yearn for that answer as well. Together, we will discern the truth of your eyes. A smile broke out on Iris's face as she heard this, as it truly was one of the things in her life that she had the greatest question about. She had always grown up knowing her eyes were special, but no one had ever been able to tell her what type of eyes she had. The Grand Elder was able to see through that matter instantly, which filled Iris with joy. Thank you, Grand Elder, Iris replied with great sincerity. Bang! Breaking them out of their conversation, another loud bang sounded out as John's foot slammed onto the 10th step. I wonder how long he... Bang! Bang! As he had just done prior, John took 3 steps in almost instant succession once again, reaching the 12th step almost immediately after leaving the 9th step. Wah! "What's going on, Grand Elder?" Iris couldn't help but mumble out as she stared at John in shock. The 12th platform was the highest step anyone in the Heavenly Lightning sect had achieved this year, but John had reached it almost instantly after leaving the 9th step. However, as had happened before, he came to a halt once more. The Grand Elder, who was equally stunned despite his many years of watching such tests, remained silent for a short while before replying to Iris's question. These steps focus on many aspects of talent, but primarily focus on three main aspects: Danshan talent, meridian talent, and comprehension talent. Each step leans more heavily into one of these aspects than the next, and alternate in the order I listed. The Grand Elder explained. "So that means," Iris replied. "Yes, he is instantly shattering through the Danshan talent and meridian talent tests without pause, while only briefly pausing on the comprehension tests," the Grand Elder replied. "I can only say that based on what I have seen so far, his comprehension talents are monstrous, while his Danshan and meridian talents are even more preposterous. I've never seen anything like it before." Iris's gaze shifted from the Grand Elder to John as she stared at him in a daze. "It seems as if I truly chose correctly," she mumbled to herself. "However," the Grand Elder spoke up once more, snapping Iris out of her daze, "this 12th step is quite the hurdle to ascend. None of our disciples in the last 10 years have been able to surmount it, and even in the other powers, getting past this step places them amongst their foremost geniuses. It tests comprehension talent to a level that stumps almost all geniuses. I wonder if he will truly be able to." Bang! Chapter 461, Sect Leader. After breaking through the 9th step, John immediately stepped onto the 10th, which tested his Danshan talent. If his Danshan compressions were too low, there was a threat of his Danshan shattering unless he retreated. However, the pressure on his Danshan was only great enough to threaten a 10 Danshan compression cultivator, which he eclipsed by 2 times. The pressure was almost negligible, and John immediately stepped forward onto the 11th step, which tested meridian talents. Meridian talents tested not only the strength of the meridians themselves, but their natural pathways. Meridians were incredibly complex and intricate, and each cultivator had a difference in meridians somehow. Some would have terminal meridians, which did not go all the way to where it needed to, resulting in a suboptimal chi flow. Others would have thin meridians, which would only allow for a small amount of chi flow when compared to more talented cultivators. As he stepped on this step, another small smile appeared on John's face. "I was unsure of exactly how high my meridian talent was, as I've never tested it before. But this pressure on the 11th step is almost negligible as well. My meridian pathways not only are incredibly strong, but the pathways seem to be the most optimal as well. I guess I can thank my true mother and father for blessing me with such a perfect body." After thinking this, John stepped onto the 12th step almost immediately after, shocking the Grand Elder and Iris who were watching. However, his steps came to a halt as he felt the formation pressure change, almost as if it became another language he didn't understand. He could brute force the previous steps, as they relied on body talent, but this step required more delicacy. John had to comprehend the new, strange energy and devise a way to pierce through it. Only by doing this could he truly advance to the next level. Based on the early steps, I thought this talent testing formation would only test Danshan compressions, but I guess I was wrong. Oh well, time to see just how talented my comprehensions truly are. John closed his eyes and calmed his mind as he felt the strange energy wash over him. The energy was chaotic and jumbled, which John could not make sense of at the moment. His soul and divine sense flared out as he studied the pressure and did his best to comprehend it. Using the principles he had devised when learning the 3 profound Taos of power, annihilation, and destruction during the divine talent trial, John slowly but surely identified the main principles of the energy washing over him and how to counteract those principles. However, after standing there for a short while, his eyes snapped open as his smile returned to his face. The chaotic and jumbled energy, which prevented him from moving forward just a minute ago, seemed to part before him as he countered it with his own energy, allowing him to advance freely. Bang! His foot slammed onto the 13th step, quickly followed up by his entire body. The Grand Elder, who had just been interrupted by John's actions once again, decided that watching in silence was the best thing going forward. Bang! Bang! John once again surged forward without any pause on the next 2 steps, which was the same that had happened in the previous Danshan talent and Meridian talent steps. Iris, who was already stunned speechless from John's actions, could only stare at John with awe. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's expression turned from one of surprise to one of seriousness as he watched John ascend the talent testing steps. He had brought John to these steps originally as he had witnessed his combat prowess in the entrance exam, and figured he would be able to reach 8 steps. However, John's actions had shattered those expectations, and was now already far beyond any other talent within the sect as far as the step count was concerned. A small sound transmission disc appeared in his hand for a moment as the Grand Elder sent a message, before he put it away to once again focus on John. In a large chamber, a lone figure sat on a golden throne, glowing radiantly. Several documents were in his hand as he perused through them, before his attention shifted and a small transmission disc appeared in his hand. "What is it, Grand Elder?" the man asked, his voice deep and commanding. "Sect Leader Thunderfist, I would suggest you place your attention on the talent testing steps," the Grand Elder replied respectfully. The man hummed, before his gaze shifted to the side as he stared at one of the walls of his chamber. However, his gaze seemed to pierce through rock and earth as it focused on a spot several miles away. The man's gaze locked onto the talent testing steps, at which point his eyes widened slightly before returning to normal once again. "The 15th step, has the one my brother sought out to find finally arrived?" the man replied. "It appears as though that may be the case," the Grand Elder replied. "Which means your brother should be returning to the sect shortly as well, as his self-appointed mission seems to have been completed." The gaze of the man on the throne hardened for a moment as his fists clenched tightly around the documents he was holding, ruining them. "Then we'll have to see if he still has the strength to reclaim his position," the man replied, his voice slightly cold. "In the meantime, keep monitoring this boy on the steps and make sure no one disturbs him." "It will be done," the Grand Elder replied quickly, before ceasing the communications. The man on the throne put his transmission disc away, before resting his chin on his fist as he stared at John on the steps miles away. "If my brother truly was right about everything, then today marks the starting day of our sect returning to its former glory, or its eradication. There is no middle ground, but only time will tell if this boy truly is the one my brother was searching for." Chapter 462, 15th step. Just 10 seconds after reaching the 13th step, John found himself on the 15th step. The 13th step testing his Danshan, and the 14th step testing his Meridian talents were still below what could cause him strain, and John instantly shattered through those steps. On the 15th step, he once again found himself running into a wall of energy, the nature of which seemed to be like a foreign language to him. Its chaotic nature thwarted him from parting it aside and moving forward, causing John to sigh. Why can't my comprehension talent keep up with my body talent? Is that too much to ask?" John shook his head at himself, but knew if his thoughts could be heard by others, that they would curse him for his greediness. He had already passed by the 12th step, which thwarted many profound geniuses, and yet he wanted more. Those geniuses would curse him into an early grave if they could hear his thoughts. Oh well, nothing else to do other than comprehend this energy and ascend beyond this step. John's divine sense and soul power flared out around him once again as he focused his mind on the task of comprehending the nature of the strange energy. His face remained calm as he studied the energy, which seemed to allude to his every attempt to understand it. At the same time, the energy seemed to slam into his divine sense, and even his soul space, causing sharp aches and pains to appear in his mind and soul. If it was a cultivator with a weaker divine sense and soul, Their soul spaces were at risk of shattering unless they retreated. Thankfully, John had forged his soul space into a formidable fortress due to his training sessions before the Holy Gate and Sinister Gate, and was able to withstand the dangers of this step. While these soul pains are quite annoying, this is nothing compared to what the Sinister Gate does to my soul. It's becoming more and more apparent just how amazing cultivating before those gates are for me. However, a frown appeared on John's face, as he knew he had finally come to a large hurdle. It seems as though this step is going to take me quite some time to solve. In that case, I might as well make myself comfortable. To the side, Iris and the Grand Elder continued to watch John, their eyes never leaving him for a second. His actions thus far had been beyond shocking, and he was already at the 15th step. As they had discussed just earlier, only 2 other youths this year had managed to achieve such a thing, with Amber Bloodrose achieving 15 steps and Asuros achieving 16. With such a monumental event happening before them, neither dared to look away for a single moment. As was the case before, John had slammed by the body testing steps and came to a halt on the comprehension step. Both Iris and the Grand Elder were wondering how long it would take John to pass the trial, or if this was the final hurdle he would be thwarted at. However, their eyes widened once again as a reclining seat suddenly appeared on the step, which John quickly laid down on and closed his eyes. Although they knew better, it appeared to Iris and the Grand Elder that John had decided to take a nap during the test, his actions completely shocking them. The Grand Elder was especially shocked, as he knew just how tremendous the soul pressure was on this step. It was enough to shatter the souls of almost all geniuses and render them stupid for life. As such, only the most formidable of geniuses were able to reach this step, and those that did struggled with all their might to withstand the pressure and understand it. However, John had brought out a reclining seat and was currently lying there without a single expression of pain or discomfort, as if he was sleeping peacefully. Grand Elder, are these steps truly so easy to withstand? Iris couldn't help but ask as she stared at John. That is not the case, the Grand Elder replied. The soul pressure the 15th step exudes is beyond terrifying, and if you were to step onto that step, your soul would most likely collapse within a minute of being on it. Is that strong? Iris replied with surprise on her face. Then why does John look so relaxed right now? Shouldn't his soul be in excruciating pain? The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment as he inspected John, before a soft sigh escaped his lips, and his head shook to the side slightly. It's not that he doesn't feel any pain, but that he is already used to such pain. The pressure of this step is so great that no cultivator can stand on it and not feel pain. However, with his current attitude, the only explanation is that he has experienced soul pain far greater than he is experiencing now, and has experienced it quite often. So while he is feeling great pain right now, it pales in comparison to his other experiences, allowing him to withstand it. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, Iris fell into a silence as she stared intently at John. The minutes continued to tick by as John laid there motionlessly, as if he were sleeping. After an hour of John not moving, Iris couldn't help but speak up once again. Grand Elder, how long has it taken those in the past to get to this step, and then past this step? Iris asked, wanting to compare John's performance to the others. Are you sure you want to know? The Grand Elder asked as he glanced sideways at her. If you know the truth, it may further crush your pride as a genius yourself if you compare yourselves. I want to know, Iris replied quickly. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment, before replying to Iris. I'm not sure exactly how fast the other youths have completed these steps, but the highest anyone in our sect has ever gone is the 15th step, and it took him 6 hours to reach it. It happened thousands of years ago, but his record still stands. 15 steps in 6 hours, Iris exclaimed in slight surprise. But John took less than 10 minutes to reach it. Which is why I warned you, the Grand Elder replied. This boy you see before you cannot be comprehended by common knowledge anymore. If he is able to get past this trial and ascend even higher, then he will truly be able to be considered a prodigious monster. Bang, Chapter 463, Pressing forward, the sudden sound caught the attention of Iris and the Grand Elder, who quickly looked back up at John with shocked expressions. However, both quickly breathed out a sigh of relief upon seeing John still standing on the 15th step. It was not that they didn't want him to succeed, but that they were becoming weary from being shocked over and over. Clearly the banging sound was him standing up from his seat and putting it away. The pressure of each step was immense, and even the slightest of movements caused extreme force on the steps. I thought he had advanced when he made that sound, but it seems as though he was just standing up. Maybe the pressure and soul pain is becoming too much for him to lounge around like that, and now he's taking the 15th step seriously. Bang! John's foot pressed forward and slammed onto the 16th step, causing Iris to cut off her words before it was finished. Iris's expression turned from one of surprise to one of exasperation, as she once again sighed deeply. Watching John take this test might be more exhausting than actually taking it, Iris muttered softly as she sighed once more. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder next to her remained absolutely silent as he watched John's each and every move. He was already on a step that was higher than any heavenly lightning sect talent in history, and such a thing was beyond monumental. The Grand Elder had never expected such a thing to occur today, but was slowly but surely putting the pieces together as to who John could be. The Asura of Annihilation, the Grand Elder sighed softly. We cannot say yet if he truly is the Asura, but if he manages to reach the top 10 list, then perhaps sect leader Thunderzen finally accomplished his goal. On the steps, John had spent over an hour studying the pressure of the 15th step. Each second resulted in a soul pain being inflicted on him, but his incredibly durable soul was able to resist it. My soul may not be the strongest when it comes to attacks, but cultivating in front of the Holy Gate and Sinister Gate has raised its defense to an absurd level. It's the perfect thing needed for this trial, as I'm not trying to break through the comprehension stage with pure soul power, but instead resist the soul pain for long enough for my comprehensions to understand the pressure and move through it. After comprehending the 15th step's energy and pressure, it was as if a door had opened up for John to move forward. He immediately took the opportunity and moved forward onto the 16th step. The soul pressure instantly faded, relieving him of the constant headache he was experiencing, while an incredible pressure pressed down on his dantian once more. A smile appeared on John's face as he breathed out a sigh of relief. Compared to the last step, this step truly is quite relaxing. The 16th step tested the dantian of the cultivator, and to withstand this pressure, one would need to have a 12 times compressed dantian. It was considered common knowledge in the Yuan Continent that 10 dantian compressions was the natural limit of cultivators, a realm reserved only for the greatest of geniuses. This knowledge was not incorrect, as the natural ability for any cultivator regardless of race was 10 dantian compressions. However, things such as bloodline abilities or innate abilities were exceptions to this rule, which would allow cultivators to ascend beyond their natural limits. Upon stepping on this step, John paused for a moment to feel its might as it crashed down on his dantian. While it was not constricting him at all, even he could start to feel the pressure building up. So this is the step that mysterious Asuros achieved. This pressure is quite terrifying, and his dantian is most likely 12 times compressed dantian. He must be incredibly strong. John closed his eyes for a moment as he allowed his soul to recuperate. I'll rest here for a moment and allow my soul to recover. While the previous step didn't do much harm to it, I can tell that the 18th step will be quite challenging to get through. Just how monstrous were the talents of the past to get to that step, especially the Jade Dragon God Emperor. Not only did he get to the 18th step, he also surmounted it and reached the 19th step. I wonder just how terrifying the last step is to stop even someone like him. John paused for a few minutes on the 16th step, while Iris and the Grand Elder watched in silence. They had learned by now to not make any assumptions, as John seemed to make them look foolish at the worst possible moments. His pause on the 16th step lasted for quite a while, making both of them internally think that maybe he was starting to reach his limit. Bang! Bang! However, as they both expected, once he started moving again, John blasted through the 16th and 17th step and found himself on the 18th step. Once again, he came to a pause, but instead sat down in a meditative position, this time, instead of lounging on a seat. Despite remaining silent, Iris's face lit up once again with shock as well as exhaustion, as John easily slammed through steps that most could only dream of ascending to. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder stared intently at John for a moment before a deep sigh escaped his lips. Ah, it seems as though he truly may be the Asura of annihilation. It appears as though the peaceful times afforded to this world are soon to be shattered. Sect leader Thunderzin said our sect's future would become linked with the future of the Asura, and either rise to the peak of this world, or fade from existence for all time. I suppose the time to find out has finally come. On the step, John assumed his meditative position, as it was the position that allowed him to best fall into a meditative trance. His soul linked with his Danshan artifact, which allowed him to instantly fall into a pure meditative trance, which was something most cultivators only experienced a few times in their entire lives. John felt his comprehension rate surge upon doing so, but the pressure of the step seemed to want to shatter that comprehension. The pressure and energy slammed against his soul space, causing sharp and excruciating pains to assault his mind and soul. John grit his teeth as he resisted the pain, and focused his all on comprehending the truth of the step. The hours passed by as John sat there motionlessly, while Iris and the Grand Elder watched without moving an inch. An hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, half a day. 12 hours passed by, with John not moving a single muscle. To both him and the two watching him, it felt as if time had almost frozen. Doubt slowly started to creep into the minds of Iris and the Grand Elder, as John had not made any progress at all. Neither knew the tribulations his soul was experiencing right now, but they could guess at how excruciating enduring 12 hours of incredible soul pain would be. However, they could see his face become more and more pale while his body started to shake slightly, indicating that he was beginning to reach the end of his endurance. Iris clasped her hands in front of her chest as she watched on with anxiousness, as she was truly hoping for John to succeed. However, the fate of that success was now in question. After 18 hours, John's soul felt as if it was becoming numb and was soon on the verge of shattering. Even with his incredible soul defenses, he was starting to reach his limit. His teeth chattered against each other as he struggled through the pain. It was like searing hot knives pressing into his brain and soul, nearly sending him over the edge. Just a bit more. I can almost understand this step. Flare. John flared his soul power and divine sense to the absolute maximum as he made one final bid to press through this step. Even reaching this step was only accomplished by a handful of individuals through the entire history of the world, and John was beginning to understand why all but one failed. Even with his incredible training aids given to him by his mysterious father, he was on the verge of failure. Just a bit more. John had comprehended almost all of the step's energy, but needed the last bit to break through. It was like the door to the next room was in front of him, but moved away from him at the last moment before he could open it. The pain of the test continued to assault his mind, driving him closer and closer to the edge. A wave of fatigue and pain washed over John, and his body swayed slightly as his mind reached its limits, while his eyes suddenly snapped open, and he suddenly stood up. The pressure blocking his way seemed to part like an open door before him, and John wasted no time in pressing forward. Bang! His foot lifted up and slammed onto the next step, shaking the formation steps and surrounding land. Even the walls surrounding the area trembled from the might of the step. John brought the rest of his body onto the step as he successfully made it to the 19th step at the very last moment. If he had taken just a few minutes longer to comprehend that step, he would have failed and have been knocked off the formation steps. However, he had succeeded. For only the second time in the history of the talent testing steps, the 19th step had been reached. However, his celebration lasted for only a singular moment as he felt an absolutely horrifying pressure approach him. Chapter 464, The Terrifying 19th Step. He did it. Iris exclaimed in shocked surprise as John stepped onto the 19th step. Even the Grand Elder, who had thousands of years of experience and hardly ever felt truly surprised, couldn't help stare at John without knowing what to think. John, arriving only a week ago to the sect, had already shattered the realm of what was considered possible. However, the Grand Elder did not celebrate, and instead focused even more closely on John as he ascended to the 19th step. John breathed out a deep sigh of relief before his eyes suddenly snapped wide open again. An absolutely terrifying wave of energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and crashed down on his location. Boom! The wave of energy shook the talent testing steps and nearby land from its might. Its power was incredible, and even Iris and the Grand Elder could clearly feel it. It was as if a Middle Heaven tribulation expert suddenly unleashed their strongest attack, focused only on John. "John, step back!" the Grand Elder shouted out as he felt the powerful surge of energy. The might of the attack was enough to claim the life of a Middle Heaven tribulation expert, let alone someone in the Middle Meridian forging realm like John. The energy slammed down onto John before he could react, as he was still mentally sluggish from passing the 18th step just moments prior. The might of the energy nearly caused him to fly off the step, which John barely managed to avoid by the narrowest of margins. His heels dangled off the edge of the step as his body started to teeter over. Supreme Battle Art. An incredible power exploded outwards as John activated his Supreme Battle Art. His aura washed over the nearby area as he finally found the power within himself to resist the pressure and move slightly forward. Bang! His right foot slammed back onto the center of the 19th step, once again giving him stable footing. Iris breathed out a sigh of relief upon seeing John regain his ground, while the Grand Elder watched on with a complicated expression, weighing the options of forcefully intervening. However, he decided against it at the last moment, as even the sect leader himself had not shown up yet. On the 19th step, John's robes fluttered, and even his skin rippled in waves from the force pushing against him. His robes had already shattered in many places from the power of the step, and his bones were creaking under the pressure. Bang! John fell onto one knee as the pressure forced him down, as his current power was unable to contest against the full might of the step. His teeth were grit fully as he struggled against the power of the step. "He's Grand Elder," Iris couldn't help but ask as she watched John futilely struggle against the last step. In fact, the pressure seemed so great that it could crush him at any moment. However, the Grand Elder did not yet intervene, as he recalled a recent scene in his mind. The scene of John activating his mysterious power in the entrance exam was still fresh in his mind, and as such, the Grand Elder did not intervene. However, a frown formed on his face as he watched John struggle without activating that power. "He has yet to use that mysterious power of his," the Grand Elder mused out loud. "Which means either he is unable to use it in succession in such a short period of time, or the step is not allowing him to use it." "Mysterious power?" Iris asked, but her mind immediately went to the transformation that John had used against her. Her body shivered slightly as she once again recalled that dreadful power, which seemed to instinctually send fear throughout her whole body. "How could I have forgotten?" Iris grumbled at herself while slapping her forehead. She had been so caught up with everything that had happened that she had forgotten such an important thing. However, much like the Grand Elder, she didn't know the rules behind John's power and the reason for him not using it at the moment. "Just fuck off already," John raged internally as his body was pressed down onto the step. As soon as he felt the incredible energy slam into him, John had activated his Supreme Battle Art to counteract the pressure and step firmly back onto the 19th step. However, as he did that, the pressure once again increased severalfold, nearly crushing him to the step below. John had tried to activate his Asura transformation art at that moment, but to his shock, he was unable to. The energy of the test seemed to be a culmination of all three talent tests, which were Danshan talents, Meridian talents, and Comprehension talents. He could feel all three aspects swirling together within the terrifying test, threatening to overwhelm him completely. John continued to grit his teeth as he tried to resolve his current predicament. As he was right now, he couldn't even move a single inch. Every time I activate my Asura transformation art, the strange energy and pressure of the test courses through my meridians and fights back against it, making it so that I am unable to unleash it. John had never felt such a thing happen to him before, and the feeling was incredibly stifling. It was as if he had to sneeze, but could never fully do so before the test stopped him. However, the energy resisting his transformation art was slightly familiar, and John's eyes slightly widened in comprehension. I need to understand this energy. Only then can I utilize my chi to power my techniques. And then, only if my danshin is powerful enough and meridians durable enough to unleash the required amount of power to resist this step, will I be able to ascend to the next step. John breathed out a deep breath to relax his panicked mind, before his divine sense and soul power flared outwards. His senses intermingled with the incredible pressure washing down on him as he began to study it with utmost haste. At the same time, both Iris and the Grand Elder continued to watch as John remained motionless on his hands and knees. The Grand Elder suddenly felt John's divine sense and soul power flare outwards, and realized that John was working to get through the test. If he had been at his limits without any way forward, he could have given up or asked for aid from the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder felt his heartbeat, which had been steady for thousands of years, slowly speed up in anticipation of a potentially earth-shattering event. Chapter 465, Bloodline Transformation on the 19th Step. John continued to grit his teeth as mental and physical pain assaulted him. The physical pressure of the steps, combined with the mental pain inflicted by the comprehension portion of the step, nearly overwhelmed him. However, the incredibly durable nature of his body allowed him to focus more on the comprehension portion and allow his body to bear most of the burden without focusing on it. Like this, John stayed kneeled on the step fighting against its pressure for over an hour. His flesh slowly began to tear apart, and his mental walls began to weaken as he felt the energy threaten to overwhelm him. Blood began to seep from John's mouth from the force of his gritted teeth. However, no matter how much he struggled against the comprehension portion of the test, John found himself unable to advance forward anymore. What the fuck is this test? John couldn't help but internally grumble through the pain. His comprehensions were already considered prodigious, but even he was unable to see through this step in time. The previous trial had drained most of his soul power, requiring him to need a period to recover before reaching his peak once more. I guess I should have rested on the previous step, John mused while he felt the urge to laugh at himself. He had thought with his talent, he would be invincible regardless of the test. Based on the order thus far, the 19th step should have been a danshin test, which John would have breezed through with no effort at all. However, the test focused on all three aspects, which was something John had not accounted for. With the weakened state of his soul power, John's comprehension speed was far below normal. It was like trying to think while having a searing headache. Every time he tried to focus on the energy washing over him, his soul would flare with incredible pain, preventing him from comprehending the energy. Something is not right, the Grand Elder suddenly stated as a concerned frown appeared on his face. What is it? Iris asked, concern in her voice. As only one other person in history has ever reached this step, no one knew what the step tested. John's soul power and divine sense flared out recently, which is a sign that the 19th step does not only test danshin talents, but also tests comprehension talents. However, his soul power is weakening by the second, and I can feel it is nearly on the verge of collapse. What? Iris exclaimed in shock at the Grand Elder's words. Her gaze shifted back to John. Does that mean? Yes, while I was wrong at the other steps, this one is for certain, the Grand Elder replied. Unless John does something to change the tide of things, he will no doubt fail at this rate. However, he has not given up yet, so maybe he has one last trick up his sleeve. After saying this, the Grand Elder fell back into silence, his eyes not leaving John for a single second. Even if John couldn't reach the 20th step and reveal himself to be the one that Thunderzen had sought for all these years, his talent was still beyond anything the world had seen before. Regardless of if he completed the last step, John was no doubt the sect's greatest treasure from this day forward. In the palace atop the floating landmass, a pair of eyes gazed intently at a certain direction. The gaze pierced rock and earth as it landed on John, who was struggling against the test. After watching his soul power fade more and more, a soft sigh escaped the lips of the one watching. However, just as the sigh escaped his lips, his eyes widened slightly, his attention once again grabbed by the one on the steps. John's teeth continued to chatter violently as pain racked his body, and his soul power waned. Slowly but surely, he was losing to the comprehension talent portion of this test, which was the first thing he needed to get through. John could easily tell that the test worked in 3 parts. First, one had to comprehend the nature of the energy in order to fully utilize their chi. With the way the energy surged within his body and clashed against his chi, comprehending the nature of the energy was the only way to fight against it. After that, the Danshin would surge with its strongest chi, which the meridians would need to withstand. This powered state would need to be strong enough to push forward to the top step. However, John was unable to get through the first stage of this step, let alone the next 2. I hate to admit it, but with my previous hastiness, I am unable to pass this test by comprehending this energy. John felt a wave of defeat wash over him, as it was the first time since he started cultivating that he truly felt defeated. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face for a moment, as John etched this moment in his mind, making sure he never forgot it. I may have heaven-defying talent, but there is always a limit to what I can do. I will not forget this lesson. John took a moment to appreciate the sense of pure defeat, before his face suddenly hardened as his eyes snapped open wide. This one aspect of the test may have defeated me, but it's still far from being enough to stop me. I didn't want to use it already, but it seems I have no other choice. Bloodline power. Asura transformation art. John's power, which had been restricted by the formation, suddenly exploded out from his body with heaven-shaking force, as the combined might of his bloodline power and Asura transformation art shattered through the comprehension barriers. When compared to sheer power, comprehension restrictions were always secondary. The step's energy, which had thwarted his chi from activating his Asura transformation art, was pierced through like a piece of paper trying to stop a bullet. Boom! John's power exploded out as his aura towered up high into the sky. Those within the sect all felt this incredible power ripple over them in waves, and all could see the aura flaring out high into the sky. While none could identify who the power belonged to, they could all tell that it belonged to something incredibly profound. Everyone stopped what they were doing to look at the aura, and most started to move towards it. "No one shall move," a booming voice sounded over the sect, stopping everyone in their tracks. They could tell the words were said by the sect leader, and none dared disobey his words. Iris and the Grand Elder, who were the closest to John and felt the full extent of his power, could only watch with stunned expressions as John finally stood up from his kneeled state. Iris had nearly been overwhelmed by John's aura alone, but the Grand Elder had intervened to shield her, allowing her to stand near John without being blown away by his power. Her gaze locked onto John in complete awe. His head, which had been bowed towards the step for the longest time, was now held high with powerful pride, like an imperial emperor looking down on his subjects. However, his kingly aura was also mixed with an absolutely sinister aura, making him look more like a demon emperor, looking down on all of creation. The glowing red runes which had appeared on his body, as well as the 2 straight horns that had protruded from the top of his head, only further strengthened this image of a demon emperor. John's blood-red gaze stared at the 20th step before him, as he no longer felt the restriction of the step affect him. His gaze shifted to his hands, which he outstretched before him to inspect. This was the first time he had used the combined power of his bloodline ability and Asura transformation art, and the result was beyond his wildest imaginations. John basked in the feeling of absolute power for a brief moment, before his gaze once again shifted to the last step before him. He knew this state of his was only temporary, and that the longer he used it, the worse the damage to his body would be afterwards. In fact, he could feel that his body was nearly unable to contain such power, and it seemed to be tearing at the seams. Without any further hesitation, John's power surged once more as he took a large step forward. Boom! His foot slammed down with incredible might, shaking the steps and the surrounding land, as loosened boulders began to fall down the nearby mountains, as if an earthquake had struck the land. Boom! Another earth-shattering force shook the land, as John's other foot slammed onto the platform, bringing his body completely onto the top step. For the first time in history, the 20th step had been reached. Chapter 466, Uncontrollable Power. A pair of deep blue eyes, widened as far as they could go, stared at John as he stood on the 20th step. His demonically heroic figure stood tall and proud atop the talent testing formation, and the aura surrounding gave off a sensation as if all of creation was beneath him. This wasn't John's opinion, but instead was the natural presence he gave off at the current moment. His long black hair fluttered behind him, while his aura surged with power beyond what a meridian-forging cultivator should ever be capable of. To Iris, looking at John was as if she was looking at a heavenly emperor who had made his first declaration to the world that he would soon be ruling it. Iris almost felt the instinctive urge to kneel before John, further shocking her. However, the sinister and malevolent aspect to the aura made her instincts flare with warning, giving her a conflicted feeling as she stared at John. The Grand Elder stared at John for a moment, both surprised and almost expecting the result after everything that John had done. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he stared at John, as the prophecy of the Asura of annihilation was truly confirmed as of this moment. He knew that from this day on, the heavenly lightning sect would walk a tightrope over a chasm of death. If they were to get to the other side, the rewards would be beyond counting. But if they were to slip and fall, all would be doomed. Chi. A piercing sound suddenly erupted as a thick beam of golden light shot up from the formation and high into the sky. The light pierced several miles high into the clouds above before it split into 8 parts. The 8 beams of light each pierced off towards a different direction as they traveled over the horizon in an instant. All in the heavenly lightning sect saw the lights pierce into the sky, and their gazes turned confused at what was happening. They knew what the light meant, but knew it was not yet time for it to appear. What's going on? A confused disciple couldn't help but ask a nearby elder, who was looking up at the light as well. I'm not sure, the elder replied, but the sect leader himself told no one to move, and has not yet removed that order. You best obey it unless you want to face his wrath. The disciple shivered for a moment upon hearing the elder's words, and fell into motionless silence as he looked up to the beams of light above. Similar scenes played out across the entire sect, causing it to fall into a collectively dazed silence. John's gaze shifted upwards to look at the beams of light, before his gaze shifted to look in front of him once more. An item had suddenly appeared in the air before him, hovering there as if beckoning him to take it. John's blood-red eyes inspected the item for a moment, which was a 10-sided formation disc. It was shaped like a star, and had incredible tiny, yet detailed formation runes etched into the surface of the disc. The formation runes glowed a deep purple color, contrasting the light blue color of the disc itself. The power of the disc was incredible, and John could tell that the item was an absolute treasure just from looking at it. Without hesitating, he reached out and grabbed the item, which put up no resistance. His blood-red eyes inspected the formation disc in his hand for a moment before he put it away in his spatial realm. After doing so, John felt an incredible wave of pain wash through his body, as if his body was about to explode from within. Crack. The skin on his arms, legs, and face suddenly popped open in several places, as his durable body was unable to properly contain the rampaging energy within. Creak. The sound of bones creaking rang out, loud enough for even Iris and the Grand Elder to hear. The combined power of his bloodline ability and Asura transformation art continued to surge, its power unstoppable even by his own body. Every second increased the pain, as well as damage incurred. Through the pain, John raised an eyebrow in surprise at the events unfolding. His body was incredibly special, and its durability was unmatched within the same realm. However, even it was unable to withstand the energy within him at the moment. I've only used this power for less than a minute, and yet I'm on the verge of collapse. How terrifying. I better undo this before the damage adds up too much. Name. A voice suddenly appeared in John's head, taking his attention away from his body and towards the source of the voice. However, he was already on the verge of collapse and ignored the voice as he focused on withdrawing his bloodline ability and transformation art. Name. The same voice appeared in his mind, once again asking him for his name. John ignored the voice, as he instead focused on the energy once again. Much to his surprise, quelling the rampaging energy within his body was much harder than he had expected, despite it being his own energy. It was as if he had pushed a boulder off of a mountain, and the momentum had grown to an incredible level. John grit his teeth in strained pain as he focused his all on quelling the bloodline transformation, and a stalemate within his body soon broke out. His skin continued to crack and bones continued to creak as he struggled against it. Name. The voice once again appeared, but John's full concentration was on his internal struggle. From the side, both Iris and the Grand Elder's shocked expressions turned to concern, as they noticed John's body became more and more bloodied and destroyed. Gah! John suddenly cried out in pain as he collapsed to the ground, while his surging aura faded away and returned to normal once more. John. John heard his name cried out by two voices, and quickly felt a powerful blanket of energy wrap around him, bringing him off the top step. His vision grew blurred as he noticed two faces appear above him, before turning black as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 467, Honorable Alliance beams of golden light pierced through the skis of the divine Martial Continent, like 8 comets shooting through the sky. The 8 beams lit up the early night sky, bathing the land below with its golden brilliance. The people of the divine Martial Continent all looked up at the beams of light as they traveled overhead and gazed at their mesmerizing glow. They had seen these beams before, but couldn't help but be entranced every time they witnessed them. However, those that knew the truth of the beams were all confused, as they were not supposed to appear at the moment. The appearance of the beams of light sparked heated discussions across the entire divine Martial Continent, as all tried to find out the reason for their appearance. In a distant area, a massive city with tens of millions of people sprawled across an ancient plain. The city was so large that the ends of the city could not be seen at the same time. Massive marble white walls, 1,000 feet high, surrounded the city, while a towering translucent formation covered the sky above it. Thousands of people streamed towards the city every hour, some arriving by foot on the roads that led to it, while others flew in themselves or on the backs of powerful beasts. Massive lines formed at the entrance gates as those entering the city were inspected by the guards stationed outside. Outside the walls, smaller cities, towns, and farmlands spread out, making use of the entire land surrounding the massive city. Inside the walls, hundreds of thousands of buildings, from small houses to incredibly large palaces, existed. The style of the buildings varied in both color and design, giving it a unique look. However, the buildings were all in pristine condition, which made the city seem incredibly luxurious and well off. Thousands of wide streets pierced through the ocean of buildings and were packed to the brim with people walking about. Many powerful beasts with cultivations at the heaven tribulation realm and above roamed the streets with cultivators riding on their backs, while those walking gave the beasts wide berth. Hawkers sold wares on the side of the streets, while shop attendants beckoned those from the streets to enter their buildings, forming a buzzing and lively atmosphere. In different areas were large open fields with verdant trees, giving an area for the children to play and roam about. Dotted across various locations of the city were many different sects, which carved out an area of their own and raised their disciples with great care. The size and power of the sects were quite impressive, and each sect attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of youths every year that wished to enter and learn. Only the most talented of youths were able to enter these sects, and became the envy of many who wished to join but were not able to. Once a disciple of these sects, the youths were able to roam free within the city, their statuses far elevated when compared to before. Ordinary people would make way for such disciples, while shopkeepers tried to attract the gaze of such youths, who had incredible money at their disposal. Many of the youths belonging to these sects carried lofty and arrogant attitudes, as if they ruled the land. However, there were still those that they gave wide berth to, and lowered their head in deference whenever they crossed paths. In the very middle of this sprawling city was another walled-off area, a dozen miles across. Within this area was a singular building, so large that it could be seen from any one point of the city. It was a circular dome-shaped building, which was many miles wide and tall. The building was made of pure white and gold materials and glowed brilliantly in the afternoon sun. Between the building and the walls surrounding it was a large open area in which tens of thousands of disciples could be seen going about their daily training. A singular entrance to the interior walled-off section was gated and guarded by many powerful cultivators. Above the gated entrance was a magnificent signboard, seemingly carved by an expert with incredible calligraphy and carving skills. Honorable Alliance. The signboard attracted the gaze of all who looked upon it as they walked by, as all cultivators in the city yearned to join the Honorable Alliance, which was the crown jewel of all honorable cultivators across the divine Martial Continent. Although the Honorable Alliance was more a conglomeration of the most powerful sects instead of a sect itself, it acted as the unanimous leader of the honorable branch of humanity. Each honorable alliance, sect with enough power and authority, had representatives assigned to the Honorable Alliance, which made up the governing voice. At the same time, the Alliance headquarters raised their own disciples, in a bid to improve the future strength of the Alliance and ensure its survival. The disciples of the Alliance headquarters were some of the most talented youths across the land. On the talent testing steps, many disciples had reached the 13th step, and 2 had even reached the 14th step, showcasing their talent and might. When compared to the Heavenly Lightning sect, whose most talented youths only reached the 12th step, the disparity was readily noticeable. In a certain part of the Honorable Alliance grounds, a group of elders wearing white and gold robes and a dozen disciples were gathered around a pitch-black object. The elders sighed as they watched the youth be knocked off the object, only getting halfway up. 9 steps. Next, an elder barked out instructions. Heya, our disciples are becoming more and more disappointing. Maybe we've been too easy on them as of late, one of the elders commented through his sigh. Perhaps. Another elder quickly replied. Each year we seem to fall farther and farther behind. The Forbidden Alliance has given rise to that amber bloodrose, and even the mysterious Asuros has appeared. Even the monster, beast, and fairy races have caught up in terms of their youth's talents, while we have stagnated for thousands of years. The other elders in the group all nodded their heads in agreement as they watched the next youth step on their talent testing steps, an eager expression on his face. Much like the Heavenly Lightning sect, the Honorable Alliance placed heavy emphasis on the talent testing steps. Like the other powers, it was able to identify future powerhouses better than any other method they had at their disposal. All of you are too gloomy, one of the elders replied, causing the others to look at him. While these steps do identify potential future powerhouses, they are not foolproof. How many spectacular talents of the past failed to do something with their talent, while those who could not achieve high scores soared to the top of the cultivation world? There are many other aspects to cultivation that these steps do not test, and we should be wise to remember that. The other elders fell into silence for a moment before coming to agreement with these words. I suppose you are correct after all, Elder Mistfall, one of the elders replied. There are talent aspects that these steps do not consider, such as pill talent, formations talents, and special innate abilities. The talent testing steps were the best test for pure martial prowess talent, but did not account for the multitude of other cultivation pathways. The Honorable Alliance, which focused more heavily on formations and pills than the other powers and races, were one such example. "Your words do ring true, Elder Mistfall," another elder replied. "Our supremacy in the arts of formations, pills, artificing, weapon forging, and more have solidified our position as one of the great powers of this world, and we should be wise to remember that." The other elders all nodded their heads in unison, before their gazes fell back on the disciple that began to ascend the talent testing steps. "However, we still have Luth, who is a powerhouse of his own. While his talent is one step below Amber, his battle prowess is beyond terrifying. It's not as if we are without our own talents," Elder Mistfall spoke up once more. The other elders nodded their heads once more, before all their gazes suddenly shifted towards the horizon. Their eyes squinted as they tried to discern what they were seeing, before the distant object arrived before them in a flash. Without warning, a golden beam of light crashed down onto the large black tablet to the side of the talent testing steps, stunning everyone in the area. The disciple who was on the talent testing steps was so shocked by the sudden turn of events that they cried out in shock before losing their footing and falling off the steps. After a brief moment, the golden beam of light faded away, returning the area to normal once again. No one moved for a short moment before the elders all walked up to the black stone tablet. "What was that? Why did the communication beacon appear suddenly?" one of the elders asked in confusion. "I'm not sure," another replied. "This light is only supposed to appear once a year when the new scores are updated. Why did it suddenly appear now?" "Who knows? Maybe after all this time, the talent testing steps are becoming erratic," another replied. None of them had ever seen anything like it. The beam of light only ever updated on the same day each year, as the old scores were wiped and the new scores replaced. It was an eternal cycle, and none had seen it follow any other pattern. As they approached the tablet, Elder Mistfall's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly recalled a story from long ago. "I recall a story of such a thing happening once in the past before," Elder Mistfall spoke out loud, causing the other elders to glance at him while they continued to walk towards the tablet. "What story?" one of the elders asked. "It's from tens of thousands of years ago and relates to the Astral Emperor," Elder Mistfall replied. "The Astral Emperor, you mean?" "Yes," Elder Mistfall confirmed. "When he reached the 17th step and was placed amongst the greatest heroes of this world, the beam of light appeared at that time. It was the only recorded incident of such a thing happening." The eyes of all the elders widened in complete shock as the possibility of such a thing occurring entered their minds. Upon thinking about this, their casual walking pace changed as they quickly dashed towards the tablet and gazed upon its contents. Their eyes all opened wide as they stared at the top section, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even Elder Mistfall couldn't help but be stunned as he quietly read out the name etched into the very top of the tablet, with the score of 20 steps next to it. "Asura, Chapter 468, Powers of the Divine Martial Continent." The elders of the Honorable Alliance all stared at the tablet with stunned expressions, unsure of how to react. Stunned silence filled the area as other disciples and elders from the surrounding area, attracted by the sudden appearance of light, started to arrive. Their gazes fell upon the tablet, at which point their eyes and mouths widened as well in complete shock. After remaining dazed for a short while, Elder Mistfall regained his composure. "We must report this to the Alliance heads at once," Elder Mistfall instructed. Before waiting for anyone's reply, Elder Mistfall sped off towards the massive circular structure, the Honorable Alliance headquarters. In different parts of the Divine Martial Continent, similar scenes were playing out. In one corner of the Divine Martial Continent, an expansive jungle stretched out for thousands of miles in each direction. The jungle was incredibly dense and contained all sorts of exotic life forms within. The trees stretched miles high into the sky, their trunks dozens of yards across. Thick vines snaked around the various forms of vegetation, while powerful beasts thrived in the canopies above and swampish ground below. If viewed from high above, one would see many clearings opened up in the jungle at random locations. Each clearing was several dozen miles across, and a quick glance revealed large cities within each clearing. The cities were much more exotic and unique than the Honorable Alliance city, as the lush vegetation of the jungle was allowed to thrive between the buildings. Vines wrapped around most of the buildings as well, many of which were made of wood from the surrounding jungle. The atmosphere of each city was wild and untamed, as if the cities were beasts themselves. Within each city lived the beast race. The beast race was humanoid in shape, but had the properties of many different types of beasts. Most were covered with fur or scales, and their heads were similar to the many different beasts found around the continent. In the very center of the massive jungle was the largest clearing, which was 100 miles across. In this clearing was the largest city, which contained tens of thousands of buildings, far larger and grander than the other remote cities. There were 8 massive structures, each erected by the 8 most powerful clans of the beast race. In the very center of the 8 structures was a large clearing, with only a singular object in the middle, the talent testing steps. The talent testing steps were shared by the beast races, which were made of many different powers. Similar to the Honorable Alliance, youths were currently testing themselves on the steps, while the powerful older members of their races watched on. The gazes of the elder members shifted up as a beam of light slammed down onto the testing tablet, shocking them greatly. After recovering from their stunned stupor, the elders all rushed over to the steps, their expressions becoming more shocked as they read the top of the tablet. After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out amongst the elder beasts. "We must alert the Council of Elders. This matter must be dealt with at once." In another area of the divine martial continent was a frozen tundra, tens of thousands of miles across. The frigid cold was inhospitable to most cultivators, and only select races could survive in this area. In the very center of the tundra was a massive mountain range, in which a singular mountain pierced higher than all the others. The mountain was tens of thousands of yards tall and was perpetually covered in snow. The very top of the mountain had been shaved flat, and on top of the flat section was a massive sprawling ice castle. The ice castle was dozens of miles wide and many miles tall, and was incredibly majestic. The walls of the castle were made with ice, which when reinforced with formations and special techniques was harder than even steel. Within this castle resided the most prominent members of the fairy race, and those residing within the castle were exclusively women. Unlike the other races, only the females of the fairy race had cultivation talents, which specializes in soul arts. The men of the fairy race were much weaker, and mostly stayed out of sight as the female members ensured their safety. The fairy race was rather removed from the world, and enjoyed peace and quiet over anything else. Within the castle walls a similar scene as the others played out. The fairies all gazed at the talent tablet, their expressions mixed. After a long silence, one of the fairies sighed, her sigh soft and ethereal. "Ah, the emergence of this Asura will surely spell chaos for this continent. The powers Asura belongs to will surely do everything to protect him, while the opposing powers will do everything to ensure such a talent is snuffed out before they can rise. The only question remaining is it a talent belonging to an ally or a foe?" In another part of the divine martial continent, a city similar to the Honorable Alliance city was nestled in the valley of a barren mountain range. However, unlike the Honorable Alliance city, the atmosphere was much more gloomy and sinister. In the very center of the city, a similarly massive building made of pitch-black material stood tall. Near the building, many cultivators with shrouded cultivations stared with a menacing gaze at the talent tablet, which had just been rocked by the beam of light. One of the elders suddenly dashed away from the tablet and into the great building, at which point a council was formed to discuss the matter at hand. In the council chambers of the building, a dozen incredibly powerful cultivators, dressed in black robes, all sat on a throne which formed a circle. In the middle of the circle stood the elder who had rushed into the building and informed them of the matter. Asura, one of the cultivators on the thrones, sneered out. It wasn't from our forbidden alliance. Contact the monster race and see if it was one of their talents. If it's from one of them, things are manageable. However, if this Asura is not from them, then we must find out which power they belong to and eliminate them, especially if they belong to the honorable alliance. We cannot allow such a talent to bloom in the future. The other 11 cultivators of immense power all nodded their heads in agreements, as a plan began to be discussed amongst themselves. In another part of the continent, one of the beams of light traveled through the sky until it suddenly vanished. This beam belonged to the talent testing step that was unaccounted for and which had stumped the rest of the continent for tens of thousands of years. Attempts had been made to follow the beam of light, but it always disappeared from sight and divine sense at the same location. Massive search parties had been enacted to find what was causing such a thing to happen, but nothing was ever discovered. This invisible beam of light traveled for thousands and thousands of miles further, before it suddenly slammed down onto the earth below, burrowing deep into it. Below where the beam of light had pierced down upon, a cavern dozens of miles wide and high existed. Within it were a series of sprawling buildings, which were Gothic in style, and were covered by statues of malevolent-looking creatures. The cavern itself was lit by large formation fires attached to the walls of the cave, giving the entire cavern a low but menacing ambience. Large spikes covered the walls and ceilings of each building, making them look even more menacing. At the far end of this cavern, a massive pitch-black castle nestled against the cavern wall. The castle was several miles tall and wide, and also embraced the menacing style of the other buildings. Outside the castle, thousands upon thousands of heads could be seen mounted to pikes, some fresh while others were completely rotten. The heads belonged to humans and beasts alike, and a river of blood flowed from within the castle to the outside, meandering through the rest of the cavern. Gah! A tortured cry echoed out from within the castle, filling the cavern with its pained howl. Snickers and laughter echoed out from those outside the castle who heard the screams before they went back to their business. In the very center of the castle was a massive chamber. Roaring fires on the exterior walls of the chamber lit the interior with a reddish glow, while massive metal chandeliers above with lit candles provided some additional light. However, the overall lighting of the chamber was still quite dim, which basked many corners of the chamber in shadows. At the very end of the chamber, a massive throne a dozen yards tall and wide rested. A close inspection revealed that the throne was made from the skulls and bones of powerful creatures and cultivators, making it look incredibly menacing. Behind the throne was the river of blood, which seemed to originate from the throne and work its way through the chamber and castle to the cavern outside. Upon this throne sat a shadowed figure, which appeared to be around 5 yards tall. The figure, its features obscured by the shadows, watched on as the pained cries continued to fill the chamber. To the side of the figure was a large cage, in which dozens of different creatures, from humans to beasts, were trapped. They were all striped naked, and surprisingly all had cultivations at the Tao transformation realm or above. Such powers would be considered peak on the Yuan Continent, and even important on the divine martial continent. However, at the moment, they were no more than caged prisoners, their freedoms completely stripped. As the cries disappeared, the shadowed figure reached out towards the cage and reached within, grabbing one of the cultivators from within. The human male, who appeared to be in his 40s, cried out in horrified protest as he struggled against the massive hand that had clasped around his waist. However, no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to force the arm of the shadowed figure to even budge slightly. No. The horrified scream of the man rang out before it was quickly silenced, as the shadowed figure bit into the man's skull, crunching it into a pulp. Blood rained down onto the floor, adding to the river of blood, while the figure continued to devour his meal. After eating the man, The figure reached out towards the cage once more, which caused panicked cries to boom out once more. However, his hand paused as the chamber doors suddenly flung open. A creature with red skin and piercing yellow eyes entered the chamber and raced to the throne before bowing respectfully. "What is it?" A low, guttural voice boomed out from the throne, sounding more like a growl than a voice. "My lord, there has been a recent development with the talent testing steps," the creature replied while keeping his head down. "Out with it, do not waste my time," the shadowed figure growled. "Yes, my lord. To put it bluntly, a new name has appeared upon the talent testing steps and scored 20 steps." The shadowed figure, which was completely uninterested in the man's arrival, perked up slightly. "Oh, such a thing happened," the shadowed figure replied, its voice so deep and guttural that it shook the castle walls. "Yes, my lord," the creature replied. The room fell into silence as only the crackles of the raging fires filled the chamber. After a moment of silence, the shadowed figure spoke up once more. "Go fetch Asuros and tell him to come to me. I have a task for him to fulfill." "I will do so at once," the yellow-eyed figure replied, before turning on his heels and walking out. "Wait," the shadowed figure called out, causing the creature to turn on his heels. "What was the name of the talent?" "Asura, my lord," the creature replied quickly. Boom. The aura of the shadowed figure flared out with absolutely incredible power, causing shrieks of pain to echo out as the prisoners in the cage exploded from the force of the shadowed figure's aura. Despite being in the Tao transformation realm, they were unable to withstand the aura of the figure at such a close range. Even the yellow-eyed creature felt his body nearly explode before the aura quickly retreated, causing the creature to breathe out a sigh of relief. After regaining his composure, the creature stared at the shadowed figure warily, as he had never seen the figure react like this before. "Asura, interesting," the guttural voice of the figure boomed out. After another moment of silence, the shadowed figure dismissed the red-skinned creature. "Now leave me," the shadowed figure instructed, before its gaze shifted to the cage of exploded carcasses next to him. "And bring me more food." "It will be done, my lord." Chapter 469, Waking Up Darkness gave way to blurry light as John's eyes slowly opened. A wet sensation assaulted his cheek, waking him from his long slumber. A groggy groan escaped his lips as he slowly came to his senses and looked over towards the source of the wetness. A large tongue licked out in quick succession, as the face of a creature was right up in his face. John's eyes, initially hazy with confusion, opened wide as he saw the creature before him. "Kyrie!" John exclaimed in elated excitement as he quickly moved to sit up and hug his beast companion. Kyrie had been on the precipice of life and death for a long time, and John had been worried about him the entire time. However, there was nothing he could do but wait and hope Kyrie made it through his ordeal. While trying to sit up, John winced as he felt a wave of pain course through his entire body. He quickly laid back down to reduce the pain, while a sound to his right caught his attention. The sound was that of a door opening, after which a female walked in from. She was wearing all white robes and appeared to be in her 20s. She had a warm face, and her eyes locked onto John's as she walked in. "You're finally awake," the woman said to John as she walked up to him. Her gaze shifted to Kyrie, and a warm smile appeared on her face. "You have quite the animal companion here. He appeared a day after you collapsed and has not left your side since." John glanced at Kyrie for a moment, before his gaze shifted around the room he was in. The room contained many shelves, all lined with medicinal bottles containing various different pills. "Where am I, and how long was I out for?" John asked the woman who had walked in. "You're in the healing ward of the sect," the woman replied as she walked towards one of the shelves and inspected the bottles before grabbing one. She turned around and walked back to John, at which point she took out a pill from the bottle and handed it to him. "Swallow this," the woman instructed John, who took the pill and inspected it for a moment before swallowing it. "As for your second question, you were unconscious for 4 days." 4 days, I've been out for that long," John exclaimed, shocked at what he heard. 4 days is quite short for the condition your body was in, the woman replied as she returned the pill bottle to the shelf she had taken it from. Many of your muscles were torn, and almost all your bones were fractured, with some of them broken completely. Even your meridians showed signs of cracking, and if that had happened, you would have become a cripple. John's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the woman's words, as he had not expected the damage to his body from his bloodline transformation to be so severe. And I had only used it for 30 seconds, and didn't even use the bloodline transformation for combat. I wonder how bad my condition would be if I had fought under that strain. John mused internally as he sent out his divine sense to inspect his body. Similar to what the healer had told him, he was immediately able to see that his body was in bad shape. However, it was not as bad as the nurse had explained, showing that he had healed up quite a bit since falling unconscious. The healer quickly inspected John's body as well, and raised her eyebrows in slight surprise. Your body has healed much faster than expected, she remarked as she continued to inspect him. At this rate, you will be able to be discharged in a few more days. The healer continued her examination on John's body for a short while, before her 2 hands outstretched over his chest. A calm, healing energy left her hands and infused into John's body, which slowly healed some of the lingering wounds he still had. This process continued for some time, before the healing energy faded away. That's all that can be healed today. I will return tomorrow to continue your healing process, the healer explained before turning around and leaving the room. After watching her leave, John's gaze shifted to Kirai once again, who was patiently sitting next to him. A smile appeared on his face as he reached out and patted Kirai's head in a loving manner. I'm glad to see you're all right, Kirai, John said to his animal companion. A warm tongue licked John's face again in response, as Kirai showed his affection back. After petting Kirai's head, John inspected Kirai's body, as it had changed quite considerably. An incredibly thick and profound lightning aura naturally emanated from its body, far greater than what it had emanated prior to the tribulation. Not only that, but Kirai's cultivation had also improved, surprising John as well. You're already at the half-step heaven tribulation realm, but you've been slumbering all this time. How the... forget it. Beasts truly are blessed by the heavens when it comes to pure cultivation talents, John grumbled as he continued to pet Kirai's head. Bang! The door to John's room flung open, and a figure raced in quickly. Adam, John called out as he saw Adam run to his bedside. John, you're finally awake, Adam exclaimed happily as he saw John was fine after all. They've been keeping me outside this room, and I was never allowed to enter it until now. Those bastards. How could they keep me separated from my brother in his greatest moment of need? Adam exclaimed angrily, as if he had been wronged. John stared at Adam speechlessly after his short rant, before his gaze shifted to the door once more as another person entered. Chase, John called out as he spotted Chase enter as well. I'm glad to see you're all right, Chase replied as he walked up to John's bedside. You had all of us worried sick for a moment there. Sorry about that, John replied with a wry smile, although a sensation of warmth entered his body upon seeing his 2 friends enter his room. Clearly they had been waiting night and day to see him. How did you end up like this anyways? Adam suddenly asked John. The sect refuses to tell us anything and only says it was a training accident. Accident my ass. How could someone as strong as you have an accident this damaging? Who cares about that? Chase spoke up. Clearly the sect would punish the person if it was caused by someone else, but I have a suspicion it was self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, Adam exclaimed. How the hell could John cause this much damage to himself? I'm not exactly sure, but I would guess it had something to do with the recent event that unfolded, Chase replied. His response caused Adam's expression to change as he recalled something, before he eagerly looked over towards John. That's right, you were unconscious, but the new topic of discussion throughout the entire sect is the emergence of someone called Asura, who did something shocking on some talent steps or something like that. That wouldn't happen to you, right? John raised an eyebrow as Adam revealed this information to him. Asura, huh? I guess I never gave my name to the testing formation, and so it probably used the name it felt suited me best. Asura is quite nice, actually, John mused with a smile on his face before his thoughts shifted. However, it seems as though the sect is keeping the fact that I'm this Asura a secret. I wonder why that is. Chapter 470, Recovery and Contemplation. John remained silent as he contemplated how to answer Adam's question. Clearly the sect was keeping the matter that he was Asura a secret, but he didn't know the exact reason why. However, he could guess of several reasons why the sect would tread carefully on this matter. I suppose reaching the 20th step was a bit too flashy after all. Before John could react, the healer that had treated John previously walked back into the room, surprised to see both Chase and Adam there. What did I say to the both of you? The healer scolded them. You may see your friend once he is discharged from our healing ward. Now off with the both of you. Chase wanted to protest, but decided against it at the last moment. The woman was clearly upset, and both of them were only inner disciples, and newly appointed ones at that. They did not have the status to throw their weight around. Sorry, John, Chase said apologetically. We'll talk when you get out then. John nodded his head towards Chase, while Adam was arguing with the healer. What the hell do you mean we have to leave? Our friend almost dies and you treat us so coldly. Do you not have a heart? His loud voice boomed out. Out with you, the healer shouted back as her power flared. Before Adam could react, he found himself thrown forcefully out of the room John was in and crashed into the opposite hallway wall. Ow, you didn't have to be so goddamn violent. Adam protested angrily as he quickly stood up but fell into a silence as he noticed the angry glare from the healer. Forget about it, Chase said to Adam as he put his hand on his shoulder. We confirmed that John is all right, so we'll have plenty of time to talk to him once he is discharged. Let's go and let him heal in peace for now. Fine, Adam replied grumpily after remaining silent for a moment. His eyes glared at the healer as he walked away, who glared back much the same. After dealing with Adam and Chase, the healer walked back in the room and sighed at the ordeal she just had to deal with. She had carried in a meal and set it aside as she first spotted Adam and Chase, but picked it back up as she walked it over to John. Here, eat this. You haven't eaten in days, and your body will need the sustenance. John nodded his head at her words as the food was set down on his lap. He quickly inspected the food and curled his mouth in slight disgust. The food gave off a thick medicinal aroma and was mostly porridge and other liquid-based food. The healer noticed his expression and laughed lightly before speaking up. The food may smell and taste bad, but it's the best food you can eat right now for healing. The sooner you eat this, the faster your body will heal, so eat up, the nurse said before turning around and leaving the room. John gazed at the food for a moment before he took a deep breath and ate a spoonful of the food. His face curled in disgust as he tasted the thick medicinal flavor of the food, but forced it down nonetheless. After only a few spoonfuls of food, he could already feel the thick medicinal properties of the food be absorbed by his body and used to slowly but naturally heal his wounds. Upon seeing this, John forced down the rest of the food, although not without struggle. After finishing his meal, John set aside the tray of food and laid back on his bed as he stared at the ceiling. The scenes of him ascending the stairs began to play in his mind as he recalled the struggles he faced as he ascended to the 20th stair. The feeling of absolute power replayed in his mind as he yearned to feel such overwhelming might once again. However, the strain just 30 seconds of use had caused on his body had nearly crippled him, and John knew he would have to wait several months before he used such a thing again. Not only that, but as he was right now, he was unable to use such a power without severe consequences. My true mother did warn me that the strain of my bloodline power would be immense, so it's not unexpected that combining it with the Asura transformation does this to my body. However, that combined power is something that could potentially save my life in the future, and I need to be able to use it without killing myself. John sighed upon thinking about how strong yet weak he was, before his focus shifted on how to solve the issue at hand. The issue is my body. It is too weak to handle the power of my bloodline transformation. While I do have an incredibly durable body thanks to the Immortal Asura tome, I have not really strengthened it any other way recently. The most recent thing I did to strengthen my body was eat that mysterious blood fruit in the ancient wastelands, but nothing since. My Immortal Asura body may be a heaven-defying body cultivation technique, but even such a body needs other sources of nourishment. Even the most heavenly of natural treasures spend thousands of years being nourished by the environment around them, and my body is no different. John's thoughts shifted once again as he thought about the other time his body was in this bad of a condition. He reached over and patted Kiriai's head, who was lying next to his bed sleeping silently. This isn't unlike when I received my heavenly tribulation. At that time, my body was on the verge of collapse, and I would have died if not thanks to Kiriai's help. Both my body and my lightning attribute body are far too weak at the moment. When I heal up and start moving around again, I need to figure out how to strengthen both my body and lightning attribute body. A jade piece suddenly appeared in John's hands as he thought about his lightning attribute body. He had made a vow to focus more of his time on studying this jade piece, as it contained many secrets that greatly increased his lightning comprehension, which allowed him to have greater control over lightning. However, similar to his Immortal Asura body, his lightning attribute body needed to be constantly nourished by heavenly treasures, which had been something he neglected. However, the solution to his problems weren't so simple. This is such a headache of a situation," John grumbled out loud before falling back into silent contemplation. Both my Immortal Asura body and lightning attribute body are most likely ranked at the heavenly variant realm, which is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that they are far stronger and more profound than anything I encounter from my enemies, but the curse is that they require a far greater amount of nourishment to grow. And not only more nourishment, but also higher grade nourishment. Normal things that are easily available will not be able to raise the quality of my body. I will need to find some heavenly treasures soon, especially when it comes to my lightning attribute body. As I am right now, I will fail my next tribulation. While thinking about this, John's eyes grew heavy as he fell back asleep. It feels good to stand up again," John exclaimed happily as he finally stood up from his resting bed. It had already been 3 days since he woke up, putting his entire recovery period at over a full week. With his high recovery speed, such a long recovery time showed just how extensive the damage to his body was. However, he was almost fully recovered now, and the only lingering damage was to his meridians. The cracks on his meridians were still present and could only be slowly healed over time. As such, he would be unable to use his bloodline transformation until his meridians were fully healed, or he would permanently cripple himself. John dressed himself in a clean robe before he walked out of the room. Kirai followed behind him, enjoying the chance to stretch his legs and remain by John's side in the real world. Upon opening the door, John came face to face with someone waiting outside. The person waiting outside was seemingly an elder, who was a man who appeared to be in his 40s. He was leaning on the wall outside of John's room with his arms crossed and eyes closed, and opened them to glance at John as he left the room. "You can finally walk. Good, then follow me," the elder instructed. John was surprised by the elder's appearance, as he had never seen him before. "Follow you where?" John couldn't help but ask as he walked up to the elder. "To see the sect leader and his council. They have been informed of your recovery and are expecting your arrival shortly." Chapter 471, Sect Leaders. John paused for a moment upon hearing this, before he nodded his head at the elder. "Lead the way, elder," John replied respectfully. He had been expecting such a thing to occur, as his actions had been too eye-catching. Not only that, but he wanted to see the higher-ups as well, to ask about them hiding the truth of him being Asura. After following the elder outside, the two of them took to the skis and flew towards the heavenly lightning palace. Flight was normally restricted to elders only, but due to the nature of recent events, exceptions were made. While flying over the sect, John couldn't help but gaze down at his new home. The sect was incredibly luxurious, as well as beautiful. Blooming flowers and trees dotted the areas between buildings, while many crystal blue streams meandered through the sect. Powerful beasts ridden by elders occasionally passed them by in the sky, making both the ground and sky above the sect feel lively. After flying for a short while, John and the elder arrived before the heavenly lightning palace. They landed before its entrance and quickly entered inside amongst thousands of other cultivators streaming in and out of the building every hour. The heavenly lightning palace was the busiest part of the sect, and John and the elder blended in with the sea of other sect members instantly. As they walked into the heavenly lightning palace, John noticed that not a single person was glancing at him, which he found a bit odd. Surely there must at least be rumors that I'm the Asura, right? I mean, I was the only one who took the test on the day, and my aura was clear for everyone to feel. Perhaps they just don't know what I look like is all, since I am new to the sect. John found the situation a bit strange, but did not concern himself with it too much. Whether or not others knew he was the Asura was of no concern to him, as he cultivated for power, not attention and fame. Contrary to what he expected, the elder did not lead him to the top of the heavenly lightning palace. Instead, they walked to a tightly guarded set of doors at the other end of the first floor and entered within. Behind the first set of doors was another set of large doors, which was also guarded by powerful elders. The guarding elders nodded their head in greeting to the elder escorting John, before they opened the doors for them to enter. The room behind the second set of doors was empty, except for a formation platform in the very center, and an elder standing next to it with a formation pedestal besides him. The room glowed a brilliant blue color, mostly from the blue formation runes covering the formation platform. The elder stepped up onto the platform and turned to look at John, who stood just outside of its perimeter. "Get on," the elder instructed. John hopped up on the formation, and the elder on the platform nodded to the one next to the formation pedestal. The elder at the pedestal placed his hand on top of it, and John suddenly felt himself wrapped up by spatial powers, similar to the other times he was transported through space. His vision returned to normal instantly, revealing that they had traveled a very short distance. John gazed at his surroundings, and upon turning around spotted the heavenly lightning palace just behind them. "We're on the floating landmass behind the heavenly lightning palace," John asked the elder. "That we are," the elder replied with a short response as he continued to walk forward. John followed behind the elder, and they quickly approached the lone palace that existed atop the floating landmass. Unlike the very thin but tall heavenly lightning palace, the palace atop the landmass was shorter, but much wider. It was almost a mile wide and was several hundred yards tall. While it was overall smaller than the heavenly lightning palace, the grandeur of it was no less. In fact, a casual glance from John revealed that the palace before him was much grander than the heavenly lightning palace. Before the palace was a sprawling courtyard and garden, which appeared like an immortal paradise. The garden contained countless water fountains of incredible design, which contained water that was clearly not ordinary. John could feel his mind and soul become refreshed as he walked through the slight mist created by the fountains. As they passed by the garden and arrived before the large palace doors, John could clearly tell that the material that made up this palace was extraordinary. The palace was white, blue, and gold, with large round spires at the very top. The front gate to the palace was several dozen yards high and was guarded by incredibly powerful elders. Based on their power, John was unsure who would win between them and his master. The guards noticed their arrival and used their power to open the massive set of doors to the palace. "The sect leaders are expecting you," one of the guards said with a slightly awkward expression, as if making the word leader was new to him. "Sect leaders, plural," John mused in slight confusion. As far as he was aware, the Heavenly Lightning sect only had one true sect leader. The elder leading John nodded his head and strode through the doors without missing a beat. John followed closely behind and quickly entered the palace. "Incredible," John couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the interior of the palace. The ceilings hung high above his head, painted in their entirety with magnificent artworks. Meanwhile, marble white statues, each dozens of yards tall, lined the large hallways, adding to its magnificence. They depicted both men and beasts, and were so well carved that they almost seemed lifelike. It was easy to tell that they were carved from incredibly rare materials. John and the elder continued down the main hallway, but his gaze shifted occasionally to the side hallways that popped up occasionally. Those hallways were just as grand, and were filled with people going about their business of keeping the palace clean. "What is this palace used for?" John asked the elder before him, although he knew the most likely answer. "It's the sect leader's palace," the elder replied, "his personal abode." The two of them continued to walk through the palace for several hundred yards before they finally arrived before a massive set of golden doors. The doors were nearly 50 yards tall and were made of solid gold. However, John could tell that it was not normal gold and seemed to be a more durable and expensive material. The two guards at the massive doors parted the door for John and the elder, who quickly strode into the room. The room was a large chamber, 100 yards long and wide. It contained massive pillars jotted about it occasionally, and hundreds of banquet tables filled the interior. At the very end of the chamber was a large throne, incredibly similar to the design of the Yuan Continent Heavenly Lightning Sect throne. In fact, it appeared to be an exact replica, and John couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the throne. However, his stunned expression was not for the throne itself, but the one who sat on top of it. Through his stunned expression, John couldn't help but call out to the one sitting on the throne. "Sect Leader Thunderzin, Chapter 472, Thunder Brothers, Sect Leader Thunderzin." John's words echoed within the chamber as he spotted Thunderzin sitting on the throne. A smile appeared on Thunderzin's face as he saw John's reaction, although it was not an unexpected one. "It's been a while since we last saw each other, John," Thunderzin replied with a warm smile and amiable tone. John's gaze shifted from Thunderzin to the area next to the throne. Standing on both sides of the throne were several other people, some which John recognized and some which he didn't. The first person he recognized was his master, Lillian, who stood to the right of Thunderzin's throne. Her expression was neutral as she stared at John, although she could tell from John's gaze that he sought answers. Lillian shrugged her shoulders slightly at John's gaze, and he suddenly heard a sound transmission from her appear in his mind. "Don't ask me. I arrived here just moments ago, and I'm as equally confused as you are. I'm sure we'll find out the truth in a moment." John raised an eyebrow at the words of his master, as he had never seen her not know what was going on. However, it appeared that Thunderzin had kept secrets even she didn't know about, despite the fact that she was his adopted daughter. "I'm sure he has a good reason for keeping such secrets," John mused as he walked through the chamber and arrived 10 yards from the throne. His gaze shifted towards the person standing next to his master, which was the Grand Elder. Each arm was resting in the sleeve of the opposite arm, while his expression was calm and relaxed. His dull-colored robes stood out from the rest, who all wore flashier and more luxurious robes. John smiled at the Grand Elder, who nodded his head back slightly in greetings. After greeting the Grand Elder, John's gaze shifted to the left of Thunderzin's throne, where an intimidating man was standing. The man appeared to be in his 50s, and his grizzled face was lined with a large, unkempt beard, making him look even more wild. His robes were sleeveless, which revealed his powerful arm muscles, more akin to a body cultivator than an essence cultivator. If John couldn't feel the thick lightning aura coming from the man's body, he would have assumed he was a body cultivator based on how he looked. The man's power was incredible, and John could tell that he was much stronger than his master. In fact, his strength seemed to be a rival for Thunderzin's. However, on his exposed arms, John could see the very faint traces of scars and burnt flesh. Although it was mostly healed and was barely noticeable, John was able to spot it. Clearly, the man had been in a fight recently and had taken a bit of damage. His mood seemed to be a bit sour, and his heated gaze stared intently at John, although John was almost certain that was how the man looked all the time. Standing next to the grizzled man was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Her brown hair was tied neatly behind her head, making her look quite reserved. Her face was very attractive, and her figure slender in the right places and thick in the right places. John's gaze lingered on her for a moment before shifting to her robes, which were covered in incredible detailed formation runes. It was unlike any robes he had ever seen, and John could tell there was more than met the eye regarding this woman. After inspecting everyone in the chamber, John's gaze shifted back to Thunderson, who sat on the throne with a relaxed posture, as if it were natural to sit on the throne. As was similar with the other throne on the Yuan Continent, lightning which was somehow mostly silent continuously snaked over the throne and Thunderson, who ignored it as he gazed at John. "I'm sure you have many questions." Thunderson suddenly spoke up as he gazed at John, and also shifted his gaze towards Lillian, who was equally confused. John nodded his head in confirmation and couldn't help but speak up. "Very confused, just what is going on?" John asked. When he had traveled with the other disciples to the divine martial continent, they had been escorted by his master. Thunderson decided to stay behind to take care of other things, and instead encouraged his daughter to escort the journey this time around. However, John found Thunderson sitting before him, on the throne of the main Heavenly Lightning sect, no less. "Are you the sect leader of the true Heavenly Lightning sect?" John asked. "I was, and now I am again," Thunderson replied with a smile on his face. "GRRMPH." The grizzled man crossed his arms across his chest and snorted in an unhappy manner, clearly displeased by Thunderson's words. Thunderson glanced at the man for a moment before glancing back at John. "When were you going to inform me of this news?" Lillian suddenly asked, slight displeasure in her voice. Thunderson's face turned slightly guilty upon hearing his daughter's words, and he quickly apologized to her. "I'm sorry that I kept the truth from you, but the nature of the secret surrounding all of this was too important to disclose to anyone other than my brother and the Grand Elder," Thunderson replied. "Your brother?" John asked. "You have a brother." "Yet another secret I didn't know about," Lillian spoke up as well while she stared at Thunderson with narrowed eyes. "I too would like to know the truth of this matter. Speak, or don't blame me for giving you the cold shoulder in the future, Father." "I like this one," the grizzled man suddenly spoke up, a small smile on his face. "She has a fiery temper. Good, such a thing is important for a cultivator to have. How you managed to raise someone like her is beyond my understanding, you pacifist brother of mine." John's ears perked up upon hearing the man's voice, as he couldn't instantly tell it was the one that had told no one to move the day he had been on the talent testing steps. "Brother, you're the brother?" Lillian couldn't help but reply as she gazed at the man. She didn't see the resemblance to her father, as the two were complete polar opposites. Her father was a rather skinny man who was calm and tranquil, while the man before her was burly and ferocious, like a wild animal. "Lillian, John, I would like you to meet my brother, Garson," Thunderfist said while gesturing towards his brother. "HMPH, that old name of mine was discarded thousands of years ago," the man replied with displease. His gaze shifted to John and Lillian, as a heated look appeared in his eyes as he punched his fists together, causing a loud boom to shake the chamber. "My name is Thunderfist, the younger brother of the old fart sitting behind me, and the true sect leader of this Heavenly Lightning sect. Chapter 473, Prophecy, Younger Brother," Lillian spoke up as she looked at Thunderfist. "I still don't see the resemblance at all." John nodded his head at his master's words, as Thunderson and Thunderfist couldn't not be farther apart in appearance. "At least you have good eyes," Thunderfist replied with a hearty voice. "Comparing me to the decrepit corpse behind me would be an insult to me." Sitting atop the throne, Thunderson rolled his eyes at his brother's words. "I see thousands of years of sitting on this throne, and running this sect of mine has not made you any more mature," Thunderson said to his brother, who turned around with a displeased look on his face. Maturity is for old corpses who would rather solve problems with their words than their fists. Such a thing is beneath me, Thunderfist replied aggressively while crossing his arms. Thunderzin gazed at his brother for a moment before gazing back at John and Lillian. You must forgive this brother of mine. He was dropped a few too many times on the head as a child. And I'm glad that it happened, Thunderfist replied quickly and without any shame. If I had grown up calm and mature like you, I would have killed myself out of boredom. A strange expression appeared on both John and Lillian's face as they heard Thunderfist's words, as they never imagined someone as powerful as him could act like this. However, the others in the room, such as the Grand Elder and the mysterious woman, remained expressionless, as if they were used to such things. Thunderzin shook his head at his brother's words, as a sigh escaped his lips. I had forgotten how irritating you can be, Thunderzin replied, before his gaze shifted towards John and Lillian. Anyways, enough about that. Thunderzin spoke up quickly before his brother could speak up again. Now that you have met my brother, I will explain everything to the both of you. The expression on John's face turned serious upon hearing this, as he truly wanted to hear the truth of everything that was going on. None of it made sense to him at the moment. Lillian's expression remained calm and neutral as she waited for her father to explain, but John could tell that she was eager to learn the truth as well. Thunderzin fell into silence for a moment, thinking of where to start his story, before he started his explanation. Everything that brought us here today started a long, long time ago, Thunderzin started. Many thousands of years ago, my brother and I were part of a group exploring a spatial realm that had been discovered in the middle of the divine Immortal Continent. The realm was seemingly a broken-off remnant of the continent by the ancient war that had shattered this world. During that exploration, I came across an ancient city, and inside the city, an ancient library. I nearly lost my life getting past the powerful formation traps guarding the library, but eventually managed to make my way inside, Thunderzin explained. The library contained a vast trove of ancient knowledge, from formations, battle arts, pill recipes, and even prophecies. Are prophecies actually real? John asked. Everyone had heard of prophecies, but very few knew if they actually existed and were true in what they prophesied, or just folklore. Yes, prophecies are real, Thunderzin replied. In fact, it was a prophecy that led me to you. John's face lit up in surprise upon hearing this, but didn't ask for elaboration, as he knew Thunderzin would explain what he meant. While pursuing through the ancient library, other parties who tried to enter caused a formation to trigger, which eradicated the library and the surrounding land. I was just barely able to get away from the explosion with my life intact, and what I was able to bring with me before its destruction was limited. However, one of the items I was able to bring with me was this, Thunderzin said, as an object suddenly appeared before him in the air. It was a cylindrical object, like a tube, and was 2 feet long. The object seemed to be divided into many separate parts, each able to rotate around the perimeter separate from the other parts. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, making it look incredibly exotic. John gazed at the object, but was unable to make any sense from it. Lillian's expression turned into one of confusion as well, as she too was unable to make sense of it. What do those symbols mean? I have no idea what they say, John couldn't help but ask, as they were completely foreign to him. I wouldn't expect you to know how to read this, Thunderzin said, as he allowed the object to float over to John. Even now, I am unable to read its contents. John caught the object in his hands and inspected it closely. He twisted the separate parts, which realigned the strange symbols. However, no matter how he rearranged the parts, he was still unable to make sense of it. His gaze shifted back towards Thunderzin, confused as to what this was. If you couldn't read this, and still can't, then how do you know it contains a prophecy? John asked. The reason I cannot read it is because it is written in the language of prophecies, Thunderzin explained. Language of prophecies? John asked, as he had never heard of such a thing. Can't you just learn to read the language? Unfortunately not, Thunderson replied while shaking his head slightly. The language of prophecies is an intuitive language, ever-changing based on the stars, the winds of fate, and everything else in this world. The symbols may stay the same, but their meanings change as the world changes. Only those blessed with the innate ability of foresight are able to read the language of prophecies. John frowned upon hearing this, as he too did not have this ability. He was just about to ask Thunderson how he knew what it said, when Thunderson gestured to one standing at his side. I may not have this ability, but another in this room does. Thunderson said to John as he gestured towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder stood there with a relaxed expression, as if he were a monk of absolute tranquility and peace. His calm gaze focused on John, and John felt once again as if the Grand Elder was seeing right through him. Our heavenly lightning sect's Grand Elder does, however, have this innate ability, and was the person who helped me decipher this prophecy, Thunderson explained. A prophecy regarding you. Chapter 474, The Prophecy of Asura's Me, John exclaimed, his voice full of surprise. Why would I be part of a prophecy? He had never expected that the prophecy Thunderson was mentioning would be directly related to him, or about him. Such a thing was behind his wildest thoughts, as he had considered prophecies myths just a moment ago. How do you know it's about me? Couldn't it be about someone else? John asked. As I said, prophecies are almost impossible to read. Even if you have the talent to do so, they are often up for interpretation and can be easily misread. However, Thunderson replied as his gaze shifted to the Grand Elder. When the golden tempest fades and the blood drops fall, 8 stars shall illuminate the world, announcing his arrival for all. The Asura of annihilation, the Grand Elder said, his words seemingly reverberating through the massive chamber. Or that is as close to our language as I can put it, the Grand Elder clarified. The language of prophecies is very complicated and hard to put into a common tongue. There is a bit more to the prophecy than that, but it can be summarized as such. The words uttered by the Grand Elder echoed in John's mind as he replayed them. Golden tempest, blood drops falling, 8 stars. His mind replayed those words as he tried to make sense of them, before his eyes widened slightly as he potentially understood a part of it. The golden tempest, and the blood drops, could it be the Yuan Continent? John asked Thunderson. It is as you surmised, Thunderson replied, impressed that John put some of the clues together so fast. The golden tempest was the perpetual storm, the golden whirlpool of energy that surrounded the ancient city, Thunderson confirmed. Then the blood drops. Yes, that alludes to the Bloodfiend sect, Thunderson confirmed again. When we first read this prophecy, the only thing that matched the golden tempest of this entire world was the energy storm. There were a few other clues that led me to the Yuan Continent, but with the Grand Elder's help, we were certain that the arrival of the Asura of annihilation would occur there, Thunderson explained. After confirming the location where the Annihilation Asura would appear, I let my brother take over for me as sect leader of this sect while I established a branch sect there. The hope was to monitor the continent and eventually find the one the prophecy spoke of. With how much time had passed since I set out on this mission, I had started doubting the veracity of the prophecy. However, the mission was too critical to give up on, and it eventually bore fruit. The 8 stars shooting through the sky, announcing the arrival of the Asura of annihilation, only confirmed the suspicions I had about you early on after you made a name for yourself. After your performance in the Bloodfiend sect, I was certain it was you, but the talent testing steps truly confirmed it to be you, Thunderson said, his voice the only sound in the chamber as everyone else was dead silent. John's thoughts shifted to the beams of light that had appeared when he reached 20 steps, 8 in total. At the time, they truly appeared like shooting stars, and his name had been etched as Asura on the testing tablet. With all these things lining up, John no longer doubted Thunderson's words regarding him being the focus of the prophecy. However, he still had many questions regarding everything he had heard. While everything you say makes sense, one thing doesn't, John replied. Why would finding me be so important that you went through all those hurdles, even relinquishing your status as the true sect leader of the main heavenly lightning sect. Surely there's more to the prophecy than you're telling me at the moment. Just finding someone called an Asura of annihilation wouldn't be so important as to move to a backwater continent and put everything else on hold. His gaze shifted to his master, who stood to the side, whose expression was mostly emotionless, but a very slight surprise was evident on her face. It was apparent that she too knew nothing of this prophecy and was learning about it for the first time. Thunderzen sighed lightly, not surprised by John's reaction, as finding out such a thing would be shocking to anyone who heard it. He remained silent for a moment before explaining further. "That is because there is more to the prophecy, far more," Thunderzen replied. "You are not the only one mentioned in the prophecy, and more specifically, not the only Asura." "What, there's another Asura?" John asked, shocked at hearing this. He was not surprised about hearing that he was considered an Asura, as he cultivated the Immortal Asura tome and had an immortal Asura body. However, for someone else to be called an Asura was not something he was expecting. The origins of his Immortal Asura tome were incredibly unique, and he was sure that similar legacy did not exist on this world, as his was made personally for him by his mysterious father. Unless there was more to his Immortal Asura tome than he knew, John was unsure of how someone else had received the name of Asura. "We do not know who the other Asura is. In fact, much less is known about that Asura than you," Thunderzen replied. "The prophecy was able to roughly dictate where you would rise from, which allowed us to find you. However, it says absolutely nothing about the other Asura, almost as if the other Asura was shrouded from the sight of the one who made the prophecy," Thunderzen explained. He pushed for a moment to let his words sink in before speaking up once more. "The only thing we do know of this other Asura is the name by which the prophecy calls them." "And what is that name?" John asked after a moment of silence, and silence filled the chamber for a short while more before Thunderzen replied. "The Asura of Anguish." Chapter 475. Unshaken resolve, John fell into silence upon hearing this name, as he could tell the name was quite foreboding. His name was Asura of Annihilation, but annihilation was a mostly neutral word which could change how it was perceived based on the actions of the one carrying out the annihilation. Annihilation of good would be considered an evil act, while annihilation of evil could be considered a good act. However, anguish was pretty straightforward as to whether it was a good or bad thing. There was hardly ever a moment where causing anguish would be considered a good thing. "Quite an impressive-sounding name," John spoke up after a moment of silence. "So, if I'm the Asura of Annihilation, what does this Asura of Anguish have to do with me?" John asked. He could tell that Thunderzen was working towards that part, but wanted to ask and make sure he got the answer. Thunderzen glanced at the Grand Elder for a moment, and the two of them seemed to be having a sound transmission communication, before the Grand Elder spoke up once more. "As I said before, prophecies are complicated and very easy to misinterpret, and knowing more about this prophecy may not be a good thing for you right now. Are you sure you want to know about this prophecy?" the Grand Elder asked. John nodded his head without pause, as he was truly curious now as to what this supposed prophecy said about him. However, regardless of what it said, it would not change his path forward. The Grand Elder sighed lightly before speaking up once more. "I can't reveal too much about the details of the prophecy, as that could influence your actions in a negative way. The more one in a prophecy knows about the prophecy itself, the more it can take hold of their lives and dominate it. For example, if a prophecy told you how you would die, you would do everything to avoid that death and lose sight of everything else. However, becoming aware of the generalities of this prophecy may aid you in the future, and as such, I will give you a broad summary," the Grand Elder elaborated, pausing for a moment before continuing. "To summarize, the prophecy mentions the rise of the Asura of Annihilation and the Asura of Anguish at roughly the same time. Both your actions will shake this world and throw it into complete chaos. At the very end of it all, only one of you will remain, either you or the Asura of Anguish. The one who remains will reign supreme over this world, with much different consequences for the rest of the cultivation world depending on which one of you lives at the end." the Grand Elder explained. The room fell into silence as those who knew of the prophecy allowed those who were hearing it for the first time to comprehend the weight of the Grand Elder's words. Thunderson, in particular, focused closely on John, as he knew this type of news must be a complete and utter shock to him. It wasn't every day that one found out they were part of a prophecy, and one that had as many consequences as the one they had just revealed to him. Some cultivators would collapse with fear at learning about such a future, while others would break down in nervous messes, unable to handle the pressure of it all. After all, the prophecy spoke of either his demise or the Anguish Asura's demise, which was pretty straightforward. John stood there in silence as he thought over everything he had heard. It truly was a lot of new information, as well as shocking information, to take in at once. "Are you going to be all right, child?" Thunderson suddenly asked, his voice soft and warm with understanding. John's gaze shifted from the floor below him to Thunderson, as a relaxed expression appeared on his face. "Why wouldn't I be?" John replied casually, his voice lined with confidence. "From what I can surmise, the prophecy most likely speaks of an ultimate showdown between me and this Asura of anguish, upon which one of us will reign supreme over this world." His thoughts shifted to that of his true parents, and everything they had revealed to him, before he focused on the topic of discussion once again. "Well, my goal from the start was to reach the pinnacle of this martial universe, as I'm sure we're all aware of the existence of worlds other than our own. Reaching the pinnacle of this world was already my plan from the start, and if it means I have to kill this Asura of anguish in the process, that makes no difference to me. It's just one more body to add to the mountain of corpses I will pile up on my way to the top of the martial world." John's words, which were clearly lined with absolute self-confidence, stunned all those that were listening. The only one not stunned was Lillian, as she knew John the best, and knew his unwavering confidence more than anyone. She had very early on learned about his desire for absolute strength, not by his own confirmation, but by his actions and persona. After a moment of stunned silence, a loud and hearty laughter boomed out, shaking the walls of the palace from its might. "Ha ha ha ha, that's the spirit a true warrior should have," Thunderfist boomed out loudly as he walked up to John. "If there's an enemy in your way, just cut them down. All other troubles will disappear if you do so." Bang, bang. He slapped John on the back a few times in merriment, as John felt a wave of pain course through his body from the force of the slaps. However, he remained steadfast on his feet, his actions slightly surprising Thunderfist. He had expected John to at least stumble a bit. "Not only did you raise a ferocious daughter like her," Thunderfist said, as he glanced at Lillian, "you somehow were also blessed with a disciple like this. The universe truly is blind for gifting someone like you with these two warriors." Thunderson rolled his eyes at his brother's comments, but a smile appeared on his face as he heard John's words. He had been worried about revealing the truth to John, as most would struggle to bear the weight of the prophecy, and some would collapse from just hearing it. However, John had not been slightly disturbed at all, revealing how strong and formidable his will was. Chapter 476, Ragin, so with everything you've revealed to me, does that mean you've returned to rule this sect? John asked after Thunderfist's laughter died down a bit. "Yes," Thunderson replied. "I have left the Yuan Continent branch sect in competent hands and have returned to lead this sect once more." "GRHMPH," Thunderfist grunted in displeasure once again, clearly not happy that he had been removed from his lofty position as sect leader. However, his actions were more like a grumpy child than anything else, which revealed to John that he wasn't too mad. "At least being free of the shackles of sect leader will allow me to roam these lands without consequence anymore," Thunderfist said, his voice booming with excitement. John shook his head slightly as he heard Thunderfist's words, but knew how he felt. John laughed slightly, before his eyes suddenly widened as he thought of something. His gaze snapped back to Thunderson. Does that mean the lightning dragon is your companion?" John asked. Lillian had revealed to him earlier that the lightning dragon, supposedly, was the companion of the true heavenly lightning sect leader, although she didn't know that was her father at the time. A smile appeared on Thunderzen's face as he nodded his head in confirmation. "Indeed he is," he replied. "I met Raijin tens of thousands of years ago in an ancient realm and found him when he was no more than an egg. We have been companions ever since." John's eyes widened slightly upon hearing the truth as his thoughts shifted to him and Kirai. It was almost exactly how he and Kirai had met. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and his gaze swept across those standing in the room with him. Clearly, Thunderzen trusted them with the gravest of truths regarding the Asura prophecy, so although he didn't know them personally, he trusted Thunderzen's judgment. John gestured behind him, which was where Kirai was sleeping at his feet. Kirai had followed him into the palace chamber, at which point he had curled up behind John and fallen asleep. Since Kirai is a lightning beast, would he be able to learn from the lightning dragon? I don't know if such a thing is possible, however, John asked. Although it was a long shot, he was willing to do anything to raise Kirai's strength, as he owed Kirai his life after the tribulation situation. Thunderzen glanced at Kirai, who was sleeping soundly still. A frown appeared on his face before he shook his head against the idea. "I can't tell exactly what kind of beast Kirai is, but it does seem quite talented. However, my Raijin is extremely proud, as all dragons are, and would find teaching a lower-tier beast beneath him," Thunderzen replied. Beasts were broken into rough tiers of talent, from common grade beasts all the way up to heavenly beasts. Dragons were considered heavenly beasts, and although the lightning dragon was not a pure-blooded dragon, it was still considered a pseudo-heavenly grade beast. It was one of the most profound beasts on the entire divine martial continent, and its pride was incredibly high. A small smile appeared on John's face as he turned around to Kirai and whispered in his ear. Kirai, who was sleeping, woke up as he listened to John's words. Although they could not communicate yet, they could understand each other's thoughts and feelings. John turned around and looked at Thunderzen once again. "And what if Kirai was as talented as your dragon companion?" John asked Thunderzen. "Then while he may still be a little prideful, he won't consider it beneath him to do such a thing," Thunderzen replied. "However, for Kirai to be at the same realm as Raijin, he would need to be." Thunderzen's words cut off as John gave Kirai the signal, at which point his body shifted and changed. Ever since Kirai had hatched, John had instructed him to shapeshift to another form, which was one of the Kirin's innate abilities. As such, none had ever recognized him for a Kirin. The eyes of everyone in the room went wide, as Kirai's form was revealed to all. "A Kirin!" Thunderfist exclaimed in shock, before he quickly rushed towards Kirai. He began closely inspecting Kirai from all angles as his face became more and more excited. "Ha ha ha, it truly is a heavenly lightning Kirin." His voice boomed out as he acted like a kid who had seen his favorite animal for the first time. Kirai stared at Thunderfist with an odd expression, as if he didn't know how to react to the man's actions. John smiled as he petted Kirai, before his gaze shifted to Thunderzen once more. "How about now?" John asked confidently. "You truly are one surprise after the other," Thunderzen replied as his surprise faded and his smile returned. "A heavenly Kirin! Even I was unaware if they truly existed or not, but here one is right before my eyes. How marvelous." When it came to lightning talents, lightning Kirins reigned supreme. Even lightning dragons could only bow their head, maybe not in overall power, but definitely in terms of lightning prowess. With this being the case, I'm sure Raijin will agree. With the fabled lightning talents of the lightning Kirins, it won't be long before Raijin is the one learning from Kirai, Thunderzen replied. "I will speak to my companion, and if he is in agreement, we will have him train Kirai." A large smile appeared on John's face as he thanked Thunderzen profusely. He felt as if he owed Kirai his life, and this was one small way of paying him back. The discussion lingered on Kirai for a moment longer, before Thunderzen changed the topic of discussion. "Now about your recent display of talent," Thunderzen said as he stared at John, his face changing from relaxed to serious. "While it was unavoidable as to confirm the prophecy, Your performance on the talent testing steps was far too eye-catching. John frowned slightly upon hearing Thunderzen's words, but didn't argue against them as he knew Thunderzen was correct. With such a level of talent revealed to the world, you will surely become the #1 target of this world, Thunderzen continued. Those from allied powers will grow envious of you, while those of enemy powers will do everything in their power to kill you. Thunderzen paused for a moment before he continued speaking. There are enemies out there that even I would have to be cautious around, let alone someone as weak as you currently are. If your identity as Asura is revealed to the world, you will be killed, without us being able to do anything about it. The ancient pact between us and the Forbidden Alliance will be discarded by them if it means getting to you, and there are still the other races such as the monster race, which would never allow someone like you to rise. John sighed lightly upon hearing this, as it seemed as though the situation was more of a headache than he first expected. As such, Thunderzen continued, until you have the power to truly defend yourself, your status as Asura will remain unknown to this world for the time being. Chapter 477, Thunderzen's Conditions. John's expression remained neutral upon hearing this from Thunderzen, as he did not care if the world knew who he was or not. With this in mind, going forward I must regretfully forbid you from using that unique ability of yours, Thunderzen continued, causing John's neutral expression to turn into a frown. While Thunderzen did not specify which ability he was speaking of, both him and John knew he was mentioning using his Asura transformation art. It was the only battle art he used that had any sort of connection to the word Asura. May I ask why? John asked while keeping his voice calm. That ability of yours is unfortunately far too eye-catching, and exudes a thick malevolence and sinisterness from it. Those who felt its aura without seeing you would assume it was coming from a demon or something worse, Thunderzen replied. While I'm not sure how you have such an ability, it's not unlikely that at least one person puts 2 and 2 together and realizes you could be the Asura. That is too much risk to take at this point, and as such you must not use this ability around others. John's frown persisted on his face as he heard Thunderzen's explanation, but didn't argue against it, as he knew it made sense. The incredible power boost he got from his Asura transformation art was beyond what was thought possible in the cultivation world, and the nature of the power would instantly attract guesses as to his identity. John's gaze shifted to his master for a moment, who shrugged in response at what her father had said. Clearly, even she didn't have an argument against what he was saying. John sighed before he gazed back at Thunderzen. You said I cannot use it around others, John replied. Does that mean I can use it when no one is around to see me use it? John asked. Thunderzen nodded his head in immediate approval at John's words. As long as you know absolutely no one can see you use it, you have my permission to use it. And what about if by using it, I can eliminate all those who see me use it? John asked a follow-up question, raising the eyebrows of Thunderzen. His question was clear. If I can eliminate all witnesses, can I use the ability to do so? Thunderzen fell into a short silence before he nodded his head in agreement to John's words. You may, as long as you are 100% confident that you can eliminate any and all witnesses. You must remember, I am doing this not only for your safety, but the safety of your friends and family. Your secret being revealed to the world will be far too dangerous for those around you. I understand, John replied calmly, as what Thunderzen was saying was the truth. This won't be a massive problem then, John mused internally. At worst, I just need to lure an enemy to a desolated area before killing them, if they truly are strong enough to force me to use my Asura transformation. I will give you one exception, though, Thunderzen followed up after a moment of silence. If your life's on the line and that ability of yours is the only way to survive, you may use it. However, doing so may have consequences far greater than even I can handle. Understood. Understood, John nodded his head in confirmation. The room fell into silence, once more before John's mind shifted to another topic, related to his talent testing steps performance. Sect leader Thunderzen, when I reach the 20th step, The light beam clearly originated from the steps and shot outwards to the others. Those in the sect would have noticed this, and could easily surmise that Asura was from this sect. How? How have we dealt with that? Thunderson replied with a smile, impressed that John had thought of that trouble already. Yes, John replied. We made everyone forget, Thunderson replied, his words causing John to frown in confusion. What do you mean? How could everyone forget just like that? John asked for clarification. Thunderson glanced at the woman to his side, who had been standing there in silence the entire time. Her expression had been relaxed and neutral through all the discussions that had taken place thus far, as if nothing could surprise her. That would be thanks to our very own formation's Grandmaster Mirage Dream. Thunderson introduced the woman. The woman nodded her head towards John in greeting for the first time, who nodded his head slightly more as a sign of respect. Then how did Grandmaster Mirage Dream manage such a thing? John asked, as this concerned himself directly. For her, such a thing was quite simple, Thunderson explained. Right after you reached the 20th step, we summoned an all-sect meeting, where everyone who was in the sect was required to attend. During that time, Grandmaster Mirage Dream worked on a formation, one targeted at the mind and soul of those within. At the same time, one of our pill experts created soul-wanting pills, which temporarily lower the soul defense of all those that consume it. Through this combination of formations and pills, we were able to erase the last hour of memories of all those who had seen your performance, and replace them with false memories, Thunderson explained. John's eyes widened upon hearing this, as he had never heard of such a thing before. He didn't even know if replacing memories was possible. You can do such a thing? John asked, his voice tinged with surprise. We can, although only because all the members of our sect, the elders included, trust us, and willingly consumed the pills we gave them. Without such a thing happening, we would not have been able to achieve the desired effects, Thunderson replied. John fell into silence one more upon hearing this, as that truly did take care of the biggest source of trouble. If sect members leaked the truth, it would be easy for enemy powers to narrow in on him. However, that source of trouble had been dealt with. After thinking over such things, John decided to change the subject, as he had several important matters to handle before he ascended to the Heaven Tribulation realm in the near future. Getting answers from Thunderson right now would be the easiest solution for his problems. Sect leader Thunderson, I agree to your terms and will follow them as I can, John replied. However, after my tribulation in the Bloodfiend sect, and also what happened recently on the talent testing steps, I have realized I'm not as strong as I need to be. Especially my body constitution and lightning attribute body. I can feel that if I undertake my heaven tribulation with my lightning attribute body as is, I will most likely die. With that in mind, are there any heavenly lightning treasures the sect can bestow upon me to upgrade my lightning body? John asked, getting straight to the point. Your lightning attribute body is the highest grade I have ever seen, and cannot be improved by most treasures we have, Thunderson replied after a moment of contemplation, and a small smile appeared on his face. However, there is a reason for the branch sects showing up at this time. The annual Thunder Realm opening is about to commence, and within it may just be the type of heavenly treasure you are looking for. Chapter 478, Thunder Realm, Thunder Realm. John asked for clarification, although the name itself gave a hint as to what it was. Is it a separate spatial realm? That it is. In fact, it's the reason our heavenly lightning sect was founded in this location in the first place, Thunderson replied. John raised an eyebrow at this comment, although it had answered a question he had since arriving here. The heavenly lightning sect's location seemed a bit odd, as he had detected absolutely no lightning sources anywhere nearby the sect when they had arrived. Normally, sects of certain elemental affinities would establish themselves in areas rich in those attributes. For example, an ice-based sect would establish themselves in a tundra, while a fire-based sect would be next to a volcano. The natural chi of these elements would be thicker in such places, which would allow their disciples to thrive. However, he had detected no denser concentration of lightning chi upon arriving here, slightly surprising him. As the divine Martial Continent was an incredibly massive place, certainly there were locations rich with lightning chi. Establishing a lightning sect there would make more sense, but it seemed as though the heavenly lightning sect had a reason for its establishment in this location. My brother and I discovered this realm tens of thousands of years ago, and as we were already lightning-based cultivators at that time, we decided to create a sect on these grounds, Thunderzin continued. So what exactly is in this Thunder Realm? John asked. Opportunities, Thunderzin replied with a slight smile on his face, such as the one you are seeking for to raise the quality of your lightning attribute body. John's gaze heated up upon hearing this, as it was exactly what he needed to hear at this moment. Without upgrading his lightning attribute body, his death in his next tribulation was almost certain. For some reason, the heavens wanted him dead, and he needed to be strong enough to defy the heavens' desires. Are there any restrictions to enter this realm? John asked, as the realms he had dealt with in the past had such restrictions, usually age requirements. There are no such requirements to enter the realm. However, the realm seems to be an ancient lightning inheritance ground, and so there are restrictions to enter certain parts of it, Thunderzin explained. As for our sect, we impose a restriction that only disciples may enter. Why is that? John couldn't help but ask. Thunderzin remained silent for a moment as his eyes glanced to the side, seemingly thinking of something else, before shifting back to John. Let's just say that the realm isn't unoccupied, and that those within do not like older cultivators, Thunderzin replied, keeping his answer quite vague. As such, we limit the ones who can enter to disciples, which includes those in their 4th year or 21 years of age. At this moment, John was solidly into his 17th year of age, and could apparently stay a disciple of the sect for 4 more years before he would have to graduate to elder or something else within the sect. John wanted to ask more about this, but knew Thunderzin had kept his answer vague for a reason. Regardless, he would seemingly find out soon anyways, as it sounded as though the realm would be opening soon. The realm will open in 1 week, Thunderzin continued after a momentary pause. Now leave us for the moment. Us elders here have important matters to discuss. Elder Lowell should still be waiting outside the door to this chamber. He will escort you to your new home. John nodded his head at Thunderzin before he turned and left the chamber. As Thunderzin mentioned, the elder who had escorted him to these chambers was waiting outside, and John followed behind him as he escorted him away. Thunderzin and the rest watched John leave, before a large sigh escaped Thunderzin's mouth. It was as if a large weight of burden had fallen his shoulders, making even someone as experienced and aged feel as though he had become lighter. Why didn't you reveal the truth of the Thunder Realm to him? Thunderfist spoke up. With his lightning talents, he is the one most likely to fulfill that old fart of a spirit's conditions. Thunderzin glanced at his brother, before his gaze shifted back to John as he left the palace. He'll run into that old spirit undoubtedly, and also have to deal with his antics as we did. What use is there to warn him ahead of time? After leaving the palace grounds, and eventually the heavenly lightning palace, John followed Elder Lowell to his new house. His new house was located on a singular mountain, which stood roughly 1,000 feet tall. The mountain was covered in lush forests, in which marvelous fruits and medicinal herbs that could bolster one's cultivation grew. It was one of the most luxurious locations in the entire sect other than the areas of the higher-ups, which caused John to nod his head in approval as he landed at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was mostly flat, atop which a massive mansion rested. The mansion was several times larger than the one he called home in the Yuan Continent, as well as several times more luxurious. A large courtyard with gardens and fountains surrounded the mansion, while the inside was clad with luxurious furnishings. Like his home in the Yuan Continent, there were several attendants waiting for his arrival. After greeting them all, John followed one of them as they escorted him through his new home. It had all the amenities that his previous home had, as well as several new ones. John nodded his head in approval as he walked all throughout his home, as it truly was beyond luxurious. "You have a guest, sir," one of the attendants instructed him, causing John to raise an eyebrow in slight surprise. "A guest already. I just arrived here an hour ago." John followed the attendant back to the main lobby of his mansion, at which point he spotted the one who had sought him out. "Iris, what do you want?" John asked as he stared at the girl who said she was supposedly his follower. "I've come to discuss those visions I showed you," Iris replied calmly. John recalled the visions that Iris had shown him and thought about it for a moment before he shook his head. He had enough about visions and prophecies for now. No need to explain. Chapter 479, Discussion with Iris, no need to explain, Iris asked, surprise tinging her voice. Her actions so far had been quite bizarre, as she had claimed John was her master out of nowhere. She had shown him a glimpse of visions, but knew John had no way to verify what those visions meant, or if they were even visions at all. Iris had come here expecting to make her case in allowing her to follow John, but John had denied such an opportunity before she even had one. "You don't want an explanation," Iris replied. "Nope," John replied quickly and calmly. "I've had enough about visions and prophecies and everything of the sort, and just don't care about them anymore. Whatever happens in the future happens. Nothing Iris shows me will change my path to the top of this martial world." Iris stood there in silence for a moment, as she had not been expecting such a development. "Are you saying you don't want me following you?" Iris asked after a short while. "I honestly don't really care what you do," John replied, his voice still calm. "I don't even know you really, so whether you follow me or not doesn't really affect me. If you want to follow me, you can follow me. If you don't, then don't. Just don't get in my way if you do decide to follow me." Iris's expression quickly brightened upon hearing John's comments, as he was indirectly telling her that following him was all right. Based on what I know of Iris so far, she apparently has incredibly unique eyes. Such a talent can potentially be useful for me in the future, so until she proves herself to be a detriment to my martial journey, I will allow her to tag along. "You won't regret this, master," Iris replied with a mischievous smile. She emphasized the word master, as she could tell that John did not like to be called that when she had done it before. John rolled his eyes at her tone and words, but did not argue against her. Based on her attitude when she had fought Aaron, Iris was a mischievous girl, and John knew she liked causing trouble. "Oh yeah, did you hear about this Asura? Apparently this Asura is the talk of the continent, although no one knows who it is," Iris suddenly asked as she changed the topic. John raised an eyebrow, as Iris should know it was him, but quickly remembered what Thunderson had told him. It seems like Iris's memory of the event was altered as well. That's probably for the best, and at least I know she's not following me solely due to seeing me be Asura, John mused internally. "No, I have not. Now leave me, I have business to take care of," John dismissed Iris. "Sending me away already? You're so cold-hearted," Iris pouted, her eyes growing large and face becoming saddened. "Leave," John reiterated, causing Iris to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Her saddened expression quickly disappeared as a contemplative one replaced it. That act of mine usually works on men, especially boys my age," Iris mused out loud, before her gaze grew mischievous once more. She nodded her head at John's words and bowed in an over-the-top manner. "Then I will be taking my leave, master." John mumbled as he turned around and began to walk back into his mansion, before his instincts suddenly kicked in, and he raised his left arm next to his head. Bang! A sweeping kick collided against his arm, causing the mansion to tremble from the might of the collision. John turned his head to look at Iris, who had a look of surprise on her face. Clearly, she had not expected John to block the attack. He had felt no killing intent or malice in her kick, so he knew she was not trying to injure him. Iris landed on the ground after her kick and looked at John while tilting her head to the side. Clearly, she had not expected such a thing to happen. Bang! John's leg suddenly struck out against Iris's waist before she could react, launching her into the wall of his mansion. She had seen through his movements, but could not react to his leg in time. Boom! Her body collided with the sturdy wall, causing the entire mansion to tremble and several of the paintings on the wall to fall to the ground. A groan of pain escaped Iris's lips as she struggled back onto her feet while holding her pained waist. Her gaze focused back on John, her face full of defeat. "Explain yourself," John said to her, his eyes slightly narrowed. "How did you detect my attack? My sneaking arts are unparalleled, and I've never failed to land a sneak attack against someone in the same realm as me," Iris grumbled out as she walked back to John. "Answer my question," John said to Iris, his tone a bit heavier and his eyes growing colder. Iris took a step back as she felt an instinctual wave of fear course through her, as she still remembered John's malevolent power pressing down on her. A thought crept into her mind upon thinking about that power, but she quickly dismissed such a thought as she clearly recalled the light of the talent testing steps coming from another location, indicating that it had not originated from the sect's talent testing steps. I was trying to get you back for that attack you landed on me in the entrance exam," Iris replied, her expression going docile again to tug on John's heartstrings. John thought back to that time and realized it was when he had transformed before her and kicked her in the waist after confirming her intentions. "It's just like Miko," John mused as he sighed. "Miko has a penchant for sneak attacking me, and now Iris as well. Terrific." "Well, you failed," John replied, causing Iris to flinch from the painful truth of his words. "I must ask, though, have you ever studied assassination arts?" "Assassination arts?" Iris replied, slight surprise from the nature of the question. "Not at all." "Is that so?" John replied as he fell into a state of contemplation. After a short while, he gazed back at Iris. "Now leave." "As you command, master," Iris replied with an exaggerated bow before she turned around and truly left. John watched Iris leave this time, his gaze focusing on her back. "That sneak attack of hers almost landed on me, and I was only able to block it at the very last moment. If she were using a weapon, and it was someone with a weaker body than me, they would have died without realizing it. I hate to admit it, but when it comes to sneak and assassination arts, her natural talent is even better than mine. She also has her eye talents as well, which could be of use. Maybe I will have a use for her after all." Chapter 480, Friends and Wine. Ah! John let out a sigh of relief and enjoyment as the hot water flowed over his body. He was lounging in the pool of his mansion, which could heat or cool the water with the formations etched on the bottom of the pool. The hot water soaked into his body, relieving his stress and making him feel a rare moment of relaxation. John closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. He took out a document and held it before his face as he read through the contents. The document was provided to him by one of the attendants of the house and provided details regarding the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Things such as building locations, power structures, and class schedules were contained within. "That's quite nice," John mused as he read the document. "Classes are provided by the sect, but are optional to join. The only true requirement of the sect is to earn a certain amount of contribution points a year, which can be earned through missions, tasks, or other methods. I don't really need to attend classes as my cultivation pathway is quite different from the rest of this world, so I'll just visit the mission board tomorrow and see what it's about." After reading through the document, John put it back in his spatial realm before his head dipped below the water as he fell into a state of pure relaxation. Poke. After being under the water for several minutes, John felt something poke the top of his head, causing him to surface once more. Water dripped off his face as his eyes focused on one of the attendants standing at the pool's edge. "What is it?" John asked. "You have guests, young sir," the attendant replied respectfully. More guests," John mused before he nodded his head at the attendant's words. He hopped out of the pool and flared his power for a moment, pushing all the water off his body and swimsuit. He quickly donned a fresh robe before he walked to the front lobby of his mansion. In his lobby were Chase and Adam, whose faces lit up in excitement upon seeing John. "There you are," Adam boomed out as he walked over to John. "We've been waiting for you for quite some time already, but these attendants of yours wouldn't let us further into your house," he grumbled. "Good, then they're doing their job keeping the rats out," John replied. "What did you call me?" Adam yelled out, while Chase covered his mouth as he tried to stifle his laughter. John smiled at Adam's response, as it was the one he was looking for. "What are you two here for anyways?" John asked, changing the subject. Adam's rage faded away instantly as a large smile appeared on his face. Bottles of wine suddenly appeared in both of his hands as his smile widened. "We're here to celebrate, of course, both your recovery and our successful entrances into the sect," Adam exclaimed. Behind him, Chase was holding a basket of assorted food items, as both had clearly come prepared to party. A smile appeared on John's face as he felt the warmth of friendship, and he gestured for the two to enter. "Come on in then, let us party the night away." The three of them ventured into the mansion, and Adam's eyes swiveled in all directions as he took in the luxuriousness of the mansion. "Hey, why the hell is your place so much nicer than mine?" His voice of protest echoed through the mansion as they ventured deeper into it. Groan. A groan sounded out as John's eyes opened up, his vision still blurry and his head pounding. After getting his senses in order, John's gaze shifted to the rest of the room, which he quickly spotted Chase and Adam lying there, still fast asleep. Chase was sleeping on one of the couches in the room they had partied, while Adam's body was upside down, lying halfway off a different couch. Empty bottles of wine laid strewn about, while food leftovers lined the table and floor below. John took in the scene before rubbing his head in painful protest. Just what the hell type of wine did Adam bring? John grumbled as he picked up an empty bottle and inspected it, before tossing it aside. As cultivators grew in power, so did their resistance to the effects of alcohol. As such, alcohol making became more and more of a fine art, as the winemakers employed all sorts of techniques to increase their potency. Clearly, the bottles Adam had brought had been quite potent, to the point of giving John a hangover. His power flared out powerfully as his chi began to wash away the negative effects of his hangover, and before long he felt back to normal. His power flare startled both Chase and Adam awake, who groggily came to. They both went through the same steps as John as they recovered from their drunken state. "Where did you buy those bottles?" John asked Adam. "I didn't buy them, I made them," Adam replied, his expression prideful. You made this wine?" John asked, his expression flabbergasted. "Uh-huh," Adam replied with a prideful look, as if he was the world's finest winemaker. "Where did you even find the time to make wine?" John asked Adam. "I don't have time to make it, so I made a series of formations to make it for me," Adam replied, his tone still prideful. "Although it seems as though I still need to work on the potency of the wine." "You don't say," Chase grumbled. "You clearly used the wrong type of grapes for this potency wine. You should have used the Miss Dew grape instead of the Alishil grape. It's much more mellow and would be perfect for a wine for meridian forging cultivators," Chase explained. "You know about winemaking?" Adam asked, slightly surprised. "Of course I do. I'm a Pildow expert," Chase replied with exasperation. Pildow experts were usually also the best winemakers, as their professions were closely aligned. "Maybe you're right," Adam replied. "You should help me with my next batch then." "Sure, why not?" Chase replied and nodded, as the two began to discuss the wine Adam had made. John stared at Adam and Chase for a short moment, before his gaze shifted back to the bottles of wine. The wine was a bit too strong, but it wasn't bad at all. It seems like he does have talent in quite a few areas. With Chase's help, they might be able to make some impressive wine. Winemaking was an incredibly respected art, and the most revered winemakers were some of the most respected people in the entire world. Their bottles sold for inordinate amounts, and as such they were some of the richest people around. "Well, get better and maybe you can make some good money selling the bottles," John said to Adam and Chase. "That's the plan," Adam replied with a smile. The three of them cleaned up the room, and the mess they had made, before Chase and Adam bid John farewell. We'll all meet in a week when the Thunder Realm opens, Adam exclaimed with excitement, before he sped off down the mountain, Chase following behind. John watched them leave, before his focus shifted to other things. 6 days until the Thunder Realm opens. I might as well check out the mission board and see if there's anything for me to do before it opens. With this plan in mind, John sped down the mountain and towards the center of the sect, where the mission hall and mission board was, ready to tackle his first official mission for the main Heavenly Lightning sect. Chapter 481 Mission Hall. The mission hall was an average-size building with 5 floors. The entrance to the building was quite large at over a dozen yards wide, allowing for maximum foot traffic. Upon arriving at the mission hall, John spotted a bustling crowd of both disciples and elders entering and leaving. Hundreds streamed in and out by the minute, showing just how popular the mission hall was. John gazed at the building for a moment before he entered it, upon which a buzzing atmosphere filled his ears. The sounds of disciples excitedly discussing missions with their peers and elders explaining missions filled the interior. It was incredibly lively inside, and it was only the first floor. The first floor had missions for those below the Heaven Tribulation realm, while the floors above focused on harder missions. Upon thinking about the mission difficulty and payout for a moment, John strode towards the back of the first floor, which was where the staircase to the next floor resided. He reached the steps and proceeded upward without any hassle, slightly surprising him. I figured there would be an elder stopping those below the Heaven Tribulation realm from entering. I guess not. John arrived on the next floor. And while the atmosphere was slightly less lively due to less disciples being on the floor, it was still quite boisterous. The floor was rather simple and seemed to be divided into 2 sections. To his left was a massive mission board over a dozen yards tall and wide, upon which thousands of missions were posted. To his right were dozens of tables with an elder seated behind each table. Short lines were formed at each table as those who had completed their missions gathered to hand them in and claim their rewards. John inspected the other disciples on the floor, as it was his first good look at the older disciples of the sect. According to what Thunderson said, the oldest disciples of the sect are 21, at which point they graduate to other roles within the sect. The highest cultivation I see here from a disciple is Middle Heaven Tribulation realm. I wonder if there are any disciples with higher cultivations. John inspected the other disciples for a moment before he strode forward towards the mission board on his left. His appearance caught the attention of a few other disciples, who noted his low meridian forging cultivation. However, they did not disparage him, and instead ignored him as they focused on their own tasks. John nodded his head in silent approval at the actions of the other disciples. I had half expected the other disciples to mock me and ask if I was lost, but it seems as though this sect has raised level-headed disciples who focus on themselves more than others. As expected of Thunderson, but I wonder how someone like Thunderfist was able to accomplish such a thing. When John thought of Thunderfist, he was slightly perplexed as to how someone as unique as him was able to run a sect as large as this one. However, such matters did not concern him, and so he pushed such thoughts aside as he arrived before the mission board. Thousands of missions were posted, ranging from missions that a half-step Heaven Tribulation expert could accomplish, to those that would challenge even the strongest of peak Heaven Tribulation cultivators. John considered taking one of the more difficult missions for a moment, before he decided against such an idea. Taking a harder mission might pay more contribution points, but that will also take me longer to accomplish, and I only have 6 days until the Thunder Realm opens. I should take an easier beast-slaying job, so I can add some beast blood essence to my reserves before I enter that realm. Besides, accomplishing a peak Heaven Tribulation mission as a meridian forging expert is far too eye-catching, and may cause some questions to arise about me. John knew he had to remain low profile for the meantime, at least until he raised his strength to a level that he could protect himself at all times. A slight sigh escaped his lips upon thinking about his temporary lifestyle of laying low, as he reached out and grabbed a mission slip from the board. Mission: A pack of 10 early heaven tribulation beasts have been terrorizing a small village located 600 miles east and killing livestock and villagers. Beast type is currently unknown. Kill these beasts and bring back their heads as proof. Reward: 1,000 contribution points. John read over the missions briefly before he decided to choose the beast slaying one. This one will work. I can travel 600 miles in a few hours, and the difficulty seems rather easy, so I'll go with this. John stored the mission slip in his spatial ring, removing it from the active mission pool. He quickly left the mission hall and returned to his house to gather resources for the trip before he ventured out. Flying was prohibited inside the sect unless one was an elder, and so John walked a few dozen miles to the entrance of the sect. The beautiful scenery of the sect passed him by slowly as John took in the flowers, crystal blue streams, elegant bridges, and grandiose buildings, before he eventually arrived at the front gate of the sect. The gate was several hundred yards tall and several dozen yards wide. Guards were stationed on both sides of the gate to inspect all who entered, while those who left could do so freely. John walked out of the gates and glanced at the long line formed to enter the sect. The line was over a mile long and seemed to consist of traders and travelers looking to enter the sect for business purposes. Boom! Free from the flight restrictions, John pressed off the ground and shot into the sky. His body sailed rapidly through the air as he flew towards his distant mission location. Chapter 482, Traversing the River Whoosh. The air parted rapidly as John flew through the lands of the divine Immortal Continent, his first such trip alone. John took the mission not only to burn some time before the Thunder Realm, but also learn a bit more about the divine Immortal Continent. According to the general sect information I read, the land for several thousand miles around the sect has been cleared of the very strong and aggressive beast threats, although some remain. The strongest seem to be in the Tao transformation realm, but are docile enough that if left alone will not attack cultivators unless provoked. As such, I should be relatively safe on this trip, but I shouldn't lower my guard. With his cultivation firmly in the meridian forging realm, John was able to fly at hundreds of miles per hour, and his body carved a quick path through the air. The ground sailed by below him as John took in all the sights. Hundreds of smaller cities, villages, and sects dotted the landscape, nestled in the valleys between mountains, sprawled across vast expansive plains, and lined the large rivers that meandered through the land. It was much more vibrant and alive than the Yuan Continent in terms of population, and it was quite uncommon for John to go a long stretch without seeing some sort of city. The first 100 miles of his journey was incredibly uneventful, as it was also the safest area being so close to the sect. John's journey followed a massive river that meandered through the land, upon which the village he was heading to was located. He spotted thousands of other cultivators flying through the air in all directions, either by their own power or on the backs of beasts. The river was several miles wide, and his divine sense was unable to pierce down to the bottom, revealing how deep it was. The river itself was brown, obscuring his vision as to what lurked within. Splash. While flying above the river, a large splash appeared before John, catching his attention. A fish jumped out of the river, its large body over 10 yards long. John's eyes lit up upon seeing this fish, as he could tell that it was meridian forging realm fish and would most likely be incredibly tasty. His scythe appeared in his hands as he sped forward and slashed out towards the fish with the intention of bisecting it in half. Boom! While the fish was in the air, another splash, far more explosive than the one caused by the first fish, rocked the waters. John stopped just before he reached the fish as a massive creature violently surfaced from the water. It looked similar to a fish, but had large tentacles coming out from its head, like a lion's mane, but made of tentacles. Just the head of the creature was 30 yards wide and long, shocking John greatly. The tentacles grabbed the fish and forced it down its mouth as it swallowed the creature whole. John quickly retreated as he watched the bizarre creature fall back below the waters, its body disappearing completely from sight. The river returned to its normal calm incredibly quickly, as if nothing had happened. However, a nervous bead of sweat formed on John's temple as he backed away from the river's surface and hovered over the riverbank instead. That was a Tao transformation creature and must have been over 100 yards long. If I had been caught up in its mouth, I would have been swallowed whole along with the fish. Who knows if I would be able to survive such a thing? John shook his head at himself after a moment of silence, as he had truly been too bold in his actions. This new continent was incredibly powerful, and although the bizarre creature was not something that attacked humans, his life may have been lost regardless if he had been a bit more unlucky. I suppose I need to be a bit more careful while still being so weak, as a creature that strong could kill me without even meaning to. This continent truly is far above the Yuan Continent. A Tao transformation beast was practically unheard of on the Yuan Continent, yet one had already popped up before John just hours after he left the safety of the heavenly lightning sect. It truly was a night and day difference. After such a close encounter with death, John decided to travel on the safer side. He hugged the riverbank instead of flying directly over the river, as he could easily see what laid in wait outside the river, while the murky river itself obscured the dangers below. After changing his approach, the rest of his journey was rather uneventful. John occasionally spotted heaven tribulation realm beasts in the forests lining the river, as well as on the riverbank itself. However, those beasts were quite docile, and ignored him completely as most basked in the warm sunlight. As he traveled along the riverside, John came across dozens and dozens of cities that sprawled next to the river. The cities were quite massive, each larger than the largest cities on the Yuan Continent. Most of the cities seemed to be port cities, focused on trading and business. However, each city seemed to contain at least one sect, which not only bolstered the strength of the city, but also served as protection from the local wildlife, as well as bandits. None of the sects were as powerful as the Heavenly Lightning sect, which was a hegemon within the surrounding 10,000 miles. Ships traveled on the river to the ports of each city, slightly surprising John after experiencing the dangers of the river. However, he could feel powerful formation fluctuations emanating from the ships, revealing that they most likely had some sort of protection against the river's dangers. The sun started to set over the horizon as John finally arrived at his destination, which bathed the area in a red tinge which was fading by the second. Flying several hundred yards above the ground, John spotted the village below, which rested alongside the river. Chapter 483, Familiar Foe. The village was quite small, containing only several hundred buildings. The forests for tens of miles around the village had been cleared out as farmland replaced it. Clearly, the village focused on foodstuffs and not on cultivation-based aspects. The village relied on the local powers surrounding it for protection, as it focused on growing food and feeding themselves and the surrounding powers. Now that I'm here, how should I go about finding these beasts? John mused as he watched the townsfolk meander through the village below, going about their last duties for the day before retiring to bed. The strongest of the villagers seemed to be in the Meridian Forging realm, which was an elderly man. The rest seemed to be in the core formation and chi condensation realm, and were most likely in those realms from passively cultivating the high-density chi of the divine martial continent. Makes sense as to why they need help with heaven tribulation grade beasts. I suppose even on a continent as powerful as this, not everyone strives for absolute power. Upon inspecting the village, John descended and landed in the village square. His arrival caught the attention of those nearby, who jumped in fright at his sudden arrival. However, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing it was a human. A small buzz broke out, and the elderly man who John had spotted from high above soon arrived in the village square, along with dozens of other villagers of all ages. He inspected John for a brief moment before his wizened voice spoke out to him. "Who are you? What brings you to our village?" the man asked, his voice raspy with age. However, there was also a sense of wariness in his voice, as he did not recognize John's robes. John was still wearing his black and red war hall robes, which were different from the robes worn by most heavenly lightning sect disciples. I'm a disciple from the Heavenly Lightning sect, and I'm here to assist with the mission your village posted, John replied, his voice calm and respectful. The elder, as well as those gathered around him, fell silent for a moment, before the elder spoke up once again. How the hell are you supposed to help with the beasts? The elder raged, clearly frustrated by the situation. We've had this mission posted for months, and in the meantime have lost months' worth of crops and livestock, and even several villagers as well. And when it's finally answered, it's taken up by a boy who has barely started to grow hair. Preposterous. John remained calm as he listened to the elder rage, as he could understand where the man was coming from. From what he could tell, John was even lower cultivation than him, and despite being from the Heavenly Lightning sect, was not strong enough to help with their problem. Ugh! A fearful cry suddenly echoed out in the distance, catching the attention of all in the village. The beasts, they're back, the voice sounded out, causing the village to erupt into a panic. Retreat! Retreat to the safe house! The elderly man instructed with a booming voice as he turned around with the other fleeing villagers. The villagers were all retreating towards the largest building in the village square, and a brief inspection from John revealed that the building had some simple formations surrounding it to provide it some protection. Upon retreating, the elderly man suddenly stopped and turned around to look at John. Come now, boy, follow us into the safe house. You'll be safe from the beasts there. John raised an eyebrow at the elder's actions, as despite his frustrations, he still extended protection to John despite him being a stranger. Clearly, the elder was a good man at heart, despite his earlier rage. Thanks, but no need, John smiled as he thanked the elder. No need. Boy, you're not thinking of fighting those beasts, are you? They're far too strong for you to hand. Roar. The roar of the creatures sounded out as they approached the village square. Hesitation appeared on the elder's face for a moment before he grit his teeth and turned around. Fine, but your death is no longer on my hands, the elder cursed before he fled towards the safe house. The villagers all rushed into the building, upon which point the elder began to slam the door shut once he confirmed that everyone had entered. Boom. The door closed loudly, shaking the building for a moment before silence descended on the area. The villagers all gathered at the windows that overlooked the village square and focused on the lone youth standing calmly within. Ow! Loud howls sounded out as black shadows started to appear in the village square. Their eyes were the only thing visible as they reflected the firelight from the village. Their presence seemed to dim the surrounding light, as if they were the night itself. John raised his eyebrows slightly at this ability, as he had never seen such a thing. A knowing smile appeared on John's face as he fell into a state of nostalgia. Night wolves, huh? Just like the one I slaughtered all those years ago, only much stronger. I guess everything truly is stronger on the divine Martial continent, John mused out loud as his scythe appeared in his hands. I always wondered why they had such a name, but it seems as though when they get strong enough, they have an innate ability to turn the areas surrounding them dark, as if they control the night. The wolves were 3 yards tall, 6 yards long, and towered almost as tall as the small village buildings. Their fur was pitch black, helping them blend into the night almost unseen, while their bared fangs glimmered under the fresh moonlight. A total of 11 of them appeared as they growled at John, each in the early heaven tribulation realm. The villagers watched in rapt attention as they looked upon the village square. In the darkness of night and the wolves' ability, they could only see the glow of 11 sets of eyes, as well as the slight glimmer of John's scythe. Peng. 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 Sparks between the collision of scythe, claws and teeth occasionally, but briefly illuminated the area, revealing short scenes of the battle taking place between John and the wolves as their battle erupted in the village square. Chapter 484, Lightning Cage. John's scythe sliced outwards towards one of the wolves. It bared its teeth and bit out at his scythe, resulting in a series of sparks being thrown out. Wow, those fangs are hard enough to block my heaven tribulation grade scythe. Impressive. Peng. 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 John's scythe twirled in an endless flowing fashion as he utilized the scythe arts learned from the ancient battlefield to the best of his abilities. The wolves lunged out at him continuously, using both claws and fangs to attack him. The innate ability that the wolves used to instill darkness on the area also seemed to slightly warp divine senses, which was a strange feeling to John. This was one of the most blinded fights he had ever been in, and was relying purely on instinct and quick reactions to fight against the wolves. With his current level of power being used, he found himself in a stalemate against the wolves, as his scythe was mostly used defensively at the moment. Peng, peng, peng. The clashing of claws and scythe continued to write continuously as John threw of his next moves. I could use my Asura transformation to easily overwhelm these wolves, but much like in the Bloodfiend sect, I need to get used to fighting without using it. Thankfully, the Supreme Battle sect gave me the upgraded version of their battle art, so that should be enough to take these wolves down. John's essence cultivation was only at the middle meridian forging realm at the moment, while his body was at the late meridian forging realm. Even with the higher chi of the divine martial continent, it would take quite some time for his essence Danshan to advance just based on how fast he had advanced it over the last few months. He needed time to stabilize his foundation and ensure he did not break through again too early. While there were no flaws present, some could potentially arise if he did not take caution. Not only that, but for the first time in a long time, John could feel a bottleneck on his essence cultivation. He had not fought a single time after breaking through to the middle meridian forging realm, other than the fights in the entrance exam. However, those were not fights that could increase his comprehension of his realm, as his opponents had been far too weak. As such, John needed fights like his current one to push his essence comprehension to the next level. I can easily hold my own against these night wolves with only my essence cultivation, but killing them will be quite challenging. I'll fight as long as possible using only my essence cultivation, before killing them with my combined power at the end. Bang! John's scythe struck upon the side of a wolf, causing a small wound to form. The wolf was knocked several dozen yards away into the nearest building, which destroyed the building completely. John stopped in his tracks as he stared at this, before a slightly guilty look appeared on his face. Oops, I should take this fight away from here so as to not destroy the entire village. John's body instantly blurred as he sped away, while the wolves chased after him immediately. The village square that had been inundated with violent collisions from the fight turned silent. Where did he go? One of the villagers cried out as she stared through the window of the safe house. Who knows? It's already a miracle he was able to hold on that long. He probably fled for his life, another replied. Whatever the case, the boy has saved us from another assault, at least for now. We can only hope that he makes it out alive, the elderly man commented, causing all those within the safe house to fall into silence. Peng, peng, peng. Continuous sharp sounds rang out as John dashed away from the village, all while parrying the constant attacks of the night wolves. They had clearly determined him to be the greatest threat, and were intent on eliminating him. Upon speeding away for quite some time, John arrived in a large open field and stopped running. This should be far enough away. Lightning chi channeled within his essence Danshan as he suddenly activated his heavenly lightning domain. Over 100 lightning nodes sprung up in all locations around him, some almost on him, while others were hundreds of yards away. However, John only focused on activating the farthest way nodes, sending lightning from one node to the next, forming a barrier. With the increase in the amount of nodes from ascending to the meridian forging realm, such a thing finally became possible. It was the first time he had done such a thing, and found today's fight the perfect opportunity to test it. Lightning started crashing out of the lightning nodes continuously, making it look like a spiderweb of lightning was surrounding him. Before the wolves would react, they found themselves trapped within this lightning cage. Ow! One of the wolves howled at the sight before it dashed towards the lightning cage. Bang! The wolf crashed against the lightning and its body rebounded back, unable to pierce through the lightning cage. A small smile appeared on John's face before his smirk vanished. Bang! A black beam pierced out of the wolf's mouth, like a beam of darkness. It contained incredible power, and it slammed against several of the lightning chains that had formed. Boom! An explosion of chi radiated outwards after the collision, and a small gap in John's lightning cage formed. The wolf quickly slipped out of the cage before John could react. The wolf dashed off into the distance, leaving the others behind. Shit! John cursed as he saw this. He wanted to dash forward and trap the wolf once again, but the other 10 wolves started their assault on him once more, stopping him from doing so. John realized his cage was too weak with just 1 layer of lightning, and quickly created a second layer to his lightning cage. The second layer doubled the amount of chi required to operate the lightning cage, but John's 20 times compressed danshin was showing its true value at the moment. Even with such a technique employed, John didn't feel any strain on his essence chi reserves. His essence danshin continued to pump out chi ceaselessly, as if it was an unlimited reservoir of chi. A smile crept up on John's face as he dashed forward towards the wolf closest to him. Peng! Bang! Peng! Bang! The metallic sound of scythe colliding against fangs and claws continued to ring out once again, while the explosive sound of lightning node attacks boomed out. The wolves tried to pierce through John's lightning cage as the first had done, but found going through 2 layers too difficult. Upon realizing this, the wolves discarded running from the cage and fought John head-on with all their strength. Claws swiped out as his head, intent on crushing his head, while large sharp fangs bit out, trying to bite him in half. John's body and scythe twirled around in endless circles as he fought all of the wolves at once. The wolves would lunge forward as they spotted a gap, but would find his scythe there the moment their attack arrived. Like this, an endless dance between man and beast carried on, as John slowly but surely felt his comprehension of his essence chi rise, and his proficiency in scythe arts climb. It was truly the perfect combat opportunity he required at the moment. Chapter 485, 2, Against 10 Chi. A claw attack pierced through John's defenses, slicing into his flesh and causing a small wound to form. However, John ignored the wound and continued his ceaseless scythe movement, as if nothing could stop it. If he attempted to fight the wolves like this with his great axe, the weight of the weapon would make his attacks too slow, and he would quickly be overwhelmed by attacks. However, the scythe's lower weight allowed him to attack with absolute speed and precision, forming a perfect defense against larger numbers. The battle continued for over half an hour, as wounds began to pile up on both John and the wolves. The wolves occasionally spat out their powerful beams of dark chi at John, which made even his hair raise on end. However, his incredibly durable body withstood any glancing attack that landed on it, keeping his fighting strength at maximum. His speed and reflexes ensured that even when overwhelmed by numbers, no attack was able to land directly on him. His body blurred back and forth, dodging such attacks while he continued his defensive assault. Tremble. A familiar tremble suddenly appeared in John's soul, causing him to be slightly surprised. "Are you sure you want to join? These wolves are quite strong," John called out in his soul while he continued to fight against the beasts. Flash. Not waiting to answer his question, light flashed as Kyrie suddenly appeared before John. The wolves suddenly dashed back, surprised by the newcomer. Their piercing yellow eyes all focused on the newcomer, assessing if it was a threat or not. Kyrie stood before John, much larger than when they had first met. Kyrie's body stood as tall as John's shoulders, while it was over 3 yards long as well. It had assumed its disguise once more, as it knew it wouldn't be seen in its true form unless John gave it the clearance to do so. John reached out and patted Kyrie on his back as Kyrie glared back at the wolves, its beastly instincts ignited by the challenge of the wolves. "All right then, buddy, let's do this together," John said to Kyrie with a smile as he allowed Kyrie to join his fight. Although he did not need Kiriai's help in this fight, he realized it was a good opportunity for Kiriai to get accustomed to its new power, as it had been in a slumber for the last few months. The wolves bared their fangs at Kiriai, as their instincts told them it was a dangerous foe. Flash. Kiriai suddenly shot forward, blue lightning trailing behind it, as it used some sort of lightning-based movement technique to shoot forward rapidly. John stared in speechless shock as Kiriai appeared before one of the wolves in an instant and lowered its head. The sharp horns on Kara's head slammed into the waist of the wolf, skewering it in an instant. Powerful lightning suddenly flared outwards from Kara's horns, which caused the wolf's body to explode from within. Just like that, a wolf had already died, something John hadn't even accomplished yet. Although he was fighting the wolves for training and not to kill, killing a wolf as fast as Kara had just done would have been quite challenging. Not only that, but the speed at which Kara had just moved shocked John to his core. It was far faster than any speed he himself could muster, even with his unlocked limiters of speed. I guess the fables of the lightning Kirin being one of the fastest beasts in existence is true, John mumbled in a daze as he watched Kara dash towards another wolf. The myths of the Kirin's speed were legendary, and John witnessed firsthand how correct those myths were. Kara was just a half-step heaven tribulation beast, and yet its speed was so great that even an early heaven tribulation night wolf, which had great speed itself, could not react in time. The battle prowess of the legendary Kirin truly was incredible, on par with that of the dragons. The wolves became aware of Kara's speed, and their wariness rose instantly. As soon as Kara dashed towards one, it would dash away while the others converged on Kara. John watched from the side as Kara started to dash like a blur of lightning all over the place within his lighting cage, as the battle between beasts commenced. John suddenly sped forward and activated his limiter of speed and thunderflush steps while slashing out his scythe. Peng! His scythe collided against the claw of one of the wolves that was just about to attack Kara from behind. The wolf was knocked back as John landed next to Kara, who pushed to assess the situation for a moment. "You can't just blindly attack these wolves, buddy," John said to Curry as he slashed out his scythe once again. "When surrounded like this, you need to focus on defense and only lash out when an opportunity arises. Use your speed to outmaneuver your opponents. Don't just blindly lock onto one target and forget about the others. Understand?" While Kara didn't understand John's words, it would read his feelings and overall thoughts. Kara bellowed out in understanding as it nudged his head against John's chest for a moment, before it dashed forward once more. Unlike before when it had locked onto one of the wolves, Kari Noe dashed around the battlefield in an unpredictable manner, creating openings with its immense speed while focusing on dodging the wolves' attacks. John nodded his head in an approving manner as he slashed out his scythe at an oncoming wolf, as the battle commenced in full once again. Several minutes later, the lightning cage faded, revealing the scene of carnage within. Then wolves laid on the destroyed ground where the battle had taken place, their corpses blooded and some cleaved in two. John's eyes scanned the battlefield as he looked for any remaining signs of life before his scythe was put away. Kara walked up beside John, several shallow wounds on his hind legs. Clearly, he had not been able to dodge all the attacks, although none of them were serious. "Not bad for your first fight in a year," John praised Kara, who nuzzled its head against his chest. John smiled as he patted Kara's head for a moment, before his eyes widened slightly and he pushed Kara away with all his might. Boom! A powerful beam of black light slammed into the ground between where Kara and John were, sending both of them flying away from the force of the explosion. John's gaze snapped towards Kara, who was stabilizing himself as well. No visible wounds from the attack were on Kara, causing John to breathe a sigh of relief before his gaze snapped to the nearby hilltop where the attack had come from. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the wolf that had escaped his lightning cage, which was standing next to a larger night wolf. The night wolf gazed down at John with rage as it surveyed the scene of its fallen brethren. "A Middle Heaven Tribulation night wolf has shown up," Seems like this is the boss of the group. Now we're Tukung. Chuptk 486, returning to the sect. John's excited gaze stared at the beast, while the beast stared back. This new foe of his was incredibly strong, and John knew he could not rely solely on his essence chi to beat it. Supreme Battle Art. Limiter of Power. John instantly activated 2 of his body-strengthening techniques, pushing his combat prowess to his strongest state without using his Asura transformation or bloodline ability. Without waiting, John shot towards the beast, Kura following closely behind. Lightning flickered along his body as his scythe slashed out towards the beast. "Do you think it's safe to go outside?" one of the villagers asked. They had heard an incredible commotion take place in the far distance and assumed that it was most likely between John and the wolves. The commotion had lasted for over half an hour before a brief silence, at which point another half-an-hour commotion broke out. Silence once again descended upon the land, this time lasting for quite a bit longer. "We stay put until sunrise as always," the elderly man instructed. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises suddenly sounded out from the front door of the Sufhus, startling everyone inside. Some hysterical villagers started crying out in fear, while the elderly man did his best to calm them down. "Do not fear," the man called out. "The beasts cannot breach this Sufhus. Open up, the coast is clear." A voice suddenly sounded out from the other side of the door, startling all those within. "Who, is that the boy?" a startled voice called out. "No way, he's either long gone or dead. He can't have beaten those wolves," another villager replied. "Silence," the elderly man commanded, causing the room to fall into silence. The elderly man walked towards the door and opened a small latch, revealing the other side of the door. His eyes locked onto John's, and a surprised look appeared on his face. You're all right," the elderly man exclaimed. "What happened? Did those wolves leave?" "Leave? No, they're all dead," John replied calmly. The elderly man was just about to question John's words, when suddenly John raised one of the wolf's severed heads in front of the opening. The elderly man nearly jumped backwards in fright, before he quickly realized that the usually menacing eyes of the wolf were now glazed over. He shifted forward to get a better look, and noticed that it was truly the head of the wolf. After a moment of hesitation, the elderly man unlatched the door, causing the other villagers in the room to become startled. They never opened the door while it was still dark. The door creaked open, revealing John standing there with the wolf head in his hands. A smile lingered on his face as he stared at the villagers. "I killed 12 of them. I'm not sure if there are any more, but none showed up. You should be safe for a while at least," John said to the group. The group was initially doubtful, but quickly realized John was telling the truth. A celebratory cry erupted within the Sufhus as the villagers started crying and hugging each other, as their nights of terror were finally over. John smiled again slightly upon seeing this, before he tossed one of the wolf's corpses towards the man. "Here, take this and mount its head somewhere. That should keep the other beasts away for a while at least," John instructed. He had already removed the wolf's blood essence and no longer had any use for the head. While he could sell it for some money, he was not lacking for money. Not only that, but he had 11 more heads, while the mission only required 10 heads. John turned around to leave, when the elderly man called out to him. "Wait a moment, young man," the man called out, causing John to turn around once more. "I must apologize for my earlier behavior. Despite my anger directed at you, you still chose to help us. I must humbly thank you. I must apologize that we are poor and do not have anything to give you as payment." The man bowed slightly as he showed John true sincerity. John remained calm as he looked at the man, as he didn't care about gratitude or rewards. "I would have killed the wolves regardless, as I'm getting a reward for completing this mission. Your anger or payments are of no concern to me." After saying this, John turned around and took to the sky. His body instantly blended into the darkness of night as he sped off in a different direction. The sun began to crest over the nearby mountains, illuminating the heavenly lightning sect in its morning glow. Bang! John landed in front of the heavenly lightning sect gates, his body covered in dirt and blood. It had already been 6 days since he set out to complete his mission. After finishing his assigned mission, he had aimlessly wandered about the nearby land, searching for other Heaven Tribulation Realm beasts to fight against. He had found many such battles, which slowly but surely helped his comprehensions towards his essence chi. Hugh, John sighed, as he finally arrived safely back at the sect. Some of those beasts were almost more than I could handle. Several shallow wounds that were slowly healing up were visible on his skin as John strode towards the gate of the sect. He walked past the long line that had already formed and headed towards the open gates. "Halt!" one of the guards instructed as they saw the dirty John approach. John was initially shocked at such a greeting, as disciples of the sect were allowed free passage in, but quickly remembered the state of his appearance. Not only did he look like a homeless beggar, but he was also wearing robes of a different color than the normal sect colors. Between his fighting and traveling back to the sect, he had no time to clean himself. John quickly took out his identification badge and handed it to the guard, which inspected it briefly with an odd look on his face before he handed it back to John. Clearly, he had not expected such a development. "You may enter," the guard instructed, who John thanked before entering the sect. Upon entering the sect, John sped towards his mansion and quickly washed the grime off his body. After scrubbing himself clean, he donned a new set of robes before he set off towards the mission hall. He arrived there a while later and was greeted by the usual boisterous atmosphere of the hall. He quickly entered the building and climbed to the second floor before he arrived before one of the mission hall tables. A female elder who appeared to be in her 30s sat behind the table as she perused various documents. John's arrival caught her attention, and she looked up at him. Her gaze turned slightly confused as she noticed John's meridian forging cultivation. "Yes," the elder inquired as to what he wanted. "I'm here to hand in a mission," John replied, causing the elder's face to become even more odd. "This is the desk for Heaven Tribulation grade missions. The Meridian Forging grade missions are downstairs," the elder instructed before gazing back at her documents. "I know where I am," John replied calmly as he took out the mission page. He laid it on the ground, which the elder quickly picked up and read over. Before she could speak out, a soft thud sounded out, catching her attention. A spatial ring appeared on the table before her, which after a moment of pause she reached out and inspected. Her face lit up in slight surprise as she inspected the heads of the 11 wolves within. She quickly noticed the blood essence missing, but did not comment on that as the mission was to kill the wolves, not bring them back intact. "Did you do this yourself? It doesn't matter. Give me your identification badge," the elder instructed John. The mission didn't clarify that he had to kill them personally, only that the wolves be killed. The elder assumed that John employed the help of someone stronger to kill the wolves, which the sect did not disallow. Missions such as the one John had taken were to protect the people of the land and didn't really care how such a thing was accomplished. John took out his badge and handed to her, which the elder grabbed for a brief moment before handing it back. John sent his divine sense into the badge and quickly realized it contained new information. There was now a record of the badge containing 1,000 contribution points. A smile appeared on his face as he thanked the woman before he quickly left the building. As he stepped out of the building, a thunderous voice suddenly boomed out over the sect, which John recognized as sect leader Thunderfist. "All disciples who wish to enter the Thunder Realm should gather at the top of Thunderrealm Mountain before midday." His voice ended after his short instructions, and John's face lit up slightly. The time to enter the Thunder Realm and find the lightning treasures he needed had arrived. Chapter 487, Thunder Realm Portal. The announcement sent the sect into an expected frenzy of excitement, as disciples started to flock over to Thunderrealm Mountain in droves. Thunderrealm Mountain was located roughly 8 miles from the sect center, and was a relatively isolated mountain. It stood around 10,000 yards tall, and was covered in lush forests at the base which eventually turned into a snowy landscape. The top of the mountain was fully snow-capped and seemed to have been flattened down by some unnatural force. After hearing the announcement, John himself also meandered over towards the mountain. As there was no rush, he took his time walking through the sect and exploring new areas he had never visited. After an hour of meandering, John found himself at the base of the mountain, in which thousands of disciples were streaming to every minute. There was a large winding pathway of steps that circled around the mountain, which eventually led to the peak. John joined the other disciples and used the steps to get to the top of the mountain. An absolutely excited and anxious atmosphere buzzed through the other disciples, who were fervently discussing the realm. "I can't wait to go back inside," one of the disciples nearby John exclaimed. "I know," another replied with much enthusiasm. "When I entered last year, I hardly obtained any opportunities. Hopefully my increase in strength will make this time more fruitful." Both disciples were in the half-step heaven tribulation realm and were clearly second-year disciples. John heard many similar sentiments amongst the other disciples as he climbed up the steps. "It seems as though opportunities do not come easily in this realm, which is good, I suppose. If they were easy to obtain, I'm sure all of them would have been snatched by now." The climb up the mountain took quite some time as it was done by foot, but John eventually arrived there half an hour later. He reached the top of the mountain, and the sight of tens of thousands of disciples came into view. Clearly most had already gathered ahead of time, and he was one of the last disciples to show up. His vision swept across the large group of disciples as he took in their appearances, ages, and cultivation levels. He tried to spot Adam and Chase, but they were lost in the sea of tens of thousands of disciples. Half-step heaven tribulation. Early heaven tribulation only a handful of middle heaven tribulation cultivators. In fact, it's the highest cultivation I see here. John fell into a deep contemplation upon scanning the cultivation levels of the other disciples. The handful of middle heaven tribulation disciples all seemed to be fourth-year disciples and were roughly 21 years of age. They each emanated incredible power, and at his current level of strength, John was unsure if he would win against them or not. Clearly, the geniuses of the divine marital continent are much stronger than those back on the Yuan Continent, not just in cultivation level, but also in combat prowess. Based on what he could tell from their naturally emanating aura, John wouldn't be surprised if these geniuses were able to jump a minor realm against those from the Yuan Continent. He was almost certain that the middle heaven tribulation disciples would be able to hold their own against late heaven tribulation elders of the Yuan Continent, which surprised him slightly. "I suppose I'll need to reassess just how many realms I can jump in this land. I used to be able to jump an entire major realm before, which is equivalent to 4 minor realms. However, I might only be able to jump 3 minor realms in this land. With that in mind, these middle heaven tribulation geniuses are probably an even match for me at the moment." While the combat prowesses of the disciples before him was shocking, it was not the thing that surprised him the most. The most surprising thing to John was their cultivation levels, as he expected them to be a bit higher than what he was seeing. "I assumed that the most talented fourth years would be in the late heaven tribulation realm, but it appears as though I was mistaken. Is the gap between our cultivation techniques truly so great?" John cultivated the primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique that celestial soulrend had given him, which allowed his cultivation speed to be incredibly quick. It was one of the primary reasons that he had been able to catch up to his peers so quickly, despite being so far behind in cultivation at the beginning. When he had joined the Heavenly Lightning sect, he had been allowed to study the main cultivation technique of the sect. However, upon inspecting it at the time, he had found it incredibly lacking when compared to his own technique. Although he had not yet reached the heaven tribulation realm, John was able to tell that his cultivation speed would be faster than these youths. "At my current rate of cultivation, I'll probably reach the middle heaven tribulation realm in a year or so, 3 years before these youths. It's most likely only a matter of time before I blow past them cultivation-wise, and the gap will most likely only keep growing. If only I could teach this cultivation technique to others." Although he knew how to use the primordial extermination, lightning cultivation technique, John did not know how to teach it to others. The technique was imprinted on his mind by celestial soulrend, and John's understanding of it was not great enough to impart the knowledge onto others. If he could impart such a cultivation technique to the rest of the sect, it would most likely only be a matter of time until the heavenly lightning sect dominated the entire world. Alas, he was unable to do such a thing, which caused him to sigh slightly in disappointment. Bang! A distant rumble from high above broke John out of his contemplative thoughts. He looked up towards the sky and noticed the clouds were starting to gather and darken slightly. His body tensed up instinctively upon seeing this, but he quickly breathed out a sigh of relief. It's not tribulation clouds, just some other sort of storm. Bang! Another streak of lightning flickered through the clouds, and the thunder rumbled over the land. Suddenly, the Grand Elder appeared in the sky above the disciples, his appearance catching the attention of all. The time for the Thunder Realm to open has arrived, the Grand Elder spoke out for all to hear. When the portal opens, you will have 10 minutes to enter before it closes. The realm will remain stable for 14 days, at which time you will all be expelled back to this location. All the disciples paid attention to the Grand Elder's words, although the 2nd through 4th years already knew the rules of the realm. There is only one rule within: no killing or crippling your fellow disciple. You can fight and dispute, but no lethal action may be taken. Failure to follow these rules will be dealt with severely. The Grand Elder's tone was firm as he emphasized this rule. Although the sect did not have an issue with this normally, occasionally disputes over an incredible treasure would turn fatal, and they wanted to avoid such internal strife. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down onto the mountain, just a short distance away from where the disciples were gathered. Many of them jumped in fright at the sudden bolt. Bang! Bang! Several more bolts slammed down onto the same location, as a glowing blue rune slowly started to become visible. It grew in strength with each bolt that slammed against it, and after several more bolts, it suddenly emanated an incredibly profound spatial power. Boom! A muffled boom echoed out as the rune suddenly flared its power, and a spatial portal appeared before all. The portal has opened, the Grand Elder instructed. You may now enter. Chapter 488, Barren Wasteland. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, hundreds of disciples rushed towards the portal to enter first. Others slowly walked over to the portal, unconcerned about entering first as they knew such a thing held no advantage, while others waited for the frenzy to die down so that they could leisurely enter. John slowly made his way over at a steady but unrushed pace. According to what he knew of the Thunder Realm, opportunities were rarely found immediately after entering. Not only that, but one would end up at a random location upon entering, and so things could not be planned out ahead of time. As such, he didn't put much effort in grouping up with Adam or Chase, as they would be separated at the start regardless. John reached the portal, which glowed a bright blue and brimmed with absolute power. It was spherical in shape, and he could see a vague image of what laid on the other side. Flash. He entered the portal and felt the familiar sensation of spatial power wrap around him for a moment, before his feet landed on solid ground. His divine sense immediately flared outwards to detect any nearby threats, but quickly retracted upon sensing none. It's quite barren, John mused out loud while raising an eyebrow. Before him was an endless expanse of charred earth, as if the ground had been struck by lightning continuously over hundreds of years. Not a single speck of vegetation could be seen on the blackened earth. Above him churned an endless ocean of clouds which contained flickering lightning within. Lightning would occasionally leave the clouds above and slam down onto the surface, charring it further. It's quite similar to the Elysian lightning world. When he had arrived in the Elysian lightning world where he had obtained Kyrie, the scenery was much the same. However, such a thing made sense, as they were both realms dominated by destructive lightning. John started moving in a random direction, as there was nothing of note in sight. Mountains occasionally pierced high into the sky, while valleys descended low into the earth. John climbed these mountains and valleys for some time, looking for any opportunity, but after several hours of exploration, was unable to find a single thing. He had spotted other disciples occasionally, but they mostly ignored each other as they each searched for their own opportunities. "What the hell type of realm is this?" John muttered with slight displeasure. Despite searching for hours, he had found 0 opportunities at all. Eventually, his gaze shifted upwards and locked onto the black clouds above as a thought appeared in his mind. He considered it for a moment before deciding to give it a shot. Boom! John's body pressed off the earth and rapidly pierced towards the clouds above. If he couldn't find any opportunities on the ground, he would find them in the sky. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." A voice suddenly entered his ears, which caused John to stop his upward momentum and hover in the sky. His gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, and he quickly spotted a disciple standing on the top of a nearby mountain, gazing at him. It was a young man with short brown hair who appeared to be around 20 years old. He wore the same robes as all the other disciples and had an average face and build. Small patches of facial hair lined his chin and upper lip. A quick inspection of the disciple revealed him to be in the early heaven tribulation realm, although he seemed as if he was ready to break through to the next realm at any moment. "Why shouldn't I do this?" John asked. He could tell the disciple had no ill will and was just giving him sincere advice from one heavenly lightning sect disciple to the other. "Because at best you'll be injured, and at worst you'll die," the youth replied calmly. "Your cultivation is at the middle meridian forging realm, so I'm assuming you're one of the new disciples from the branch sects. It's natural that you do not know much about this realm in that case, but I would advise you to heed my advice. Even I wouldn't dare to enter those clouds." John fell into silent contemplation for a moment as he mused over the disciple's words, as well as a few other things. His gaze shifted to the clouds above, and then back to the youth. "Do you know how strong the lightning in these clouds are?" John asked, trying to gauge the strength of the lightning above. While his instincts didn't sense any danger above, it was still best to ask. "They are strong enough to kill a middle heaven tribulation cultivator, and greatly injure a late heaven tribulation cultivator," the youth replied. A small smile appeared on John's face as he heard this, as it should be no problem to him in that case. His body, which was at the late meridian forging realm, was already equivalent to a late heaven tribulation cultivator in terms of durability. On top of that, he had a lightning attribute body and an incredible resistance to lightning. Out of anything that existed in the world, lightning was the thing he feared the least. As such, the lightning above would be the perfect strength for what he had planned. "What's your name?" John asked the boy. "Jared," the boy replied quickly, although was slightly taken aback by John's relaxed demeanor. When lower-year disciples, especially ones that just came from branch sects, ran into third-year disciples such as him, they would usually be intimidated and tepid. However, John's calm and composed demeanor was the exact opposite, slightly surprising the youth. "How well do you know this realm?" John asked. "I know it well enough," the youth replied. "The realm does not change every year, so everyone knows where the best opportunities are. Getting to those opportunities is the hard part unless you know the lay of the land. We're currently on the outskirts of this realm, so our placement was quite unlucky. No wonder I didn't find any opportunities here." John had felt it quite odd that everything was so barren, but the boy's words cleared everything up. "How quickly are the opportunities you described obtained?" John asked another question. "Not too fast. Many are quite hard to obtain, so most will remain until the last few days of the realm's duration," the youth replied. Perfect," John replied with a happy nod as he pointed at the youth. "In that case, you will wait here while I take care of some business in the clouds above. Afterwards, you'll escort us both to the area you spoke of. If you do that, I guarantee you'll obtain more treasures than you could have on your own." Chapter 489, First Opportunity Within the Realm. The young man's expression darkened slightly as he heard John's words and tones. He had been amiable up to this point out of concern for his fellow disciple, but John's words insinuated that he required John's help in this realm. It was as if he was being instructed by a child to do something. Even the most level-headed of individuals would become irate upon hearing such nonsense. "Who do you think you are?" the youth bellowed out, his amiable demeanor replaced with agitation. "Perhaps I was too kind to Yo." Bang! A blast of lightning suddenly exploded out of John's already outstretched finger and pierced directly for the youth below. Lightning wall. A wall of lightning sprung up in front of the youth, and John's lightning ruin slammed powerfully into the wall. After a brief struggle, his more profound lightning pierced through the wall and arrived before the youth, about to hit him square in the chest. The lightning beams suddenly disappeared, which caused the youth's panicked expression to turn into confusion and relief. He jumped backwards several times to put some distance between him and John, while he stared at him warily. Clearly, John had recalled his lightning at the last moment, or it would have struck onto the youth's body. While it would not have been a great injury, it would still have caused some damage. While the youth had been caught by surprise and only mounted a hasty defense, he could tell that John's attack was also quite hasty. Their power was at best even, and at worst he was weaker than John just based on that exchange. Shock filled the youth's body as he thought of such a thing. "That was just a warning shot," John said to the youth with a hardened expression. "My offer before was non-negotiable. You will wait here, and when I am done, you will escort us both to the lands of opportunity you spoke of. Understood?" The youth grit his teeth at John's words, as they were quite insulting. However, he would tell that John was ready to attack at a moment's notice to force him to comply. While he could run and most likely get away, the cost of getting injured this early on in the realm was not worth it. If he was injured to the point that he had to heal for a week or more, all the opportunities would be taken by others. After a brief internal struggle, the youth sighed and sat down on the mountain peak he was on. "Fine," a resigned sigh of acceptance sounded out from the youth. "Good, then we have an agreement," John replied, his hardened expression replaced with a small smile. "You won't regret this decision of yours." Before the youth could reply, John shot up into the clouds above, his body disappearing from the youth's sight. Boom. 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 The sound of continuous thunder rang out as John entered the clouds. The clouds became more active, as if his arrival was considered trespassing. A small smile hung on John's face as a beam of lightning suddenly pierced right by his body, as if it were firing off a warning shot. The nature of the lightning was incredibly profound, and John could tell that it contained many mysteries within. It was far more mystical and potent than normal lightning found in nature. "Perfect!" John exclaimed as he felt the power of the lightning before he closed his eyes. A small piece of jade suddenly appeared in his hands as he attuned himself with it. His eyes opened after a moment, and his power flared outwards, like a beacon of light in the dark. The clouds suddenly churned with even greater power, as if they were insulted by him even further. Bang! A bolt of powerful lightning struck onto John's body, inundating him with incredible power. The lightning pierced his flesh and burrowed into his body as it aimed to rampage within. With his mind attuned to the celestial lightning script jade piece, John started to guide the rampaging lightning within, infusing it with his body. The process lasted for a short moment before the lightning within his body was fully absorbed, and John once again opened his eyes with a smiling expression plastered on his face. That lightning bolt was strong enough to slightly raise both the quality of my lightning attribute body, as well as my lightning comprehension. This is the perfect opportunity I was looking for. Bang! 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 The youth below sat on the peak of the mountaintop as he watched the clouds above constantly churn out powerful lighting blasts. The power of the lightning sent shivers down his spine, as he knew he would be dead if struck by so many of those blasts. After several hours, John had still not revealed himself, and the youth could no longer detect his presence within the storm of lightning. "Ha!" the youth sighed as he slowly stood up. I tried to warn him, but he unfortunately did not heed my warnings. He only has himself to blame for dying in such a manner. The youth had stayed behind to see if John could pull off a miracle, but was unsurprised at the outcome. He patted off some dust from his robes and prepared to venture further into the realm when a voice from above him stopped him in his tracks. Leaving without me, that wasn't our agreement. The youth spun around in shock and looked up at the source of the voice. Floating above him in the sky was John, whose robe was torn and burnt in many areas. His skin was also burnt and charred, making him look quite miserable. However, his powerful aura had not waned even slightly, revealing the damage to be only superficial. How is that possible? The youth exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape as he stared at John. Luck, I guess, John replied with a casual shoulder shrug as he landed next to the youth. Now lead the way to the land you spoke of. Chapter 490 Lightning Beasts. John followed Jared as the two sped across the land. Their directions seemed to be random to John, as he could not see any indicators of them moving towards anything in particular. Jared would stop occasionally to check a map he had and compare it against local landmarks before continuing on his journey once again. I really should have gotten a map for this realm, John cursed himself internally. Oh well, I was too busy to even think about such a thing. His thoughts shifted to the recent lightning cultivation in the clouds above. Cultivating the celestial lightning script within those clouds was incredibly useful. The celestial lightning script requires real lightning to cultivate, and so I can't cultivate it whenever I like. Both my lightning attribute body and lightning comprehensions received a nice boost, but I still don't think it's enough. My body only improved slightly, and my comprehensions are still stuck on the second stage of the celestial lightning script. From what I can tell, there are at least 6 different layers, maybe more, so I'm still incredibly lacking. I need to look for more opportunities to raise both my body quality and lightning comprehensions in this realm. By the way, what's your name? Jared suddenly asked, breaking John out of his thoughts. John, he glanced over to Jared and replied. Where did you come from, John? Jared asked as he sped forward. You're clearly from a branch sect. The Yuan Continent branch sect, John replied casually as he sped forward alongside Jared. The Yuan Continent branch. Isn't that branch always the worst branch every year regarding entrance exam placements? How did you get so strong in a place like that? Jared asked, his tone slightly surprised. I had some lucky chances, John replied with a short response, revealing nothing to Jared. He had only just met the youth and didn't see the need to reveal anything important to him. Lucky chances, huh? Jared replied. Whatever those lucky chances were must have been amazing. While Jared had not confirmed the extent of John's strength, he knew it was far above anything he had seen before. He had never thought an attack from a middle meridian forging youth could threaten him as John's attack had done. While the attack was only effective due to him not expecting a first year to attack him, which resulted in his hasty defense, he could still tell it contained power equal to his own casual attacks. He didn't know if that attack from John's was an all-out attack or a casual one, but he leaned towards the former, as the latter was truly something he could not believe. How long until we arrive in this area you spoke of? John asked, changing the subject from himself. Several days, Jared replied. We should start seeing various things appear occasionally in about a day or so. Things like lightning beasts, vegetation, and other things of potential worth. What's in the center of this area you're taking us to? John asked, curious as to what opportunities might exist. It depends, as the opportunities change from year to year. Last year there were very few opportunities, while the year before had several ancient buildings appear, each with their own treasures contained inside if one was strong enough to break through the defenses. Is that so? John replied with a neutral expression. Hopefully this year has many opportunities and isn't like the previous year. Only time will tell, I suppose. After making a bit more small talk, John and Jared sped forward across the land in silence. Occasionally they would see other disciples, some who were traveling in the same direction, and others that were doing the opposite. Clearly not everyone knew where the opportunities existed. A day later, the first thing of note came into view, which caught John's attention immediately. The landscape they had been traversing was completely ashen and barren, while the first contrast to that had finally appeared. A tree, John mused as he spotted the object in the distance, but it was too far to make out at the moment. They arrived next to it after a short while and stopped to inspect it for a moment. A tree, 10 yards tall and half covered with leaves, stood alone amongst the otherwise barren landscape. "We're getting close," Jared replied as he touched the tree. "The closer we get to where we're going, the more vegetation will appear. This vegetation seems to be lightning resistant, and so has weathered the lightning strikes through all this time." "How interesting," John mused as he inspected the tree. He thought about taking off part of it to inspect its lightning-resistant properties, but decided against it. Based on Jared's comment, more and more vegetation should show up in the near future. Not only that, but external lightning-resistant measures were not what he was looking for. His lightning resistance was already incredibly great, and the only threat to him was tribulation lightning. However, tribulation lightning ignored the inanimate to focus on the tribulator. Even if he armored himself in lightning-resistant materials, it would serve no purpose in his tribulation to come. After inspecting the tree for a short moment, the two of them sped forward once again. More and more disciples came into view as many were funneling towards these lands. The vegetation also started getting denser, transforming the land from a barren land of char and ash to one a bit more vibrant and alive. Bang! Bang! Roar! A series of bangs suddenly sounded out on the other side of a nearby hill, followed by a loud and powerful roar that shook the land. John and Jared glanced at each other for a moment before they sped forward over the hill to glance to the other side. A battlefield came into view, one between beasts and disciples. On one side was a group of disciples who appeared to be made of second and third years, while the other side was a group of 3 lightning beasts, each emanating an early heaven tribulation power. The two sides were relatively even in power and seemed to be in a stalemate at the moment. John's eyes lit up as he saw the beasts, as they were actual flesh and blood beasts, instead of lightning constructs, as had been the case in the Elysian lightning world. Lightning beasts. I wonder if their blood essence will be more potent for me than normal blood essence. Time to find out. Chapter 491, Alternate Route Bang. Bang. Roar. The clash between the disciples and the beasts raged on below, as the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. John closely inspected the disciples, who appeared to be second and third years. Their cultivations ranged from half-step heaven tribulation to early heaven tribulation. Their bodies seemed to be riddled with injuries, as shallow wounds and flowing blood was visible. On the other side, the beasts seemed to be in bad shape as well, as their bodies were blood-stained as well. However, given the strongest constitutions of beasts, trading injuries with the disciples was a transaction they were willing to make. The lightning beasts seemed to be some variant of bear. Their hide was bluish-white, and lightning flickered over their body nonstop, indicating that they were lightning beasts. They were over 5 yards tall and 10 yards long, and towered over the much smaller disciples. Gah! A cry of pain rang out as one of the weaker disciples, a female at the half-step heaven tribulation realm, was struck by a claw of one of the 3 beasts and knocked far away. Her body slammed into the hillside below where John and Jared were standing. Blood spewed out of her mouth as she sustained internal injuries, while the other disciples all cried out in alarm. Kate, a young male disciple around 19 years of age, cried out in worry as he turned to look at her. His gaze suddenly shifted upwards as he spotted Jared and John, and his face lit up in elation. Jared, come help us, the disciple cried out. Jared dashed forward towards the beasts, as he heeded his fellow disciple's plea for aid. Bang! An explosive bolt of lightning pierced out from his finger and slammed onto one of the beasts, knocking it backwards. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand as he sliced it out towards one of the other beasts. A brilliant sword art was unleashed, which slashed onto the beast's fur. Roar. The beast roared out in pain from the attack, before it sent out a counterattack. The battle quickly reached a peak frenzy as John watched on from above. With Jared's help, the tides were turned in the disciples' favor as they were quickly whittling down the beast's defenses. "I guess I'll sit this one out," John mused as he sat down on the ground and watched the battle take place. He had initially wanted to slay the beasts himself, but decided against it as he instead watched how those from the sect fought. There would be plenty of opportunities in the near future to slay some lightning beasts and obtain their blood essence. Bang! The body of the last beast fell to the ground, lifeless. The battle had raged on for another 10 minutes before the last beast was felled, thanks to the help of Jared. John nodded his head in approval at what he had seen. He is quite talented. His attacks were sharp, precise, and quick. I wonder how high up in the sect he is. The disciples cleaned up the battlefield and put away the beast corpses before they retreated to where Kate was lying. She had popped a healing pill in her mouth and was focusing on recovery. "Are you all right?" the boy who had cried out to her earlier asked as he approached her, while the other 4 disciples crowded around as well. "I'll be all right," Kate replied with a slight wince, as even speaking was painful at the moment. "I'll just need some time to heal before I can move is all." "That's a relief," the youth replied before he turned to look at Jared. "Thank you, Jared. If not for your help, who knows how this would have ended up. As expected from one of our most talented third-year core disciples," the youth said to Jared with a small smile on his face. "Don't mention it," Jared replied casually. "Just be careful proceeding forward. These beasts won't attack you unless you attack them, so don't provoke any going forward," Jared instructed. A sheepish look appeared on the youth's face as he heard Jared lightly scold him. "I know, we just figured we were strong enough to kill them and obtain their beast cores. We'll heed your advice going forward. Hey, why don't you join us while we venture deeper into this land?" the youth asked. Jared turned to glance at John, who was still sitting on the hillside above them, before he turned back to the youth. "I'm afraid I'm already escorting the boy up there," Jared replied. "You can tag along if you want, though." The youths glanced up to John, and a frown appeared on some of their faces. One of the other boys, who appeared to also be 19 and had an early heaven tribulation cultivation, had the largest frown as he stared at John. "Why are you helping out a first year, and a weak one at that? The boy is only in the Meridian forging realm. He'll just be a hindrance going forward, especially if we try to hunt other beasts," the boy asked Jared. Jared's expression turned slightly awkward as he heard this, as he knew the truth regarding John's strength. "Sorry, guys, I already promised I would escort him. If you don't want to join us, then we'll have to part ways here," Jared replied. The group of disciples wanted to employ Jared's help, but they did not want to be slowed down by a weak first year. After some deliberation, they decided it was not worth it, and bid John and Jared farewell as they set off in a different direction. Jared watched them leave, before he glanced at John, who was still seated on top of the hill. "Let's continue onwards. We're almost to the forest, and the place of opportunities lies just beyond." John nodded his head as he stood up and followed Jared, as the 2 of them set off further into the mysterious Thunder Realm. After speeding forward for some time, the forest Jared spoke of came into view. The forest started quite abruptly, and the trees were incredibly impressive. Trees with trunks dozens of yards wide pierced all the way into the clouds above, as if forming a wall of wood to thwart all entry. "How long will it take for us to get through this forest?" John asked as he stared at it. "About 3 days. It's incredibly dense and many beasts live inside. We'll have to be careful traversing it," Jared replied. John frowned as he heard this, and his gaze shifted up towards the clouds above. Lightning continued to flicker within the clouds, occasionally illuminating the forest below. An idea popped up into his mind as he thought of the way forward. "That's too long," John replied. "I have another idea." "What idea do you have?" Lightning nodes suddenly appeared in the area around John and Jared, as John suddenly activated his lightning cage. It wrapped closely around him and Jared, forming a powerful cocoon of defensive lighting around them. "What are you doing?" Jared asked in shock as John suddenly grabbed him by the arm. "Taking the fast route," John replied as his body suddenly shot up into the sky, taking Jared along with him as they disappeared into the clouds above. Chapter 492, Labyrinth lightning crashed all around as John flew through the sky while forcefully pulling Jared along. Before Jared could even react, he found himself dragged forward by John. He tried to pry his arm free, but found John's grip to be like a steel vise, unable to be budged at all. Bang! A powerful lightning bolt slammed onto the lightning cage, causing Jared to activate his full power to resist the blast. However, the bolt slammed onto the lightning cage, and after a brief struggle faded away. A look of slight surprise appeared on Jared's face as he observed this happening. The power of John's lightning cage was impressive, but it was not that much stronger than what he himself could muster up. However, he could tell that the quality of the lightning itself was the highest he had ever seen from another cultivator, which allowed it to resist the lightning bolt. Bang! 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 Lightning bolts continuously slammed onto John's lightning cage, which he ignored as he flew forward at great speed. Some of the trees below pierced up into the clouds, which caused him to weave between the canopies as he sped forward. While using such a method was very taxing on his essence chi, it was definitely worth it. The journey continued for over an hour as John started to feel the burdens of keeping his lightning cage activated for so long. Thanks to his incredible danshin, he had been able to keep the cage up for over an hour. However, it was starting to become draining. A short while later, the trees that pierced into the clouds became less numerous, until they disappeared completely. Taking this as a sign that the forest had ended, John started his descent. He broke through the bottom of the clouds, and an extensive clearing came into view, over a dozen miles wide. The circular clearing was made right in the center of the forest, and the tree line could be seen in the far distance. An expansive grassland lined the surface, while grazing animals could be seen occasionally. At the very center off the clearing was a dark blue object, barely noticeable as it was only a few dozen yards tall. However, a massive crowd of disciples were gathered around it, making it much more obvious to see. John deactivated the lightning cage as they had left the clouds, and allowed Jared to fly on his own once again. "Sorry for the rough ride," John said to Jared, "but it was the fastest way forward. I'm sure you understand." "It's fine," Jared replied. "You saved us over a day of travel time, so I can't complain. But I can complain about that," Jared said as he gazed at the distant object. "Why, what is it?" John asked. "The labyrinth," Jared replied. "Every year the opportunity at this location changes. Sometimes it's a palace, or a pagoda, or a lake, or a multitude of other things. Those things I just mentioned all have great opportunities, and they are much easier to obtain. However, this year seems to be the labyrinth, which is agreed upon as the hardest and most dangerous one of all." "Is that so?" John replied as he gazed at the labyrinth entrance. "What makes it so hard and dangerous?" Jared sighed deeply, as if seeing the labyrinth entrance made him depressed. "I haven't personally entered it, but there are accounts from previous disciples who had. The other locations I mentioned all could be solved with brute force. If you were strong enough, you could obtain treasures and rewards. However, the labyrinth is different. Brute strength can't solve everything inside, and it's incredibly easy to get lost and trapped until the realm closes. Not only that, but there have been quite a few disciples that have gone missing in the past and are assumed to have perished inside. So not only is it the hardest to traverse, it is also the most deadly." John frowned upon hearing this, as it was not exactly good for him. His specialty was brute force, and it seemed as though that would only get him so far in the labyrinth. "Let's go, we've wasted enough time getting here," John said as he sped forward. Jared followed behind, and the two of them arrived at the labyrinth entrance shortly after. A large crowd of several thousand disciples had already gathered outside the labyrinth entrance. John and Jared landed at the edge of the group and began to move forward through the scattered crowd, causing many to glance at the new arrivals. Many of them had gathered in small groups, and heated discussions could be heard from each group. "Come on, let's try again," a voice boomed out from one of the groups. "No way," another replied. "We almost died to those guardians yesterday, and you want to try again? We'll die for sure this time." "I've got a better plan this time," the first youth replied as he started explaining his plan. His voice faded away as John moved through the crowd, although many similar discussions were audible. "Got 'em, Nit. Those fucking guardians are a pain in the ass," an exasperated voice cursed out, catching John's attention. He knew that voice. "That's because you're too slow," a female voice replied mockingly. "Maybe you should work on your speed and not your cursing in the future." "You," the first voice replied angrily, but was cut off by a different voice. "There's nothing we can do about it," a calmer voice replied. "At least not until he Pat. John's hand rested on the shoulder of the one who was speaking, cutting off his words as he turned around. "John," Chase exclaimed, which caused the two others to look over as well. "Hey guys," John replied with a smile on his face as he stared at his friends. Chase and Adam were gathered together, and surprisingly even Iris was there. "What took you so long to arrive?" Adam replied with a grumpy tone. "We've been waiting here for 2 days already, ow." Adam's complaining was cut off as John flicked a finger onto his forehead, knocking him back and leaving a red mark on his forehead. "Stop complaining," John chided Adam. "I was transported to the very edge of this realm. Since you're all here already, I'm guessing you had a much better starting point." "MHM," Chase replied. "In fact, Iris was transported right into this field apparently." John glanced over to Iris with a dry expression, who stared back at him with a large smile on her face. "How the hell did you get so lucky?" John asked. "No idea, just luck I guess," Iris replied with a shoulder shrug. John shook his head in self-pity at the different treatment the realm had shown between him and his friends. If he had not had Jared with him, who knew if he would have found this location in time before the realm's closing? "Who's your friend, by the way?" Adam asked as he spotted Jared standing behind John. They were surprised that an early Heaven Tribulation disciple, one that was a third year as well, was following John. "This is Jared," John introduced. "He helped me arrive at this location, so he'll be tagging along with us inside the labyrinth." The group greeted Jared, who greeted them back warmly despite the fact that they were first years and much weaker than him. "Anyways, why are you, as well as all these other disciples, gathered around the entrance?" John asked. "We were waiting for you," Adam replied. His chest puffed out as if such a thing was something to be proud of. "Ow!" Adam cried out again as Iris had flicked him on the head this time. "You say that, yet you tried to enter the labyrinth as soon as you arrived. Only Chase and I waited without trying to enter. How shameless can you be?" Iris scolded Adam. Adam wanted to curse back, but remained silent as he realized she was only telling the truth. "So why couldn't you enter?" John asked, although he was sure he had an inkling as to what the reason was based on the earlier conversations he had heard. "Does it have to do with these guardians you were speaking of?" "Yes," Chase replied as his gaze shifted to the labyrinth entrance behind them. John's gaze followed, and he soon spotted what Chase was looking at. The labyrinth entrance was like an open maw, a few dozen yards tall and wide. It was dark blue and descended down until it became darkness. Before the labyrinth stood 4 stone statues, each 10 yards tall. The statues all held different weapons and seemed to be humanoid golems. John felt a strange sensation as he stared at the statues, as if they were alive. They emitted the power. "Those 4 statues are the guardians of this place," Chase explained. "If you try to enter, you have to get past the guardians. Also, there's a strange restriction around the entrance, so that only 6 people can approach at a time, so we cannot all rush past with sheer numbers." "Is that so?" John mused. "How strong are they?" "Early Heaven Tribulation," Chase replied, "which is why we waited for you. Although we would have waited for you regardless of if we could enter or not," he continued as he glanced sideways at Adam, which caused Adam to smile wryly. John nodded his head at Chase's words as he began to move forward and beckoned the rest to follow him. Let's go. We're entering the labyrinth. Chapter 493, Stone Guardians. The large group of disciples gathered outside the labyrinth entrance were mostly first and second years, or the weaker third and fourth year disciples. The guardians at the entrance of the labyrinth were far too great a task for the weaker disciples to handle. With the restriction of 6 disciples taking on the guardians at one time, strength was the only thing that mattered. Some of the groups had attempted to try their luck regardless, to devastating consequences. Many disciples were injured to some extent, while some had lost limbs or almost died. The guardians did not pull their punches, and watching some of the disciples nearly lose their lives discouraged most watching. Occasionally, a group of stronger disciples, mainly from the 3rd and 4th year class, would take on the guardians and pass by. Envious gazes would stare at those groups, as all they could do was gaze. Gah! Retreat! Frenzied cries rang out from the entrance of the labyrinth as a group of disciples was attempting to enter. They were 2nd and 3rd years, and had cultivations at the very initial stage of early the heaven tribulation realm. However, even that wasn't enough, and they were overwhelmed by the guardians. John arrived before the labyrinth entrance, which was a large bridge that led directly into the heart of the labyrinth. The bridge was 20 yards wide and 100 yards long. He arrived at the entrance of the bridge, but found his body stopped by an invisible formation. That's the restriction I was talking about, Chase said to John from behind. We will only be able to enter when the group in front of us retreats or enters the labyrinth. I guess we wait then, John replied casually, while the rest of the group stood behind him. Their arrival caught the interested gazes of the other groups behind them. Some of the expressions were that of intrigue, while others were amused or mocking. Rayan and his group are on the bridge right now, are all at the early heaven tribulation realm, and still can't get by, yet this group wants to enter. One of the 2nd years mocked while staring at John's group. This youth had attempted to enter, but was forced back by the guardians, causing his mood to be incredibly sour. They're just 1st years who know nothing, another replied before his gaze locked onto Jared. Wait, isn't that Jared? Why the hell is he helping those weak 1st years? Jared, you're right. What the hell is he doing with them? Who knows? Maybe one of them is from a rich family and paid him to help them enter. Another in the group spoke up. Bang! A disciple from the bridge flew out of the restriction zone as he was attacked by one of the stone guardians. His body tumbled over several times before coming to a stop, and the 5 other disciples quickly retreated as well. The stone guardians returned to their locations directly in front of the labyrinth, awaiting the next challengers. Got him, Nit, a disciple from the group that had just failed, cursed out angrily. We were so close but still failed, damn it all. John's group glanced at the group that had just failed, before John started walking forward. Let's go, stay close to me and just walk behind me, John instructed as he moved forward. The others nodded their heads and followed behind John. They all felt themselves cross over the formation boundary, and the stone guardians quickly took note of the new arrivals. Their lifeless eyes lit up with a green light as they started moving towards the group. Heavenly Lightning Domain. John activated his domain as hundreds of lightning nodes sprung up in the sky. He focused his mind on the task at hand, and continuous beams of lightning started snaking from one node the next, lighting up the entire area around him. Before long, hundreds of continuous lightning beams linked together to form a 5-layered cage around the group. The lightning cage caught the attention of all those outside as they stared at it in slight awe. The Heavenly Lightning Domain, several disciples called out, as most of them knew how to use this domain. However, the amount of power as well as profundity of the lightning was shocking to them. Not only that, but the Heavenly Lightning Domain was used to attack at random from many different locations, which could be used to surprise opponents and overwhelm them. Using it like this, where each node was being continuously used to form a cage, would be incredibly taxing on one's essence reserves. Not only did it drain a lot of chi, but it also required an immense amount of chi throughput to do as well. It was something many of the other disciples knew they were unable to do, and those that could do it would only be able to maintain it for less than a minute. "Is it Jared's lightning domain?" a disciple asked as they all inspected it closer. "No, it's not his. It's the first-year boy at the front of the group. How is this possible?" Many called out in shock, unable to believe that a meridian-forging disciple could have such powerful chi. Adam, Chase, and Iris looked around in all directions as they stared in awe at the lightning cage. Jared's expression was mostly neutral, as he had already seen the cage before. "So this is how we're getting by?" Adam asked with a valiant look on his face and his chest puffed out. "I figured we would fight the Guardians." "You're more than welcome to try," John replied as he opened a small hole in the lightning cage and gestured for Adam to leave. Adam's prideful expression quickly turned into one of panic as he took a step back and waved his hands. No, this is your moment to shine. I won't take it away from you," Adam replied. "Shameless," Iris spat out at Adam, causing him to look at her with a frown. "What? If you want to fight, then let's fight," Iris said to Adam, displeased by the look on his face. Adam opened his mouth as if to say something, but decided against it as he fell into silence. John continued to steadily move forward, and soon they arrived before the 4 stone guardians. The guardians each held a different stone weapon, and they all slashed down on the lightning cage at the same time with incredibly powerful attacks. Bang, chapter 494. Entering the labyrinth, John flared his essence power to the maximum as the attacks collided against the lightning cage. The first 3 layers were shattered by the powerful guardian attacks, and the 4th layer was tested. However, the 4th and 5th layer held up as the guardians withdrew their weapons for their next attacks. John instantly flared his essence power again, relinking the broken lightning nodes and completely reforming his lighting cage. Bang! 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 The disciples outside the entrance watched with awestruck expressions as John's group, protected by the lightning cage, strolled right past the 4 guardians. Constant attacks rained down from the guardians, which would destroy several layers of the cage. However, the protective cage was instantly reformed, making it so that the attacks continued to be repelled. As if they were sentient, the guardians started staggering their attacks in an attempt to give John no time to fix the cage. Slowly, but surely, the continuous barrage of incredibly powerful attacks whittled away at the cage, before the 5th layer was finally broken by an incredibly strong attack. "It broke," the stunned disciples called out as they waited for what happened next. They did not know if the group could directly withstand the attacks of the guardians. The cage is broken. John, do something." A panicked cry of a male echoed out from within the lightning cage. Bang! A massive golden battle axe image suddenly slashed upwards from within the lightning cage and collided against the weapons of the guardians that were slamming down onto the group. The weapons of the stone guardians were knocked back, revealing the attack to be powerful enough to repel all 4 attacks at once. As the attacks were repelled, the lightning cage reformed in full. The group of first years disappeared from sight as they finally stepped into the labyrinth, shocking all those that witnessed it happen. "They made it. How is this possible?" Many disciples called out in a stunned daze. "We made it," an excited cry erupted from Adam as they stepped into the labyrinth. "I never doubted you for a second." John's lightning cage faded away as his gaze focused on the darkness of the labyrinth ahead. The labyrinth was pitch black, with not a single source of light within, as an endless darkness stretched out before them. "Shameless," Iris spat out at Adam again. "Who was the one shouting in panic when the cage broke? You could have done something, but all you did was cry out in fear. Are you good at anything, or is all you do is run your mouth nonstop?" "Why the hell did we invite this wench?" Adam spat out in equal disgust as Iris kept rebuking him. "Just kick her from our group already," he pleaded John. "Wench? Who the hell are you calling a wench?" Iris yelled out as she suddenly appeared before Adam. Her foot swept out and collided against Adam's waist, sending him flying against the nearby wall. The force of the kick shook the entrance of the labyrinth, and Adam slowly and shakily clambered back on his feet as he pointed at Iris. You wait. I'll have my revenge," he yelled out, his pointed finger shaking from the recent pain. While the two of them were fighting, lightning flared above John's hand, illuminating the nearby area. Before them were two passageways, one leading to the left while the other led to the right. There were no markings of any sort to signify which was the direction to travel. The sight caused everyone to fall into silence, as both ways looked quite ominous. Based on what Jared had told him of the labyrinth, one wrong move could lead to failure, danger, and even death. Even John couldn't tell any difference between the two directions. His gaze shifted to Adam and Iris. "I've already done my part. One of you better figure out which way we're supposed to go." Adam and Iris glanced at each other for a moment, before they both immediately went to work on figuring out which way was the best way to travel. Neither wanted to lose out to the other, and both wanted to prove their value to the group. After a brief inspection of the passageways, Adam took out a small formation disc and sat on the ground. He closed his eyes as he channeled his chi into the disc, which started to glow. At the same time, Iris walked slightly forward and stared at both passageways. Her blue eyes changed slightly, becoming a brighter shade of blue as she stared forward for a short moment. "This way," Iris called out while pointing to the left passageway. "What?" Adam called out in surprise as his eyes opened. "There's no way you've figured out which direction to go already. You're just guessing." "Please, I'm not as pathetic as you to do such a thing," Iris spat back in disgust. "How do you know it's that way?" John asked calmly. Iris had seemingly found the way almost immediately, which seemed almost too good to be true. "Because I see nothing to the left, only an endless expanse of passageway, while the right side is far more dangerous. It's almost at the edge of what I can see, but there's a dead end at the right side hallway over a mile away, and there seems to be hundreds of disciples trapped by an invisible formation there," she explained. "You can see all that from here?" John asked, slightly surprised. He knew Iris had special eyes, but her vision was beyond what he had expected. Even when he used his maximum eyesight or spread his divine sense to the farthest he could go, he was unable to see anything down the right passageway. "I can," Iris replied. "Should we try to help those disciples?" Chase suddenly spoke up. "No," John replied. "The realm will expel them in 10 days, so their lives aren't at risk. They can only blame it on their own bad luck. Let's go." We proceed to the left. John immediately set off down the left passageway, and the group followed closely behind as they began their journey within the labyrinth. Chapter 495, Deceptive Disciples. Lightning crackled atop John's outstretched palm, illuminating the nearby area of the passageway. The hallway was several dozen yards wide and tall, and the walls were made of large stone slabs. After the illuminated area around them, darkness was all the group could see as they slowly but surely ventured deeper into the dark, mysterious labyrinth. "How long is this damn passageway?" Adam grumbled as the group had been walking forward for quite some time already. However, all that greeted them was more darkness as they ventured forward. "Who knows?" John replied calmly as he kept his eyes forward. "There's something ahead," Iris suddenly spoke up, causing all to look at her. "What is it?" John asked. Iris narrowed her eyes as she peered forward, before they widened slightly. "It's the other disciples," she replied. "Or at least that's what this labyrinth wants us to think." What do you mean by that?" John asked for clarification. "A few hundred yards ahead, there are about a dozen disciples dressed in our sex robes. They look completely human on the outside, but they're not human at all. It must be a trap of the labyrinth." John raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but kept silent as the group continued to move forward. After a short moment longer, they heard a voice call out for help. "Help us!" A panicked female voice rang out from deeper within the hallway. The voice was shrill and fearful, and sounded incredibly real. "Please help us," another voice called out, equally as convincing. Before long, a group of roughly a dozen cultivators became illuminated by John's lightning. It was a mix of half males and half females, and each wore the robes of the heavenly lightning sect. Their robes were all torn in many places, and blood stained their skin, making them look quite miserable. "Do you recognize them?" John asked as he turned to Jared. "I do," Jared replied as he stared at the group. "These are disciples from my third-year class." A frown appeared on his face as he turned to look at Iris. "Are you sure about what you told us? They look like the disciples I know," he asked. "I'm sure," Iris replied, not a single hint of doubt on her face. The group slowly approached John and the rest, and relief appeared on their faces upon spotting the group. "Thank God, we found hell," one of the female disciples cried out in relief, before her expression turned into one of fear and confusion. "What are you doing?" she cried out in panic. John's scythe was already slashing outwards towards the group as a powerful scythe image pierced towards them. Before the disciples could react, the scythe image slashed right through them, cleaving them all in half. Looks of fear and hopelessness appeared on their faces, but were quickly replaced with rage as they all glanced at John. Boom. 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 The bodies of the disciples suddenly all exploded, unleashing incredibly powerful blasts where they died. The blasts traveled through the passageway instantly and exploded over the location where John and the rest were standing. Lightning cage. John instantly activated his heavenly lightning domain and formed a protective cage around the group. The explosion was incredibly powerful, and while he would be able to resist it, the weaker bodies of Adam, Chase, and Iris would not. While it would most likely not kill them, it would definitely do great harm to them and render them useless for the rest of the realm's duration. The explosion washed over the lightning cage, shaking it with its power and collapsing several of the layers of the cage. It continued for a short while before the explosion faded away, returning the passageway to normal once more. John retracted his lightning cage after confirming the danger was over, and stared at the spot where the disciples had been. "What the hell was that?" Adam exclaimed with a stunned expression on his face. "It was clearly some kind of trap," John replied calmly as he surveyed the area. "Those disciples wanted to get close to us, at which point they would blow up. How devious." "Devious? That was downright lethal," Adam exclaimed. "I thought this realm was supposed to be relatively safe." "It is, normally," Jared suddenly spoke up, causing the others to look at him. "However, the labyrinth is different. The other opportunities in this realm are relatively safe and easy to obtain, but when the labyrinth shows up, it's completely different. Many in the past have gone missing within the labyrinth, never to return. We can only presume they died within, so while most years are safe, this year's realm is not." "Great, just our luck," Adam spat out in disgust and disappointment upon hearing Jared's explanation. "I wonder why that is," Chase spoke up. "This realm seems to aid the entrance most years, but the labyrinth seems to punish instead. It's quite odd." "It is," Jared replied. "However, no one has ever made it to the end of the labyrinth, so we can't say for sure what the reason for its brutality is. The best thing we can hope for is to stay alive and find some opportunities within before we are transported out of the realm." "Is there any more danger ahead?" John turned to Iris and asked. Iris and her eyes were already beginning to show their value to John, which caused him to get a slightly better impression of her. "Not that I see. I just see another fork up ahead," she replied. John nodded his head and moved forward, followed by the rest of the group. As Iris had stated, there was no more danger, and soon the group arrived at another fork in the passageway. However, this time there were 3 forks, each completely pitch black as well. "Which way?" John turned to Iris and asked. Iris's eyes shifted color as she glanced down all 3 passageways, before a frown appeared on her face. "I don't know. The passageways twist and turn quite early on, so I cannot see deeply into them. Also, the material the walls are made of is incredibly unique, and my gaze cannot pierce through them." John frowned upon hearing this, but said nothing as Iris had already done her best so far. He was just about to guess at random when Adam walked forward. His chest was puffed out, and an incredibly proud smile appeared on his face as he passed by Iris, which he made sure she saw. Iris frowned upon seeing his prideful expression and couldn't help but curse out at him. "What the hell are you looking so prideful for?" she asked with a displeased tone. "Stay back and watch a real master in action," Adam replied with a prideful tone as he sat down on the ground in front of the group. Before he sat down, he took out a large formation disc several yards across and sat down on it. Many fantastical runes were carved into the surface, and soon another smaller formation disc appeared in his hands. He furled his sleeves up to the shoulder, revealing 2 small formation discs embedded into his skin. The sight made Iris's skin crawl, as it looked quite brutal. 3 objects, appearing like arrowheads, suddenly appeared in the air before him and floated before his face. Adam closed his eyes and focused his mind, as the formation runes on all the objects he had taken out started to glow. Chi. 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 The arrowheads suddenly shot forward. One going into each of the passageways quickly disappeared from everyone's sight as they blended into the darkness. Everyone remained silent as they allowed Adam to do whatever he was doing, which lasted for over 15 minutes. Adam's face started to become pale as whatever he was doing was clearly straining his chi reserves, and his breathing started to become heavier as well. After 30 minutes, his eyes suddenly snapped open as one of the arrowheads suddenly shot out of one of the dark passageways. It stopped directly before his head, and Adam grabbed the arrowhead and put it away, along with the disc in his hands and the platform below him. He stood up and turned around to face the group, and his expression became even more prideful than before. He made sure to glance at Iris in particular as a large smile appeared on his face. "This way," Adam gestured to the passageway that the arrowhead had come out of. "The other ways both lead to traps, and my formation arrows can no longer return to me. Similar to what Iris saw in the first passageway, there are trapped disciples in both of those passageways, unable to return at all." "Good job," John said to Adam as he patted him on the shoulder. Without missing a beat, John set off down the passageway Adam had identified, as their journey deeper into the labyrinth continued. Chapter 496, Mist-filled room much like the first passageway. The passageway the group was walking through at the moment was dark and dreary, with not a single source of light. Lightning flickered over John's outstretched palm, illuminating the way as the group descended deeper into the labyrinth. "I wonder if there is going to be another trap in this passageway," Adam spoke out, breaking the silence other than the faint sound of footsteps. "If there is, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it," Iris replied. "We're a rather talented group after all." The passageway twisted and turned on their way forward, making it quite odd to traverse. At times it would seem to spiral, which made them walk up at a sloped angle, only to descend a short while after. The passageway was well over a mile long, and took some time to traverse as the group carefully made their way forward. While they could speed forward without care, the trap from the last passageway cautioned them against such actions. "There's light up ahead," Iris called out, her eyes locked forward. The rest of the group looked forward, but were unable to see any sort of light. "I don't see anything," Adam replied with doubt. "It's just endless darkness before us." "Are you sure you're seeing things correctly?" Iris rolled her eyes at Adam's disparaging comment. "You have your formations, I have my eyes. Should I start saying you know nothing about formations?" "You wouldn't dare," Adam replied quickly. "Then shut up about things outside your area of expertise," Iris replied with a huff. Adam opened his mouth to reply, but closed it after a moment of thought. Soon after, however, an incredibly faint light appeared in their vision. Iris sent a smug glance at Adam, who did his best to ignore her while the group moved forward. After several more twists and turns in the hallway, the group arrived before the source of the light. "It's a room, a large empty room," Adam exclaimed, his initial enthusiasm turning sour as the room was completely empty. The room was roughly 100 yards on each side, and was completely empty. On the far side of the room seemed to be a pit that spanned the width of the room, although the group couldn't see what was inside the pit. "It's not completely empty," Chase replied. There appears to be a faint mist hanging in the air. Is there anything strange with this mist? John asked, as Chase was the most likely to be able to identify such things. Chase inspected the mist for a moment before he shook his head. I can't detect anything wrong with the mist, other than the fact that it blocks divine sense. However, to be safe, we should hold our breath and form a protective barrier of qi over our bodies. John sent out his divine sense and found it was only able to penetrate several yards into the mist before coming to a halt. He raised his eyebrows at the sight before his gaze swept across the rest of the room. Maybe it's a trial of some sort that will be forced to use our eyes or reflexes to pass instead of relying on our divine sense, John mused out loud before turning to Iris. Do you see anything strange with this room? He asked. Iris's gaze swept across the room for a moment before she shook her head. No, the only thing of note is that pit on the other side of the room, although it's covered with a formation of some sort. That's all I can tell, Iris replied. John mused over everything for a moment before he shrugged his shoulders. I guess we can only move forward. Boom. A loud sound boomed out behind them, which caused all 5 members in the group to jump as they turned around to look at the sound. Behind them, where the passageway had been, was now a solid wall. The sound had been from a falling door that had closed off the passageway, sealing their retreat. I guess we really can only go forward now, John commented wryly as he observed the sturdy door blocking their way. The material that made up the labyrinth walls was incredibly durable, and they would not be able to brute force their way through it. The group turned around to look back at the room before them and followed after John as he took the first steps into the mist. As a precaution, John held his breath as the mist was quite mysterious and formed a thin layer of protective qi over his body. The others in the group did the same as they carefully ventured through the mist, keeping their heads on a swivel as they looked for any potential danger to appear. After traversing several dozen yards into the mist, a soft thud sounded out behind John. John, as well as the others, turned around to look at the sound. Adam, what are you doing? John asked in a confused manner as Adam was kneeling on the ground. His legs were shaking, and he was struggling to stand up. I don't know. I suddenly can't move, Adam replied. Thud. Thud. Another 2 soft thuds sounded out as Iris and Jared fell to their knees, finding it hard to move. What's going on? Adam exclaimed as he struggled to stand up but couldn't. I was wrong, Chase suddenly spoke up. This is not regular mist, it's poisonous mist. Poisonous mist, Adam replied. We've been holding our breath. How is it affecting us? Chase inspected the mist for a moment, trying to figure out what was going on. It must be absorbed through our skin and must be able to somehow ignore the protective qi layers we formed, Chase replied through gritted teeth. Quick, take whatever poison-neutralizing pills you have. The group quickly followed Chase's instructions and took out many different poison-neutralizing pills they had on hand. They downed them one after the other, hopping for it to neutralize the poison. However, nothing seemed to work. By now, even John started to feel his body start to grow weak and weary. He found his movements grow sluggish and found it hard to even take a step. Using my Asura transformation would solve this issue, as it empowers my body and rids any negative effects within. However, I promised Thunderzin I wouldn't use it unless my life was at risk. How else do I get us out of this mess? John mused internally as he tried to figure out a way out of this mess. He glanced over to Chase, who was surprisingly still standing, although he seemed to be struggling as well. You're still fine, John asked Chase. I'm from the Bloodfiend sect, and also a pill Dao expert. I grew up around poisons and other nasty things, so my body is much more resistant than normal cultivators, Chase replied. Do you have any way to get us out of this mess? John asked Chase, as he was the expert on such a subject. Chase glanced at the others, who were all still under the poison's effects. I guess none of the pills any of you took helped at all, Chase mused out loud, before his gaze locked back onto John. I might, Chase replied, causing the eyes of the others to widen in hopeful anticipation. I have over 10,000 different poison-neutralizing pills, each specialized for neutralizing a different type of poison. However, we don't have enough time to try each one before this poison completely overwhelms us. The only solution I have is to study this mist and figure out what poison it is, and hopefully I have the corresponding pill to give to you all. John nodded his head in approval at Chase's plan, and Chase quickly sat down and took out many different vials, pots, and potions. He started going to work doing alchemical things that John had no idea of, as he tried to figure out what the poison was. The process continued for several minutes, before a clunking sound echoed out behind them. John and the group turned their heads to look at the sound and grit their teeth at what they saw. The wall behind them had started to slowly move towards them. Their heads all turned to look forward as they remembered something, and their gazes locked onto the pit at the other side of the room. The seemingly harmless pit now looked like a death trap that was slowly encroaching on them. Chapter 497, Poison Mist. We're gonna be trapped in that pit. Adam screeched out in panic. Chase, work faster. Chase grit his teeth as he heard Adam's cries of panic, which were quickly cut off as John sent Adam a stern glare of warning to be silent. Adam's panicked expression remained, but he remained quiet as he allowed Chase to work in silence. If Chase can't resolve this issue in time, I'll use my Asura transformation to get us out of it. But this is a rare chance for Chase to shine and show his talents, as well as hone them in a high-pressure situation. The group all watched Chase in silence as he went about his work at his fastest rate possible. Using several flasks and other various alchemy items, Chase trapped some of the mist within several flasks and started doing some experiments on it. Drops of various types of liquid were occasionally dripped into the flasks before him, while other flasks were boiling atop some small heat-based formation discs that he had taken out. Chemical reactions were taking place non-stop, causing several of the flasks to bubble violently, change colors, and almost freeze. The wall behind them slowly encroached upon the group, filling them with a sense of slowly approaching death. Although they didn't know if falling into the pit was dangerous or not, none of them wanted to find out. The scraping of stone on stone continued to screech out behind as the time passed by. Chase's expression grew more and more frantic as he worked as fast as possible, and John could tell that he was getting flustered at the pressure put upon him at the moment. A frantic mind will be filled with thoughts of failure and other distracting things. He won't be able to get us out of this in his current state. Chase, John called out, which caused Chase to look up from his work. There's no need to panic. We trust you to get us through this, so trust your skills and focus on the task at hand calmly. Chase's eyes widened slightly upon hearing John's words of encouragement, as such things were incredibly rare throughout his brutal life. A warm smile appeared on his face as he nodded his head and focused his mind and calmed himself down. He wanted to take a deep breath to focus himself even more, but doing so within the poison mist would not be wise. After 15 seconds of calming down, a resolved look appeared on Chase's face as the previous panic was completely erased. John nodded his head in approval as he watched Chase get back to work. His hands had become steadier and his movements more committed. While his actions before were filled with doubt and unsteadiness, his current actions were steady and resolved. The speed at which he worked increased, and even John stared in awe at the alchemical prowess he was seeing from Chase. I guess he truly is a pill-dow genius. Poisons are not even his specialty, and he's able to work at such a speed. Adam with his formations, Iris with her eye talents, and Chase with his alchemical talents. It seems as though I've put quite the impressive group together. The scraping of stone on stone slowly encroaching from behind continued ceaselessly, although this time Chase completely ignored it as he went about his work. John stared at the stone wall approaching as he mused over it. Why is the wall moving so slowly? If the purpose was to make us fail this trial, then the wall could move instantly, which means there's 2 reasons for its slow speed. The first is to give those within an opportunity to pass the trial through wits or other methods, while the second is to screw with those within and instill them with dread and panic. I would normally think it's the first, but based on what Jared has said about his labyrinth, the second option is becoming more and more likely. I got it! An excited cry from Chase stirred John from his thoughts as he glanced over. This poison is derived from the nethermist vine. No wonder I took so long to identify it. It's an incredibly rare plant. After his short burst of excited exclamation, Chase began rummaging through his spatial ring and searched amongst the thousands and thousands of pill jars before he finally found what he needed. A jar suddenly appeared in his hand, roughly a foot tall and wide. Over a dozen pure white pills with blue dots on it were contained within. He quickly took one of the pills and popped it into his mouth. The group stared at Chase with hopeful anticipation as he continued to sit there for a few seconds while the wall slowly approached from behind. It was almost upon them. Their hopeful expressions turned into ones of elation as Chase stood up, completely unhindered by the poisonous mist. "Well done, Chase," John called out cheerily. "Ahaha, we're saved," Adam exclaimed happily as well. Chase smiled as he walked over to each of them and popped a pill in their mouth. Each person thanked him gracefully as he did so, and as soon as the pill hit their stomachs, it began to do its work of neutralizing the paralyzing toxin within their body. John felt his body become back under his control at the same time as the others, who all walked over and patted Chase on the back. After thanking him once again, they all walked over towards the pit, as it was the only direction they could walk in. They stopped at the very edge of the pit and gazed over, their eyes going wide as they saw what was within. "There must be over 200 disciples down there," Iris exclaimed in shock as she and the rest observed a massive pile of disciples at the bottom of the pit. They were all standing and walking about, seemingly no longer affected by the poisonous mist. "Why don't they just leave?" Chase asked. "There's an incredibly strong one-way defensive formation directly above this pit," Adam replied as he threw a stone over the edge. A brief flash of subtle light flickered out when the stone fell into the pit, before it returned back to normal, as if the defensive formation didn't exist. "One can enter this formation but cannot leave. Even I wouldn't be able to break this formation. It's far above my level," Adam continued. "What should we do then?" Chase asked, slightly concerned for his fellow disciples. Despite the fact that he grew up in the Bloodfiend sect, his heart was gentle and kind. "What can we do for them?" John replied. "We are unable to help them, and they should be safe down there until they're expelled from the realm. The only thing we can do is move forward." After saying this, John jumped over the massive pit and landed on the other side. He gestured for the others to follow, who quickly jumped over as well. John sent one final glance at the pit and those trapped within, before he turned around and walked into the next passageway to head deeper into the labyrinth. Chapter 498, third trial similar to what happened after clearing the first hurdle of the labyrinth. Another three-way branch in the passageway appeared before the group. The group stopped to stare down the dark and damp passageways, but couldn't discern anything from them. After doing so, they all simultaneously glanced at Adam, who already had his chest puffed out and a prideful smile on his face. However, he had not moved yet, as if he were expecting them to say something. John rolled his eyes and decided to humor Adam, which was a rare occurrence. "Sir Grandmaster Formations, expert of the heavens, please grace us with the direction to go," he said in an exaggerated manner while bowing in a formal manner. "Haha, that's more like it. I see you've finally learned how to address me," Adam replied with a hearty laugh, which was quickly cut off by a punch from John onto his shoulder. "Ow, what the hell was that for?" Adam exclaimed in shock and pain. "I already humored your ego once. Do not push it further," John replied. "Besides, the path you took us down last time led us to that poison trap. Are you sure you're taking us in the right direction? How can you even tell which way to go just by sending those objects down the passageway?" John asked. "Of course I am," Adam replied quickly while rubbing his still sore shoulder. "Those two other pathways led to dead ends and inescapable traps, while the pathway we went down was dangerous, but was able to be escaped. It's not my fault this labyrinth is dangerous no matter where we go. As for how I can tell which way to go, These formations link my mind to the objects I send down the passageway, and I can see through each of them. That's how I know the other passageways were traps. Fine, fine, John replied while waving his hand in front of his face. Just find us the next route. Adam quickly sat down after another small exchange of words and went to work. He took out the same formation discs as before, and 3 more arrowhead-like objects appeared before him. They each sped down the 3 passageways as Adam sought the next route to take. While waiting for him to figure out which way to go, the rest grouped together to discuss the labyrinth. Don't you think it's a bit strange so far? John asked the rest of the group. This is supposed to be a realm of opportunities and rewards, but all the labyrinth has given us is dangerous traps. What's going on? The group all glanced at Jared, who was the most knowledgeable of the group. Jared shrugged his shoulders in response. I have no idea. The labyrinth is always the most mysterious place to pop up in this realm, and no one knows its true purpose. I have heard there are rewards, only they are very few and far between. However, the rewards that do appear within usually are higher grade, so it's not all bad. Is that so? John replied. Well, let's hope there's something within. Going through all this just to get nothing would feel awful, Iris added. He had come here to find lightning opportunities, but had only found the lightning in the sky to raise his lightning attribute body. However, it was not enough, and he needed more opportunities before he ascended to the heaven tribulation realm, or his life would be in grave danger. This realm better have something to raise my lightning talents, or I'll need to go somewhere else to find it. This way, Adam suddenly exclaimed with pride on his face once again. However, his face was red and sweat-covered, revealing that doing such a thing put a great strain on his body and cultivation. See anything at the end of this passageway? John asked. This way ends in a large room, and I see other disciples gathered within. It seems as though there's a bottleneck in progressing forward of some sort. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, Adam replied. Other disciples? That'll be the first time we see them within this labyrinth and not be trapped by something. Let's go, John replied. The group quickly set off down the passageway, which was uneventful like the previous one. After walking for quite some time, light once again appeared in their visions, and they soon came to the room Adam had mentioned. The room was circular, with the ceiling high above their head and lit with formation runes. It was several hundred yards across, and had a raised platform in the very center of it. On that platform was a disciple fighting against a stone golem quite similar to the ones that guarded the labyrinth entrance. Below the platform was a large group of around 100 disciples who had gathered together. They appeared to exclusively 3rd and 4th years, as they were the only ones strong enough to progress forward this far. They were all watching the disciple who was currently fighting against the golem while discussing something amongst themselves. The arrival of John's group caught their attention, and their faces all had surprise appear on them as they noticed that the group consisted of 4 first years, who were all in the Meridian Forging realm. Jared, how the hell did you manage to drag 4 first years with you this far? One of the male disciples called out with a friendly tone, who was seemingly a friend of Jared's. I didn't do anything to get us here, I'm afraid. Jared shook his head in self-pity as he replied to that youth. His reply caused another wave of surprise to appear on their faces, as they all glanced at John and the rest. Surely you're just joking, the youth replied, but Jared affirmed the truth once more. They all stared at John and the rest, before they finally realized that with luck, such a thing was possible. I guess it's not impossible. Both the deceptive disciples and poison room didn't really rely on cultivation level. Man, you guys sure must be lucky to be able to get this far, another youth replied. I suppose, John replied with a shoulder shrug, as he didn't really care about such things. His eyes glanced over to the youth fighting the golem, who seemed to be struggling against it. Why are you all gathered here? Jared spoke up again. What's this trial? It's a combat trial, the boy who had spoken up first replied. And one that is hard as hell to get by. We're all grouped here to figure out a way forward. A combat trial, huh? John mused out loud as a smile appeared on his face. Finally, something for me to do. Chapter 499, Passing with Ease Bang. A loud sound boomed out from atop the large platform, followed by a pained cry as the disciple who was fighting against the golem flew off the platform and collided against the wall of the room. He tumbled to the ground and remained motionless, while other disciples rushed up to give him aid. Like I said, the disciples who had revealed the nature of the trial to John and his group spoke up again. This trial is hard as hell to pass. Most end up like him. Most, huh? John mused. Does that mean some have passed this trial? Sure, some have, but not many. The only ones who have been able to pass are the most talented youths of our sect. This trial tests combat prowess more than it does absolute power, the disciple replied. Can we only take it solo? Adam suddenly spoke up, as he had noticed the youth on the platform was alone. If he had to take a combat trial alone, he was most likely destined to stop here. No, you can take it as a group, the youth replied. But most choose not to. The difficulty of the test scales up based on how many people are in the group, as well as their overall cultivations, but the golem will at minimum be at the same cultivation as the strongest member of the group. Adding members will only raise its cultivation, and some groups have had to fight golems higher in cultivation than their own. So adding more bodies just makes the fight harder. Only those with incredible teamwork have passed this trial as a group. Is that so? John replied while thinking about the trial and how to proceed forward. Based on what the disciple had said, the opponent was based on the highest cultivation in the group. Jared was in the early heaven tribulation realm, and so the golem would be at that realm, if not higher. I can still handle an early heaven tribulation goal, but if the golem ends up being middle heaven tribulation, fighting against it without my Asura body will be quite challenging, especially while having to protect Adam and Chase. Iris is quite fast, so she should be able to handle herself, but still this may be challenging. While thinking about the trial, another group went up on the stage and began their fight with the golem. The group consisted of 5 members, and as expected, the cultivation of the golem was a minor realm higher than the highest member in the group. The battle was hard fought, but the incredible durability of the golem won out as the group was slowly defeated by its incredibly powerful blows. The durability of the golem also scaled with its cultivation, making it incredibly hard for those with lower cultivation levels to leave any significant levels of damage on it. Lastly, lightning attacks seemed to be quite useless on the golem, which further stifled the groups that fought against it. Almost all of their most powerful attacks were lightning-based attacks. Lightning attacks don't work in a lightning realm. Why do I get the feeling that whoever set up this labyrinth is screwing with us? The group watched patiently as several other groups went up and tested their luck, but all failed spectacularly. Each group would be whittled away one by one until all were defeated, and their defeats were all quite miserable. After the last group was knocked off the platform, no other group stepped forward. Guess it's our turn, John said as he stood up and started walking over to the platform. He was quickly followed by Adam, Chase, and Iris, but John stopped to turn at Jared, who was standing there without moving. You coming? John asked. Jared remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, you go on without me, Jared replied. You sure? I said I would take you through this realm if you helped me out earlier. I intend to honor those words, John replied calmly. Although the fight would be quite brutal if Jared joined, John was still confident in being able to win. I'm sure, based on how this trial works, me being in the group would only cause headaches. Besides, some of my friends are in this crowd, so I'll just join up with them and hopefully proceed that way. Good luck, Jared replied with a smile on his face. John stared at Jared for a moment before he nodded his head. Good luck to you as well. Although Jared had never admitted it, he had done nothing to get the group this far. He was being carried forward by a bunch of first years, and as a third year, he felt incredibly awkward as well as useless. John understood this, and so he did not argue against Jared's wishes. He too would find it quite hard to swallow if someone younger than him all of a sudden showed up with greater talent and power and started carrying him through the trials. After wishing Jared good luck, the group all walked up to the stage and hopped on. Jared's friend, who was standing beside him, smiled as he poked him in the ribs with his elbow. "Just admit it. You didn't continue forward with them because they were dead weight to you," his friend jested with a smile. "You were quite kind to carry them this far forward already. I would have dropped them behind long ago." "Quite the opposite," Jared replied with a wry look on his face. "It was who was the dead weight through this labyrinth." "What? Surely you're joking," his friend replied. "Just watch," Jared said as his eyes gazed forward. "These four will most likely breeze through this trial." Jared's friend knew he was not one to lie, and so his face too became serious as he looked on at the group Jared praised so highly. John jumped onto the raised platform, which was around 100 yards wide. He was followed by Iris, Adam, and Chase, who all stared at the motionless golem on the other side of the platform. A strange energy suddenly washed over them as it scanned their bodies and cultivation levels. In the group, Iris had the highest cultivation at the late Meridian Forging realm, followed by John at the middle Meridian Forging for his essence cultivation. Chase and Adam trailed behind at the early Meridian Forging realm. After a brief inspection, the energy faded away, and the motionless golem started to power up and move. A casual smile appeared on John's face as the golem began to flare its power for them to feel. Half-step heaven tribulation. That's a bit disappointing. Maybe I should have forced Jared to join us after all so I could have had a better fight. John shook his head at himself before he slowly started to walk forward towards the golem. The group of disciples outside the platform watched on, curious as to how the group of first years would make it past this trial. "What? He's going to fight the golem alone?" one of the disciples questioned as they saw only John move forward. "He had a middle Meridian Forging cultivation, and he wants to fight a half-step heaven tribulation golem. Are the new batch of disciples this year all this stupid?" Another replied with a slightly mocking tone. They had been impressed that the group had made it this far, as no other first years had done so. However, they assumed it was Jared who had dragged them forward this far. Their curiosity as to how John and the rest would pass the trial turned into surprise and even light mockery, as what they were seeing was beyond what they had expected. They all watched as John took out a battle axe while casually walking towards the golem. After fully powering up, the golem's body suddenly flashed forward with incredible speed and appeared before John in an instant. Its first punched towards John with incredible power. "He's done for," a disciple commented, but their eyes quickly widened as they watched the scene play out before them. Bang! The golem's stone fist collided against John's outstretched hand, shaking the entire arena from the powerful collision. The brutal crushing of bone and flesh that was expected did not occur, and the golem's fist was instead completely stopped by John's hand as he stood there casually. John's robe and long hair fluttered behind him wildly from the power of the attack, while his calm gaze stared at the golem before him. "What? How is this possible?" Several disciples exclaimed in shock. They had expected John to be violently crushed and knocked off the stage, but he had instead blocked the attack barehanded with complete ease. His other free hand, which was holding the axe, began to flare with incredible power and profundity as he raised it above his head and slashed it down onto the golem's body. Sky-sundering axe. An incredibly axe battle art slammed onto the golem's chest, pausing for a brief moment before it cleaved completely through its body. The golem exploded into pieces of rubble, while the stunned faces of the disciples outside the platform looked on. Only one face remained calm as he had expected this to occur. Flash. John and the rest of the group felt their bodies wrapped up in spatial powers, and their bodies suddenly disappeared from the sight of the rest of the disciples watching on. After a long silence, a disciple couldn't help but speak out and break the silence. "What the hell just happened? And who the hell is that kid?" Chapter 500 Land of Fog. In a different part of the labyrinth, tranquil waters of a large lake shined brilliantly under an artificial light source from above. While it was noticeable that this place was enclosed, it almost looked as if it were outdoors. Clouds seemed to move above overhead, while a gentle breeze flitted through the grass and trees. Next to the tranquil lake was a luxurious pagoda. At the base of the pagoda was a pier and patio that overlooked the lake, clad with fine furniture. There were many reclined seats, lined with the softest of materials, and a table between the seats filled with heavenly fruits and other marvelous treats. On many of the luxurious seats rested beautiful women, the beauty of each enough to topple nations. They were dressed in thin and mesmerizing dresses, showing off the curves of their elegant bodies. In the very front of the large patio, the most luxurious seat was surrounded by many of these beautiful women. On the seat laid a man who appeared to be around 70 years old. He had silver hair, which was disheveled in every direction, and was dressed in a luxurious robe. The women were feeding him all sorts of heavenly fruits and other marvels, as the man laid there with a relaxed, satisfied, and slightly lecherous look on his face. "Ah, this truly is the life," the man exclaimed with a large, satisfied smile on his face as he bit into one of the fruits. "My turn only comes once every 10 years, and I don't intend to waste it on testing some snot-nosed brats who invade my realm. I still don't know why my others waste their time doing such a thing." "You know exactly why we do such a thing," the same man suddenly said, although it was as if it were spoken by a different voice. "Ah, screw finding a successor," the man replied to himself, his voice similar to when he first spoke. "I'm content with just living here until we fade away eventually." "Couldn't you have made the trials a bit easier, though? How is anyone supposed to find their way through the fog trial?" Another voice, different from the first two, spoke up. "Why should I care about that? There's a small exit roughly 1 yard across to the next area. If they're lucky enough, they'll stumble upon it," the man replied to himself again. "The fog trial is dozens of miles across. No one will find that exit," the second voice spoke up in a disgruntled tone. Not my problem," the first voice replied while shrugging his shoulders. "This is my year to control this realm. I only agreed to make the trails passable. Their difficulty is for me to decide upon. Now leave me alone." A disgruntled snort escaped the man's mouth, but silence only followed as the other voices seemed to fade away. A satisfied smile once again returned to the man's face. "Ah, peace at last again," the man exclaimed as he bit into the fruit in his hands once again, while admiring the tranquil waters shimmering in the distance. John and the rest of the group felt a spatial power wrap around them upon passing the trial, and did not resist against it as they allowed it to take them. The familiar sense of passing through space washed over John, and he quickly arrived at his new destination. Dense fog appeared in his vision as he found himself in a completely new area that he had not seen before. His divine sense quickly spread out, but John found that the fog around him completely restricted his divine sense. At the same time, his vision was restricted as well, making it so that he was unable to discern anything around him. "Adam, Chase, Iris," John called out as he looked around for his friends but received no call back. He called out a few more times, but each call was met with silence. John frowned as he flew up into the air, but after going up no more than 100 yards, he collided against a hard surface. "Clearly I'm still underground," John mused as he tested the ceiling above him, but found it made of sturdier material than he could damage. His head swiveled around once more, but the thick fog still obscured his vision in every direction, making it so that he could see no more than a few feet in front of himself. Having all his senses restricted like this was a stifling sensation, and one he was not used to. His power flared outwards in an attempt to push the fog back, but it resisted anything he did, almost as if it existed in the same yet different dimension. John landed back down on the ground below and thought about his next steps. "It seems as though we were all split up. I wonder if the others were transported to this same area or somewhere else," John mused. "Oh well, I can't wait for them. I should explore this area and see if there is anything of value." After deciding on what to do, John picked a random direction and began to walk. The dense fog obscured any sense of direction, and John found himself wandering aimlessly as he tried to figure out what this place was. Fallen trees, dead with rot, occasionally popped up, while barren land and foggy swamps popped up occasionally. It was clearly some sort of dead forest, although John had no idea how large it was or what potentially lurked within. Thankfully, I haven't run into any beasts or dangers so far, but I'm just wandering aimlessly. Surely there must be some way through this trial, John mused out loud as he continued to walk forward. Just then, he felt a tremble in his soul, and Kirai suddenly appeared before him. "Kirai, what is it?" John asked. Kiri enjoyed resting in John's soul space as he considered it his safest, warmest place to rest. However, he would come out when he wanted to do something, although John didn't know what help Kirai could provide in this dense fog. Although they still couldn't communicate, Kirai was able to convey his feelings to John. You feel something calling out to you in this direction?" John asked as he felt Kirai's thoughts. A happy yip of confirmation left Kirai's mouth, and John mused over it for a second before he nodded his head at Kirai. "I have no ideas as to how to get through this place, so lead the way." Kirai suddenly sped off in a certain direction, and John quickly chased behind him. He kept his guard raised just in case something attacked him. Thankfully, I can tell which direction Kirai is in due to our soul connection, or I would have instantly lost him in this fog. John followed behind Kirai, who would occasionally stop to feel something, before continuing on in a certain direction. This continued for over an hour, as Kirai seemed to get more and more excited as he ventured forward. Whatever it is, it definitely has his attention. I wonder what it is, though. Despite using all his senses, John felt absolutely nothing, and so didn't know what it was that Kirai was sensing. The only thing I can think of is something lighting-based. Being a heavenly lightning creature, Kirai is far more attuned to lightning than I am. Hopefully, it's something good. After speeding forward for many miles in the dense fog, Kirai suddenly came to a stop. John landed at the area Kirai stopped at, and a confused look appeared on his face as he inspected the nearby area and found nothing. "There's nothing here, Kirai. Why did you lead us here?" John asked in a confused tone. Another excited yip escaped Kirai's mouth as he began to dig downwards into the earth. "There's something under here," John asked, and another excited yip from Kirai confirmed it. Kirai's digging speed was incredible, and before long Kirai had already dug a vertical hole over 100 yards deep. The earth was incredibly durable, and even John found it quite hard to dig into, but Kirai seemed to have no problem at all. John followed behind and began to help as well, although not with digging as he was much slower than Kirai was at digging, and only got in the way. He followed closely behind Kirai and stored the loosened dirt and rock in his spatial realm to clear the hole from loosened debris. The two of them slowly, but surely descended deep into the ground. "We're already over 500 yards deep, and we still haven't reached whatever Kirai is after. Just how deep is this thing he's aft?" John's thoughts cut off as a bright blue light suddenly pierced through from below. Bang! The final piece of earth gave way with a mighty swipe from Kirai's paw as John felt his body dip downward, as there was seemingly nothing beneath them. Both he and Kirai quickly stabilized their bodies to float in the air as John took in his surroundings, which appeared to be a massive hollowed-out sphere beneath the earth, roughly 1 mile in diameter. His eyes opened wide in shock and surprise as he spotted a glowing blue orb in the very center of the hollow sphere, floating in the air, an orb of pure lightning.